Wen Qingling scanned the entire scene without paying attention to the chasing group. His gaze fell on a large damp patch by the wall. Such dampness could be seen everywhere, and one could easily guess what it was just by the smell. However, the dampness in other areas was scattered and irregular, while the dampness by the wall covered a considerable area. It would take a significant number of people to create such a large puddle of urine. A wooden spike appeared in Wen Qingling's hand, and he quickly walked over. The damp patch seemed to come alive suddenly and swiftly moved along the ground. The door of the granary had already been opened, and a group of people rushed in, shouting. Xiao Hen grabbed Miao Bo and leapt high, evading the first wave of attacks. By this time, Wen Qingling had caught up with the figure in the dampness. The weapon spike into the figure's shoulder and a miserable howl echoed as a person suddenly emerged from the wet ground. The person was completely naked, with a wooden spike piercing through their shoulder. Vines appeared in Wen Qingling's hand, entwining Fang Zhen's body like living creatures and securely binding him. Wen Qingling held the vines and leapt high, with Xiao Hen closely following. The two of them swiftly jumped and ran toward the outside of the base. Fang Zhen, who was captured, wailed and screamed all the way. Uncle, save me! Uncle, save me! Wen Qingling and Xiao Hen each held a captive and jumped over the walls of the base. Fang Zhen was thrown into the trunk, and Wen Qingling, Xiao Hen, and Miao Bo got into the car. Ji Rong immediately started driving, heading back the way they came. The people from Yu County base chased after them but didn't dare to continue outside the base. Someone had already gone to inform the leader, and they had to wait for the leader's decision. Blindly pursuing would be a dead end. Niu Liangguo and Sun Shiji had just caught up when they heard Fang Zhen's plea for help. Sun Shiji's face immediately changed, and he grabbed someone and pulled them over, asking, "What the hell is going on? Who took Xiao Zhen?" "I don't know, I think they are outsiders. There were two of them, damn good at jumping. They jumped over the walls of our base in one go, even with a person." Sun Shiji pushed the person away angrily and said, "Didn't Fang Shenlong and Miao Bo go out with a team to handle this? How can outsiders come into the base and kidnap someone? They don't take our base seriously at all. Leader, we must immediately take people to pursue and kill those outsiders." Someone added, "Vice Captain Miao was also captured." "What?" Sun Shiji was surprised. "Didn't Miao Bo go out with Fang Shenlong? When did he come back?" The gatekeeper hurriedly replied, "He just returned not long ago, saying that Captain Fang was trapped in a group of zombies, and Vice Captain Miao came back to bring reinforcements." Sun Shiji felt that something was off. If Fang Shenlong was trapped in a group of zombies, how could he come back alone? If Fang Shenlong was really trapped, he wouldn't have had time to return and bring reinforcements. Sun Shiji said, "Leader, there's something suspicious about Miao Bo. We must immediately take people to pursue him." Leader Niu Liangguo was a middle-aged man who appeared amiable. He looked up at the base walls with a hesitant expression. Can someone really jump over such high walls? Everyone confirmed that it was possible. They had seen it with their own eyes and couldn't be mistaken. Chapter 84. Upon seeing Niu Liangguo's attitude, Sun Shiji knew that he probably wouldn't let the people in the base go out on a risky adventure for just one or two individuals. Sun Shiji urgently said, "Leader, we can't wait any longer." Niu Liangguo remained calm. "Shiji, is your nephew having a conflict with people outside? Otherwise, why would they take the risk of coming to the base to capture someone?" Sun Shiji anxiously replied, "Leader, give me a team, I'll personally lead them to pursue." Niu Liangguo waved his hand, "No rush. Let's wait for Fang Shenlong to return. Even if they can't come back, sending more people out would be a death sentence. Safety is our priority, we cannot take risks." Niu Liangguo was just short of directly saying that Fang Zhen and Miao Bo were not worth risking the base's safety for. Sun Shiji choked on his words, almost suffocating in anger. Just then, a person rushed over in a panic. Something bad happened. Niu Liangguo remained steady. "What's the hurry? Calm down and explain." The person gasped for breath. "Food. We're out of food." Niu Liangguo widened his eyes. "What did you say? What happened to the food?" The messenger was on the verge of tears. "It's gone, all the food is gone. The food stored in all 4 warehouses is all gone, with just a thin layer left. It's not even enough for 3 days of rations." Niu Liangguo was taken aback. "Impossible. How can so much food just disappear? Even if it was stolen, there should be traces. Investigate." Investigate thoroughly, we must find the food. I asked the patrol team. After they received the food last night, the warehouses have not been opened, and no one approached them. Just now, an outsider broke in, and I was concerned, so I opened the warehouses to check. They were empty, and all the food vanished. It can't be. How could so much food just disappear? Even if it was stolen, there should be traces. Investigate. Investigate carefully. We must find the food. Niu Liangguo erupted in anger. Now it was his turn to be extremely anxious. That food was the entire base's sustenance. They had been frugal and guarded it strictly, so how could it suddenly disappear? The messenger said helplessly, "There really is nothing. We checked around the warehouses, and there wasn't a single grain of food." If it was indeed stolen, transporting such a large amount of food out of the warehouses would have to pass through the U County base. It would be impossible for such a grand operation to go unnoticed. Sun Shiji and Fang Zhen, with their cunning eyes, were calculating. "Leader, haven't you forgotten about the frequent emergence of supernatural abilities nowadays? There's a kind of ability called spatial manipulation. They can place their belongings in an invisible dimensional space. The mysterious disappearance of the food is definitely related to a spatial manipulator." Niu Liangguo suddenly remembered that he had heard of this ability. Although they didn't have it in their base, there were people with spatial manipulation abilities outside. Undoubtedly, the vanishing food was connected to a spatial manipulator, and coincidentally, outsiders had arrived today. It must be those people. Niu Liangguo issued an urgent order, "All supernatural ability users and strong men, come with me. Let's reclaim the food." Now it was no longer Sun Shiji who was in a hurry. Niu Liangguo had taken over the role. Everyone responded to the leader's call. Even though they knew it was dangerous outside and didn't want to go, they had to. Their food had been stolen, and they needed to retrieve it for their survival. Ji Rong drove at full speed and returned to the encirclement of zombies. The people who anxiously awaited their return didn't expect them to come back so soon. They gathered around and saw Wen Qingling stepping out of the car, opening the trunk, and dragging a naked man onto the ground. "Damn, my eyes." Ji Rong covered his eyes. Xiao Hen quickly stepped forward and stood in front of Wen Qingling, not wanting him to witness such a filthy scene. Ji Rong was quite thoughtful. He jumped into a small inn by the road and pulled out a bedsheet from inside, tossing it over. Xiao Hen caught it and raised it to cover Fang Zhen. At least now they could see a bit. Wen Qingling remained calm, completely unaffected. "Your transformation ability is quite useful. No wonder you've survived until now. Transformation ability, Waterman." Indeed, there were many individuals with transformation abilities, but the vast majority only partially transformed their bodies. For example, Feng Yi's arms transformed into large blades, which was a common ability. There were few who could fully transform their entire body. Wen Qingling only knew two people who possessed that ability, Fang Zhen and Luo Fengju. The transformation direction of Luo Fengju's ability is Sandman. He can transform into fine sand, hide in the soil, or use the wind to fly into the sky. Luo Fengju despises this ability and usually relies on his weapons. Unless he's on the verge of life and death, he won't use his own ability. In his words, he doesn't want to lose his equipment and be left defenseless. As a fully transformed ability users, their greatest strength lies in escaping. It is difficult to capture or kill them, but on the flip side, their offensive power is relatively weak. In other words, it's a double-edged sword, useful for assistance but not suitable for active attacks. Fang Zhen tightened the sheet around his body. Seeing Wen Qingling, fear overpowered the pain in his shoulder. He realized he had experienced humble survival, ambitious aspirations, and a sense of accomplishment. He had fled and wandered for months but ultimately fell into Wen Qingling's hands. Fang Zhen felt that today might be his end, as the shadow left by Wen Qingling was still lingering. However, he wasn't willing to die just like that. As long as there was a glimmer of survival, he didn't want to die. Trembling, he said, "I'll cooperate. I'll tell you anything you want to know, just spare my life." At such times, there was no need for Wen Qingling to force a confession. Fang Zhen would speak up voluntarily. He was indeed a cunning person who knew how to adapt to the situation. Wen Qingling didn't mention whether he would spare his life. He only asked if he had saved a woman named Xu Shengfei. When Xu Shengfei was mentioned, Fang Zhen's eyes turned red with hatred. "That woman, she's too venomous. She's a lunatic." Fang Zhen had known Xu Shengfei for a long time. It was because Meng Hua, the captain of the Ling City base, was powerful and influential in the post-apocalyptic world. Everyone admired strength, and many ability users wanted to achieve greatness by following a formidable captain like Meng Hua. Fang Zhen was no exception. However, when he went to join Meng Hua, he hadn't met him yet, but he was attracted by the two beautiful women living with him. Fang Zhen wasn't handsome, but he was audacious. He didn't dare to provoke Meng Hua's sister, but he could flirt with her friend. As a result, the matter was reported to Meng Hua. Xu Shengfei was one of Meng Hua's bed partners, and Meng Hua couldn't tolerate the public humiliation. Fang Zhen didn't get to meet Captain Meng, but he was insulted and scolded before being thrown out. His aspirations of achieving greatness were shattered. After that, Fang Zhen didn't pay attention to Xu Shengfei anymore. He had his self-respect and was provoked by Meng Hua. He swore to make a name for himself. During an escape, he stumbled upon an abandoned factory and found what he considered a treasure. After understanding the function of the treasure, Fang Zhen believed it was time for him to rise. People are always greedy. He found the treasure in the southern city, and 3 plants seemed too few. He wanted more, so he took people with him again. Unfortunately, he encountered Wen Qingling and had one of the treasures stolen, leaving him with 2 in the hands of his wife and sister. After returning to the base, Fang Zhen became more cautious. He secretly used the treasure to treat infected individuals, earn crystal nuclei, build a support network, and expand his influence. That was the time he felt most triumphant. While waiting to enter the base, a car passed by. The window rolled down, and the person inside talked to the gatekeeper. Fang Zhen saw Xu Shengfei in the car. She was in a terrible state, on the verge of turning into a zombie. She also saw Fang Zhen and stared at him, continuously mouthing for help. Fang Zhen was confident that his treasure could save her. After rescuing her, he planned to make her his woman. When a man's pride is wounded, he seeks compensation wherever he can. He immediately mobilized his people and secretly followed the car into the base. After handing Xu Shengfei over to Meng Hua's men, Fang Zhen left. Meng Hua's men didn't think Xu Shengfei, in her condition, could escape and become complacent. Fang Zhen took advantage of their negligence and successfully abducted Xu Shengfei. Xu Shengfei's situation was grim, almost reaching the critical point of transformation. Fang Zhen was still in the car, and he quickly took out the treasure to treat Xu Shengfei. Unexpectedly, something Fang Zhen never anticipated happened. Fang Zhen was filled with fear. In the past, when I treated people, I let the treasure proactively inject drugs into them. But that lunatic Xu Shengfei, when the treasure extended its tentacles into her carotid artery, she turned her head and bit the treasure. Wen Qingling's eyes twitched. Did she swallow it? Fang Zhen nodded. She swallowed it, covered in blood. Xiao Hen and Ji Rong, who knew how formidable blood anemone was, were shocked beyond measure. They knew blood anemones could turn zombies into civilized ones, but they didn't know what would happen if a person consumed it. Or perhaps at that moment, Xu Shengfei was no longer considered human. However, she hadn't completely transformed and lost her rationality. When she bit into the blood orchid, it was evident that she still had her senses. This was indeed a delicate turning point. Wen Qingling's face remained calm as she asked, what was her reaction? Fang Zhen seemed to recall something dreadful and said, after I retrieved the treasure, the zombie virus in her body hadn't been completely cleared. She started convulsing, and her flesh and skin shriveled like a rotten apple losing its moisture. It was horrifying. I thought she had turned into a zombie, so I kicked her off the car and we drove away. Later, the treasure that was in the hands of his sister turned into a small monster because it absorbed too much zombie virus. It turned everyone in the clinic into red-eyed zombies. Fang Zhen realized he had caused a major disaster and escaped the base with the remaining treasure. He didn't inform anyone and fled alone. When he stopped to rest far from Ling City, he discovered that someone was tracking him. The person following him turned out to be Xu Shengfei, who was no longer presentable. Wrapped in a black robe, she appeared in front of Fang Zhen and expressed her gratitude to him. Fang Zhen had saved her at that time for her beauty, but now that she had become like this, he couldn't bring himself to do anything. He told Xu Shengfei not to follow him, but she said she had nowhere else to go and was willing to travel with him. Fang Zhen was afraid of this madwoman and firmly refused. However, Xu Shengfei truly went insane. With a casual kick, she sent Fang Zhen flying far away. Fang Zhen was severely injured, and when Xu Shengfei leapt toward him, he didn't care about anything else and used his ability. He left behind a pile of clothes in his backpack as he escaped. Fortunately, they were in the wilderness at the time, surrounded by weeds. Fang Zhen's water form was well hidden in the thick grass, making it difficult to be discovered. That's how he narrowly escaped. He watched Xu Shengfei take his backpack, and the last treasure was inside it. Fang Zhen said, "After losing the last treasure, I had nowhere else to go. With severe injuries, I had no choice but to wander around. When I passed by the Yu County base, I almost got killed by the people there. I claim to be half a resident of Yu County, with my uncle being a local there. Surprisingly, my uncle was still alive and inside the base. That's how I was saved, and I've been staying in the base to recover ever since." Chapter 85. While Fang Zhen was narrating, Wen Qingling kept looking at him, making sure that every word he said was true. This person was cunning and intelligent, and in order to save his own life, he couldn't afford to hide anything. He revealed everything he knew, down to the details of how he had flirted with Xu Shengfei. Xiao Hen asked, "Are you sure she took your backpack?" Fang Zhen almost swore to Xiao Hen, "I saw it with my own eyes, it's absolutely true. I've always suspected that she wanted to follow me, and her main goal was my treasure. She must have realized how valuable the treasure is. It's useless for you to search me, I really don't have it anymore." Confirming that the last blood anemone ultimately ended up in Xu Shengfei's hands, both Xiao Hen and Wen Qingling furrowed their brows almost simultaneously. Without a doubt, the blood anemone in Xu Shengfei's possession had also evolved. The red-eyed zombies attacked Yin Cheng's armored vehicle convoy and created a trap in Heli Forest. What puzzled Xiao Hen was, if the evolved blood anemone sprayed poisonous mist for indiscriminate attacks, would anyone be able to survive? If no one survived, then what about the 3 vehicles that left with the armored convoy? Xiao Hen had been troubled by this matter. He looked at Wen Qingling, and Wen Qingling knew he had something to say. Just as he was about to leave, he heard Fang Zhen's voice, "I've told you everything I know, so let me go. I haven't harmed any of you. At most, I deceived you. Isn't that punishment enough?" Xiao Hen's gaze turned icy. "Your actions have caused too much death and injury. Don't you think your punishment should be death?" Fang Zhen defended himself, "I didn't do any of those things, it was Xu Shengfei. It was her. You should go and kill her. What does it have to do with me?" Wen Qingling halted his steps. "You're just as guilty as Xu Shengfei. Half of the killings she caused, you're responsible for." Fang Zhen sensed their murderous intent, and he began to wail, "It wasn't me. I didn't do those things. I won't take the blame for that woman. You should go after her for what she did." Wen Qingling ignored his defense and effortlessly leapt to the rooftop nearby, with Xiao Hen following suit. Wen Qingling asked, "What do you want to say?" Xiao Hen replied, "Is it possible for someone other than you to control the evolved blood anemone?" Wen Qingling knew that Xiao Hen suspected Xu Shengfei. "It's unlikely if it's someone else. But if it's Xu Shengfei, I can't say for sure. After all, we're relatives with a trace of blood connection." Xiao Hen didn't understand. "What do you mean?" Wen Qingling explained his previous small experiment to Xiao Hen. It was simple. Wen Qingling's blood mutated, and whoever consumed it would turn into a zombie. A drop of blood could cause a zombie to explode, leaving behind blood stains that created blood corpses. After the mutation, the blood could also recognize people. For example, Wen Qingling fed a considerable amount of his blood to his dormant parents, and they remained unharmed. This was enough to prove that his blood had a family recognition behavior. Based on this deduction, when Xu Shengfei was still conscious, she bit into the blood anemone grown from Wen Qingling's blood. Instead of exploding or turning into a zombie, she became the mother corpse. There must have been coincidences, mutations, and unexplainable factors involved, but it couldn't be ruled out that she shared a distant blood connection with Wen Qingling. Otherwise, she wouldn't still be alive. Wen Qingling felt troubled by his powerful mutated bloodline. "Sigh, being too outstanding is also a nuisance," Xiao Hen said, speechless. Xiao Hen replied, "I don't think it's the time to be lamenting." Wen Qingling didn't share Xiao Hen's concerns. As long as they could find Xu Shengfei, he would strangle her without hesitation. This time, he had to witness her death with his own eyes. No matter how many crystal nuclei were offered, he would not be swayed. Wen Qingling said, the worst-case scenario is Xu Shengfei teaming up with the evolved blood anemone. Xiao Hen asked, why couldn't it be Xu Shengfei controlling the evolved blood anemone? That would be the most terrifying outcome. With Xu Shengfei's madness, she could easily slaughter both humans and zombies. Wen Qingling replied, it's impossible. Xiao Hen asked, why? Wen Qingling looked at him like he was a fool. Because of my dignity, my blood, and every cell in my body forbid it. Can my blood products be controlled by someone I want to kill? Would my blood have no face? Xiao Hen remained silent. He had seen the evolved blood anemone behave uncontrollably towards Wen Qingling at the Ling City base, showing no recognition whatsoever. Wen Qingling, rest assured, the evolved blood anemone is only likely to team up with Xu Shengfei or go separate ways. It's impossible for Xu Shengfei to control the evolved blood anemone. After all, even the demented evolved blood anemone dares to shout at its own father. What can Xu Shengfei do to control the demented blood anemone? There is absolutely no possibility of that happening. Objectively speaking, if Xu Shengfei could truly control the evolved blood anemone, which sweeps through zombies and humans with its poisonous mist attack, it wouldn't have missed causing trouble in the South City. Since it didn't come, and instead sent wave after wave of corpse puppets to their deaths, it proves that Xu Shengfei is unable to control the evolved blood anemone. Xiao Hen seemed to have realized this point. Perhaps this is the only good news I've heard. Wen Qingling looked at him with suspicion. Are you worried about zombies or humans? Xiao Hen helplessly said, mixed bloodline, no corpse rights, right? Wen Qingling stared at him for a long time, took a step forward, and pressed his hand against Xiao Hen's chest. Let me hear your heart, I suspect that your thoughts are deceiving me. Xiao Hen stood quietly. What did my heart say? Wen Qingling looked at him and said, your heart tells me that you can't let go. Xiao Hen held Wen Qingling's wrist, pulled him into an embrace, and held him tightly. Listen carefully again, what exactly can't I let go of? Wen Qingling leaned his ear against Xiao Hen's chest as if he were truly listening to his heart. In reality, he had no ability to hear people's thoughts. Sensing thoughts is not the same as listening to a heart's voice. Wen Qingling said, Xiao Hen, you have concerns, don't deny it. I can see it. Xiao Hen asked, what are my concerns? Wen Qingling replied, family. You desperately want to get rid of it, but you can't control your concern. It's the nature of the bloodline. I can understand it to some extent. You can bring your family to Ling City, the civilized city I've built. There will be a space for survival for some humans. Wen Qingling continued, I accept your family. Xiao Hen tightened his arms and remained silent for a long time. Wen Qingling's words pierced the softest part of his heart. He really wanted his mother to see this side of Wen Qingling. He believed that his mother would surely like this version of Wen Qingling. Unfortunately, he would never have the chance in this lifetime. Treating the whole world with indifference but being able to speak so softly and gently, Xiao Hen felt that this might be the warmest words Wen Qingling could ever say. Xiao Hen kissed the person in his arms on the black hair. Thank you. Xiao Hen knew that his father would not give up everything in Central Mega City and come to Ling City with him. In the 2 or 3 years after the apocalypse, they never had a proper conversation. Every meeting was either an argument or exchanging cold words. A once harmonious and filial family that everyone envied had reached this unexpected state. Ji Rong wiped his face and straightened his stiff neck. Is it the trend nowadays to publicly kill dogs? Everyone on the ground witnessed the scene of dog abuse, with the victim being the arrogant and cool Dr. Wen. They all kneeled in admiration of Xiao Hen's audacity. This big shot was known for his ruthlessness and would resort to violence at the drop of a hat. They admired Colonel Xiao's unyielding neck. He was a true man to dare to fall in love with him. Wen Qingling suddenly stood up and looked into the distance. People from Yu County base are coming to fight us. Wen Qingling jumped down from the high building and landed steadily on the ground, leaving Xiao Hen, who was still immersed in his emotions, in the chaotic wind. Xiao Hen, speechless. He followed suit and jumped down, his face expressionless. Ji Rong made an effort to hold back, not letting himself laugh out loud. He really wanted to ask what kind of experience it was to be in a romantic relationship with the boss and an emotionless zombie. Xiao Hen's gaze swept over like knives, and Ji Rong quickly raised his hand in surrender and turned away, laughing secretly. Xiao Hen kicked him in the butt. If you have time to gossip, you better be prepared to work. Ji Rong ran while holding his butt, feeling aggrieved. He took out his frustration on him because he couldn't handle his own boyfriend. Was this the mature attitude one should have in a relationship? He deserved to be rejected. Ji Rong was full of resentment. Wen Qingling said to Miao Bo, over 2,000 people from Yu County base have gathered here. As a good socialist citizen, I won't engage in indiscriminate killing. Who knows, in a few years, will humans become an endangered species? I've let Fang Shenlong go, and you can leave too. People from Yu County base, speechless. What do you mean by not engaging in indiscriminate killing? Are you saying you're scared because too many people have come? Miao Bo took a step forward. Dr. Wen, can we have the opportunity to follow you? Before Wen Qingling could answer, everyone from Yu County base was shocked. Miao Bo, what do you mean? Are you betraying the base? Miao Bo didn't answer, just looked steadily at Wen Qingling, waiting for his response. Wen Qingling shook his head. You're not suitable by my side. If you want to leave Yu County base, you can go to Shang County base. Chong Boong and Wen Chu are there. Chong Boong walked over, unable to hide his smile. Shang County base welcomes you anytime. Seeing Chong Boong, Miao Bo understood that they were late. If they followed Wen Qingling, Miao Bo had confidence in persuading Fang Shenlong. But if they went to Chong Boong's base, Miao Bo was uncertain. After all, Fang Shenlong had been a leader of a large base all along and had done well. If it weren't for the recent mistakes, he wouldn't have faced such rebellion, with even his trusted followers distancing themselves from him. It was highly likely that Fang Shenlong would refuse. Miao Bo didn't directly refuse, but smiled. I'll discuss it with Fang Shenlong. Chong Boong's smile became even more sincere. I'll be waiting for good news from you. Miao Bo smiled and said to Wen Qingling, could you please tell Fang Shenlong that I'll be waiting for him at the West Suburb gas station? Wen Qingling replied, no need, he has already brought his men here. As they spoke, the horde of zombies voluntarily made their way, and several vehicles drove in. Fang Shenlong, who had been trapped by the zombie horde until now, jumped down from the car with a serious expression. He walked quickly to Miao Bo's side and examined him from top to bottom. Seeing that he was fine, he then warily looked at Wen Qingling and the others. When he saw Xiao Hen, his eyes immediately turned red. Miao Bo hurriedly held him back and explained the situation to Fang Shenlong. Fang Shenlong stared at Xiao Hen, acknowledging his strength. He had admired Xiao Hen and the other three back at Ling City base and had wanted to recruit them. But things changed unexpectedly, and no one had expected it would end up like this. Fang Shenlong knew that they couldn't return to Yu County base. He didn't expect Wen Qingling and Xiao Hen to be so bold as to empty the food supply of Yu County base. They were truly ruthless individuals. Chapter 86. Fang Shenlong turned back to his temporary teammates and said, now that Yu County base is out of food, it's up to you whether you stay or leave. We won't force anyone. Someone asked Fang Shenlong and Miao Bo about their plans, and Miao Bo straightforwardly stated that he would leave Yu County base. As expected, these non-conventional members of Yu County base were willing to follow them and leave. Regardless of where they went, as long as they had food to eat and could survive, they were willing to go. Some timid and loyal members of the base refused to leave and cursed Fang Shenlong and Miao Bo as traitors. Fang Shenlong and Miao Bo paid no attention to them, as everyone knew how the base treated them. The sounds of battle could be heard in the distance, with over 2,000 people from Yu County base approaching. Their eyes were bloodshot, and they were especially fierce when killing zombies, overturning Wen Qingling's impression of them as cowards. People indeed need to be pushed to their limits. Look, as soon as their food was taken away, they no longer cowered and weren't afraid of the zombies outside. They bravely stepped forward, shouting to reclaim their food. They were filled with passion and vitality. That's how living people should be. Wen Qingling waved his hand and said, release the captives. Ji Rong was taken aback. He was ready to start fighting as instructed by the boss, so why were they releasing the captives instead of killing them? Ji Rong doubted whether he misheard, release them. Wen Qingling's tone carried a deep meaning, of course, we have to. We took their food, but we can't just exterminate them completely. We have to give them a chance to struggle. We're all good-hearted people. Otherwise, what's the difference between us and the people from Yu County base? Ji Rong, speechless. Everyone, speechless. They all felt that his words carried a strong sense of ambiguity. Wen Qingling jumped onto the roof of a car, preparing to command the battle. Captives and the loyal survivors of Yu County base, it's time for you to dash for your lives. If you run too slow, be careful of becoming zombie food. Everyone, speechless. Terrified. The loyal individuals who were just cursing now expressed some regret. They regretted it deeply. If they could start over, they would never join the damn U-County base. The horde of zombies blocking the way parted, creating a path for the survivors of U-County base. It was a smooth and unobstructed path. As long as they ran past the encircled zombies, they would survive. Wen Qingling said, "We are kind-hearted people. Don't blame me for not giving you a chance to live. You have only 10 seconds. Wen Qingling wouldn't actively control the zombie horde to attack them, but he also wouldn't suppress the zombies' instinct to feed. The 4 captives cursed Wen Qingling for being heartless and disregarding human life. Wen Qingling told them that the real heartless individuals were still behind them. The treatment the 4 captives would receive wasn't ordinary zombie pursuit but rather a baptism of grotesque. If they wanted to harm others, they had to be prepared to be harmed. Run, a casual remark, and everyone started running at full speed. The remaining people silently counted. They were still unfamiliar with Wen Qingling and didn't understand his way of handling things. Looking at the densely packed zombies on both sides of the road, their scalps went numb, and their nerves tightened. This wasn't a path to survival, it was likely a path to death. When everyone was on edge, a white figure suddenly rushed out. Wrapped in a bedsheet, it carried a strong aura of blood and charged into the fleeing crowd. Despite being small in size and injured, this person's running speed was no less than anyone else's. This kid, Ji Rong, wanted to chase after him but was stopped by Wen Qingling. Let him run. Fang Zhen had realized that the Grim Reaper was approaching. As long as there was a glimmer of hope, he wouldn't give up. He had to escape, he had to run faster than everyone else. He didn't want to die, and he couldn't die here. He had experienced so much, how could he possibly die here? He hadn't yet taken down U-County base for his uncle, and he hadn't reached the highest position. He was unwilling and couldn't just die like this. True to Wen Qingling's words, after 10 seconds, he withdrew his control over the zombie horde, allowing them to freely hunt. It was their freedom and their nature. The originally orderly zombie horde suddenly scattered like loose sand, instinctively pursuing the scent of humans. The survivors, running frantically, weren't engulfed by the zombie horde. At that moment when the horde loosened, they saw the supernatural individuals from the base standing outside the horde. They saw hope, and they knew they were saved. As Fang Zhen ran and shouted, "Uncle! Uncle, I'm here!" Sun Shiji, who was beside Niu Liangguo, immediately transformed his hands into wooden cages, and his own ability turned into bullets. He fired at the approaching zombies, clearing the obstacles in Fang Zhen's path. The rescuers were within reach, and Fang Zhen felt some relief. However, he didn't stop running. Suddenly, screams came from behind, the ground shook, and a black shadow enveloped Fang Zhen's path. Fang Zhen heard his uncle's shout, his body covered in cold sweat. He knew danger was approaching, but he couldn't avoid it. The nauseating stench spread in the air, and when Fang Zhen turned back, he couldn't see the attacker's appearance. His field of vision was only darkness. He heard his uncle's angry roar, the screams around him, and the sound of his own flesh being chewed. Wen Qingling had been watching coldly all along, observing as Fang Zhen had his head bitten off by the sudden appearance of the grotesque. No matter how fast he ran, he couldn't outrun the grotesque. While there were more living people to share the attention of the zombies, the smell of blood stimulated the ferocity of the zombies even more. Sun Shiji watched helplessly as his only relative died right in front of him. It was so close, his nephew could have been saved. Sun Shiji went mad and shouted as he rushed forward, "Kill with me! Kill all these intruders!" Seeing the grotesque about to pounce into the crowd, Niu Liangguo, the leader, finally used his ability. His body suddenly grew taller, and the surface of his skin turned into rock. In the blink of an eye, a more than 2-meter tall rock man appeared before everyone's eyes. He was incredibly strong, with a sturdy and solid body that tore through his clothes. Filled with anger, he charged forward and punched the approaching grotesque that was about to bite off a head. His voice was deep and heavy as he extended his rocky arm forward, pointing ahead. "Kill with me. Kill all the intruders and reclaim the food. Kill, kill, kill." The people from U-County base were filled with a burst of energy. They fought against the zombies around them while roaring forward, aiming to directly crush their way through and push towards Wen Qingling. Wen Qingling raised an eyebrow. He hadn't expected that Yu County base would have such hidden talents. In addition to Fang Zhen's complete transformation into a water person, there was also a full-body rock man. They were truly impressive. The rock man was extremely fierce. Reliant on his tough and strong exterior, he wasn't afraid of the zombies' bites. Without evading or avoiding, he charged forward furiously, sending all the zombies in his way flying. He was like a raging bull, leading the charge at the forefront of everyone, heading towards Wen Qingling and the others. The sound of the zombies' bites kept ringing out, and the hard rock crushed countless teeth. The people who chose to follow Fang Shenlong and Miao Bo were filled with fear. They had heard about the strength of the leader before but hadn't had a chance to witness it since they had been staying at the base. They didn't expect to witness the former leader's power in such a situation. Wen Qingling stood on top of the off-road vehicle, watching as the people from Yu County base charged forward recklessly. He suddenly turned around and said, "Chong Boong." Chong Boong was already in combat mode, ready to charge into battle at any moment. "I'm here." Wen Qingling pointed at the big guy charging at the front. "Can you handle this person?" Chong Boong looked at the fiercely powerful rock man, and a flame of battle ignited in his eyes. "Leave it to me." Chong Boong reached out his hand, causing all the nearby abandoned vehicles to disintegrate. The metallic elements flew towards Chong Boong like a galaxy, gradually forming a thick metal shield, while another metal spear appeared in his other hand. Without hesitation, Chong Boong threw the metal spear toward the rock man's head. Wen Qingling didn't know that Chong Boong was actually an ability user of the metal element. "Chong Boong, Yu County base is yours. Can you handle it?" Chong Boong looked fiercely at Wen Qingling, his eyes filled with blazing determination. "I can handle it, I can handle anything." The trusted subordinates who came with Chong Boong understood Wen Qingling's intention. They excitedly howled and followed Chong Boong, charging forward. If Yu County base could be brought under the control of Shang County base, it would become the largest base near Ling City. How could such a great opportunity not make people excited? Fang Shenlong and Miao Bo exchanged a glance, and Miao Bo quietly told Fang Shenlong about Wen Qingling's suggestion to go to Shang County base. Fang Shenlong hesitated, showing signs of indecision. The rock man dodged the attack of the metal spear by tilting his head. Chong Boong reached out his hand again, causing the elementalized metal spear stuck in the ground to return to his hand. It solidified once more into a metal spear. Chong Boong was also quite tough. With a height of over 1.8 meters, he fiercely slammed the metal shield into the rock man. Due to the difference in height and strength, Chong Boong slid backward, but only a few meters. It felt as if there were nails under his feet, keeping him firmly in place. The rock man couldn't push him any further. The rock man let out a roar, and his fist, like a stone, smashed toward Chong Boong's head. Chong Boong raised the metal shield to block it, causing the shield to buzz from the impact. Chong Boong almost lost his grip. This monstrous strength was truly frightening. The metal spear stabbed fiercely at the rock man's abdomen, but the rock surface was too hard. With a ding sound, it failed to pierce through. When the rock man's fist came crashing down again, Chong Boong agilely evaded, and the metal shield struck the rock man's back heavily. No matter how strong the rock man was, he stumbled from the strike, caught off guard. In a surprise move, he countered with a hook punch, but once again, it was blocked by Chong Boong's metal shield. The two of them engaged in a fierce back-and-forth battle. The area around them became a vacuum zone, as all the survivors and zombies kept their distance from the intense fight. This was a battle that ordinary people and ordinary zombies couldn't participate in. Xiao Hen appeared beside Wen Qingling and made a neutral comment. Chong Boong may not have the height, strength, and defense of the rock man, but his speed and combat skills surpass him. He must have trained extensively. Wen Qingling also noticed the advantages and disadvantages of the two fighters. One has been fighting zombies all year round, while the other has been enjoying life in the base all day. The rock man has already lost in terms of honing his skills. No matter how powerful his ability was, it was useless if he couldn't master it proficiently. Xiao Hen asked, "Do you want to strengthen Shang County base?" Wen Qingling pondered and replied, "Don't you think the wilderness from Shang County to the South City is perfect for cultivation?" Xiao Hen smiled, "Not just that area, all the wilderness outside Ling City is suitable for cultivation." Relying solely on existing resources was not a long-term solution. Previously, they had no choice but to cultivate on a small scale within the base due to a lack of seeds. But now, with so many seeds available, it would be a waste not to engage in large-scale cultivation. As for ensuring the personal safety of the cultivators, it didn't need much consideration. As long as they were approved by Wen Qingling, they would naturally receive his protection. Wen Qingling asked, "Should I handle the situation at Yu County base, or will you go?" Xiao Hen responded, "I'll go. You stay here." Xiao Hen took Ji Rong, He Lin, and Shi Chong with him. Only the four of them would go to conquer Yu County base, which still had around 8 or 9,000 people. Chapter 87. Xiao Hen wasn't foolish. He knew that the four of them couldn't simply take down such a sizable base by using only their words. While their combat strength was more than sufficient, Wen Qingling desired the survivors within the base, not a base filled with corpses. Xiao Hen let out a roar, summoning half of the zombies in Yu County to gather around the base. This was the first time Xiao Hen had used his commanding ability as a general. The sensation of effortlessly controlling a vast army made him unconsciously crave more power and authority. Perhaps it was the yearning inherent in the bloodline of an 8th-level evolved being that Xiao Hen could clearly feel. Yu County was the most populous of the 3 counties, which meant it had the most zombies. Half of the zombies equated to 200,000 or 300,000, resembling a small-scale zombie tide. And this tide of zombies was under someone's control, encircling the entire base, not allowing anyone to escape. Shi Chong, with his straightforward nature, directly used his earth elemental ability to dismantle the base's walls, allowing the horde of zombies to pour in and surround the Yu County base. The survivors who had been living peacefully in the base for so long never expected to be besieged by a zombie tide. The entire base instantly descended into chaos, with people running and hiding everywhere, cries and screams filling the air. Xiao Hen, speechless. So far, the horde he controlled was perfect. Not a single zombie disobeyed his orders to attack people. What were these people running from? Wasn't there anyone who could observe the obedient zombies? Ji Rong began shouting, "Listen, everyone. Either join the Shang County base or become food for the zombies. You have 1 minute to decide. If there's no answer by the time is up, you'll all become zombie fodder." Ji Rong's shout had a distinct, Wen Qingling style, to it. Everyone in the Yu County base was at a loss. Was this supposed to be a multiple-choice question? Life or death? Was there even a need to choose? Even a strand of hair would know which one to choose. But could they really avoid death by joining Shang County base? Looking at the horrifying and terrifying zombies, the survivors felt their hearts race and their breaths shorten. They were on the verge of passing out. It was too terrifying, too ugly. Even in death, they couldn't accept becoming like that. They wanted to jump up and live for another 500 years. Wen Qingling had been focusing on Xiao Hen's side with his psychic power. Most of the powerful individuals from Yu County were estimated to be there. Those left in the base were mostly ordinary people, making it easy to take them down. While observing the ongoing battle, Wen Qingling shifted from standing to sitting. He crossed his legs, sitting on top of an off-road vehicle, leisurely watching the chaotic fight before him, utterly bored. Although Shang Shu was quite burly, he still guarded the off-road vehicle with his brothers, not allowing the frantic survivors to disturb their leader's rest. Even though they were weak, they were determined to protect their leader. As Wen Qingling watched the spectacle, he suddenly turned his head, looking toward a blind spot in his line of sight. A man with small eyes had hidden himself there, planning to ambush from behind. However, he was easily discovered. Sun Shiji's eyes flashed with ferocity, and both guns opened fire simultaneously. Wen Qingling waved his hand, and Sun Shiji felt his arms uncontrollably turn, aiming all the bullets toward his own people. Several people fell to the ground, and a bullet even hit the back of the rockman. Niu Liangguo couldn't believe it and roared, "Sun Shiji!" His full-body petrification ability was already highly taxing. The longer it lasted, the weaker his rock defense became. Sun Shiji's sudden attack easily pierced through his rock protection, causing him unbearable pain, almost losing control of his petrified form. Momentarily distracted, when Niu Liangguo regained his focus, a metallic spear was already at his nose. He quickly turned his face, and the spear grazed his rocky face, leaving behind a sharp sound. Immediately after, a heavy metal shield smashed toward his face. The rock defense was indeed strong, and Chong Boong knew that he couldn't harm Niu Liangguo in the short term. However, he didn't give up and kept attacking the surface of the rock. Each of Chong Boong's attacks accelerated the depletion of Niu Liangguo's ability. His ability would eventually be exhausted, while Chong Boong only consumed physical strength. His ability had hardly been depleted, and it was already clear who would win. As the Rockman fell, Chong Boong didn't give him a chance to catch his breath. He relentlessly attacked, striking a series of blows. Finally, the metal spear pierced through the rock surface, deeply penetrating the Rockman's chest. Sun Shiji attempted to ambush Wen Qingling but found himself spinning in place under his ability, unable to hit his target. Instead, he managed to knock down his own allies with every attack. Wen Qingling signaled for Chong Boong to speak, and he understood. He shouted loudly, "Listen, anyone willing to join Shang County base will not be killed." The surviving individuals who had held on until now hesitated. They came to plunder supplies but ended up fighting zombies all the way. They hadn't seen a single grain of food, and there was that person sitting on top of the vehicle. His target was too large, and no one could harm him, let alone approach him. There were too many roaming zombies, making it impossible to advance. Sun Shiji angrily roared, "Don't believe them. They want to kill all of us. Kill them all." His voice abruptly stopped as he looked down at his chest, where a dark wooden spike had pierced through. Wen Qingling's cold voice echoed, "Believe it or not, it's up to you. If you don't believe, continue killing until there's no one left. Even without you, there's still the entire Yu County base, and there are plenty of people there." At this moment, Miao Bo suddenly spoke up, "Stop, don't fight anymore. Yu County base is no more. The people inside are willing to join the Shang County base. Why are you still struggling? Do you find life too long?" Someone shouted, "Impossible, Yu County base couldn't have been destroyed." Miao Bo scolded, "Open your eyes and look around you. We've been fighting all this time, can any of you get any closer?" Gradually, everyone stopped their actions. The vicious biting zombies also ceased and obediently retreated to the side. The survivors were all shocked. What was the matter with these zombies? Were they intentionally targeting them? Someone attempted to swing their blade again, but the obedient zombies let out a roar and continued attacking. The person immediately dropped their weapon, and the enraged zombies quieted down. This discovery left everyone pale. What's the matter with these zombies? Miao Bo looked at Wen Qingling, and he nodded slightly, indicating that it didn't matter. It could be said openly since there were already too many people who knew he could control zombies. He didn't care about having more of them. Miao Bo said, "As you can see, we have someone who can control zombies on our side. All the zombies are under Dr. Wen's control. Why are you still fighting? Continuing will only lead to death." Miao Bo used "we." He had already decided to stand with Wen Qingling. Previously, he had hesitated about joining Chong Boong's Shang County base, but now it seemed there was no need to hesitate. Even Chong Boong had chosen to follow Wen Qingling. What reason did they have to hesitate? They were following not Chong Boong but rather following Wen Qingling in a different form. The facts were right in front of them, so why would they keep fighting? How could they possibly defeat someone who could control zombies? Unless they could eliminate all the zombies, they wouldn't even have a chance to get close. Everyone dejectedly dropped their weapons. They seriously doubted whether staying inside the closed base for too long had made them unaware of people who could control zombies outside. To think that someone could control zombies was simply unimaginable. Miao Bo reassured, "Rest assured, the Shang County base will be your new way out, definitely offering more development prospects than the Yu County base." Someone snorted, "Does Shang County base have a food storage?" Miao Bo chuckled, "How long do you think Yu County base's food storage can last? Others might not know, but don't you know? Once the food runs out, what will you do? Stay in the base and wait to starve to death?" A survivor said, "When there's a will, there's a way. The leader will surely find a solution." Miao Bo scoffed, "Nonsense. Just look at your leader, he's already lying there. I once suggested to him to try farming, but his response was that there were too many zombies outside, and no one was willing to go out. Going outside was like seeking death. He also said there wasn't much food to begin with, so there was no extra food to waste in the fields, and he asked me not to bring it up again. Fine, I won't bring it up. Let's just sit here, eat up the resources, and wait for death together." Miao Bo raised his voice, "You're lucky to encounter Dr. Wen. He intends to use the food as seeds for cultivation. When the crops grow, we'll harvest even more food. Everyone will have land and food. Are you still afraid of starving to death? With a safe and reliable base, a stable income, and enough to eat without going hungry, what more could you ask for in the apocalypse? Someone muttered, it's easy for them to say. Trying to cultivate in this kind of environment is not that simple. It's just wishful thinking, making empty promises. Who would believe such nonsense? Wen Qingling's voice turned cold and clear, don't misunderstand. Shang County Base is not a garbage dump. They don't accept just anyone. They have their standards. People like you might not be up to their standards. Wen Qingling continued, Leader Chong, let them have a taste. We don't need the trash. If they want to go back, let them go. It's a waste of time. Chong Boong chuckled, speechless. Chong Boong almost burst out laughing, sure. Everyone. Speechless. If they couldn't enter the Shang County Base, it meant they were considered trash. Although they maintained a reluctant attitude, their hearts had already been moved. Regardless of whether Miao Bo was making empty promises, the idea of the base was very appealing to them. They didn't ask for much, just a stable life without facing death and hunger every day would be enough for them. They pretended to be unwilling, but they were already considering their own interests. Wen Qingling saw through their little schemes, but he didn't mind. He put the offer out there, confident that they would join. Xiao Hen appeared next to Wen Qingling, startling the surviving scoundrels who were lucky enough to still be alive. Who were these people? Why did they all have the demeanor of big shots? Xiao Hen said, the base is ready, and we can depart for Shang County anytime. The scoundrels, who were just complaining moments ago, fell silent. Well, they had no other choice. Since everyone in the base was leaving, they could only follow suit. With nearly 10,000 people, there weren't enough vehicles to accommodate them. Even if the base had vehicles, they couldn't take everyone. Most of them would have to travel on foot, and the journey would undoubtedly be dangerous. They needed someone to protect them. The protectors had to be strong enough to handle the wandering zombies along the way. It seemed that the responsibility would fall on Wen Qingling or Xiao Hen. Xiao Hen didn't decline and agreed to take on the role. Today wasn't suitable for a long journey, so Xiao Hen instructed everyone to return to the base and pack their things. They would set off early the next morning at dawn, hoping to arrive at Shang County Base before nightfall. Nighttime was the most dangerous time. Although Xiao Hen wasn't worried about being attacked by zombies, he had to be cautious of various mutant creatures and plant attacks. If they could travel during the day, they should avoid traveling at night. Chapter 88. Wen Qingling returned to Ling City when it was already dark. After taking a walk and getting a rough idea of Ling City's construction, he started building the city walls of the central city upon his return. The central city wall was 15 meters high and had a longer perimeter than the inner city and the core city. After resting for a night, by noon the next day, Wen Qingling's wood-based abilities had fully recovered. He energetically began building the outer city wall as well. The height of the outer city wall was the same as the core city wall, 20 meters. Moreover, the four directions of the outer city wall were built more carefully and solidly, with 4 outpost cities serving as the main fortresses protecting the entire civilized city. These fortresses couldn't be taken lightly. Wen Qingling used almost all of his wood-based abilities in the construction of the outer city wall. The grand scale and magnificent architecture impressed all the civilized zombies. In addition to the outer city wall, Wen Qingling divided the civilized city into 4 directional cities: East City, West City, South City, and North City, using cross-shaped inner city walls. The core city remained as a whole without directional divisions, while the inner city, central city, and outer city were divided into 4 directional cities. For example, the inner city was divided into East Inner City, West Inner City, South Inner City, and North Inner City. Each directional city had gates and small outpost cities to prevent mixed residency among the residents of different directional cities. In each of the 4 directions, there were 3 sub-city masters and 1 directional city master. The sub-city masters were responsible for managing their own cities and reported to the directional city masters. The directional city masters could handle all affairs within their own directional cities, not limited to the civilized city but also including external matters under their jurisdiction. Important decisions were sent to the chief city master, Wen Qingling, in the core city. Whether Wen Qingling personally handled these matters concerning the civilized city was another matter, but this was the overall plan. All the architectural planning of the civilized city was based on the existing foundation of Ling City. Dirty and damaged buildings were cleaned and repaired. Wen Qingling wanted the civilized city to be not only civilized in spirit but also in appearance. With the tall city walls separating them, the gathered zombies had no choice but to continue migrating outward. The outer city wall of the civilized city extended beyond Wen Qingling's originally planned area. The 4 large suburban areas that were initially designated for zombies were all included within the outer city, becoming part of it. The 4 suburban areas had many villa districts and residential areas with more open spaces. Wen Qingling desired these empty spaces for planting as it was more convenient within the city. In addition to the enclosed suburban areas within the outer city, Wen Qingling also planned to enclose areas outside the outer city as planting zones. With this, the total area of the civilized city would be larger than the original Ling city, capable of accommodating a larger population. If developed, it would definitely become a prosperous supercity. Regarding the planning of the planting zones, Wen Qingling intended to tilt them towards the south. The south had Shang County, and the distance from Ling City to Shang County could be developed into a planting zone. The best way was to build a fence, not too high, just enough to block ordinary zombies. Constructing a fence from Ling City to Shang County was a massive project, and it wasn't something that Wen Qingling could handle alone. Since Shang County wanted to rely on Ling City, they had to figure out their own solutions. Otherwise, Wen Qingling couldn't guarantee the safety of those coming from Shang County. He wasn't someone's bodyguard who could protect everyone 24/7. After completing their escort mission and returning from Shang County base to Ling City, Xiao Hen and the others saw numerous zombies roaming the wilderness halfway on their journey. As they continued forward, the number of zombies increased. When they arrived at the south suburban area, looking at the towering city walls before them, all 4 of them were dumbfounded. They had only been away for a day and a night, yet Ling City had completely transformed. It truly reflected Wen Qingling's style of swift and decisive action. The city was built without delay. On the sturdy gates of the outpost cities, the words, South Gate, were inscribed, while the main city gate displayed, Civilized City. The gates of the outpost cities and the main city gate were all wide open, unguarded, and occasionally zombies wandered out from inside. Xiao Han knew that Wen Qingling had likely just finished building the city walls, and the zombies inside had not been expelled. Most importantly, there weren't many civilized zombies residing in the civilized city yet. Wen Qingling had only established the framework of the plan. As soon as Xiao Hen and the others returned, they were summoned by Wen Qingling for a meeting. The meeting discussed the construction of the civilized city and its surroundings, as well as Wen Qingling's general plan for the civilized city. Apart from Xiao Hen and his parents, the sisters and blood corps were also present, along with some capable civilized zombies promoted by Wen Qingling through observation. They had no objections to Wen Qingling's plan. The only one who had an objection was the blood corps, as he wanted to become one of the 4 directional city masters. There were 4 directional city masters who governed the 4 directions, and they held the highest positions below the city master. They could be considered as ranking above everyone else. No matter how Wen Qingling and the sisters looked at the blood corpse, they didn't think he was suitable to be a directional city master. Apart from him, even the sisters felt the same way. The blood corpse was unhappy. This is racial discrimination. Why is it that others can be directional city masters, but I can't? Xiao Hen mercilessly replied, being a directional city master requires intelligence. Do you possess that? The blood corpse became furious and shouted that he wanted to fight Xiao Hen one-on-one. East City is my territory. Not only did you arbitrarily include my East City in the civilized city, but you also won't let me be a directional city master. You are going too far. Wen Qingling said, governance through culture and martial prowess. You can't handle governance through culture, and as for martial prowess, it's a bit worrying. The blood corpse shouted, Wen Qingling. Wen Qingling stopped him from shouting loudly. How about this? Besides having a directional city master, a directional chief general, and deputy chief generals, each directional city will also have a city master, chief generals, and deputy generals responsible for civil and military affairs. How about you become the deputy chief general of the East Directional City? You will be in charge of military strength. This was the highest position that Wen Qingling could offer him. Given the blood corpse's rebellious temperament, Wen Qingling was afraid he would cause trouble, and he also worried that the East Directional City's chief general might not be able to control him. The blood corpse hesitated for a moment and said, why am I not the East commander? Wen Qingling glanced at him and replied, you can only be a vice commander. Being a commander requires more than just strength, you also need to have a brain. The blood corpse. He felt like Wen Qingling was insulting him, but he had no evidence. Xiao Hen frowned slightly. In his opinion, the blood corpse lacked the ability to be the vice commander of the East region. He didn't see him as a managerial talent, and placing him in an important but unsuitable position would inevitably lead to problems. Having an unreliable vice commander would only burden the East commander. The blood corpse shifted his gaze and looked at Xiao Hen, asking, what is his position? Wen Qingling replied, Grand Marshal, in charge of all military forces in the civilization city. The blood corpse was shocked and then exploded in anger, so I have to be under him. Why, when I was in Ling City, he didn't even know where he was. Why should he suppress me? Wen Qingling was annoyed by his outburst, clenched his fists, and wanted to teach him a lesson. Suddenly, Xiao Hen spoke up, in addition to the 4 city masters and 4 commanders, why don't we establish 4 corps commanders? They will be in charge of the 4 directions of zombies. The position of the 4 corps commanders will be equivalent to that of the 4 commanders, and they will be led by the level 6 evolved leaders. Xiao Hen glanced at Blood Corpse and continued, although Blood Corpse is not a leader, his strength is equivalent to a leader, so he can be the corps commander of the East region. Tiantian and Xin Xin can be the corps commanders of the West region. How does that sound? After Xiao Hen finished speaking, he asked for Wen Qingling's opinion. With so many wandering zombies in Ling City, a leader was necessary. This arrangement would provide a solution for the Blood Corpse and the sisters, giving them something to do. Blood Corpse preferred to be with zombies rather than dealing with civilized zombies and humans. When he heard that the position of the 4 corps commanders was equivalent to that of the 4 commanders, it sounded like a high-ranking position. Blood Corpse was satisfied with it. Having resolved Blood Corpse's complaints, Wen Qingling looked at the sisters and asked, what do you think? Tiantian replied, we will follow the arrangement. Xin Xin added, indeed, we are more suitable for being with zombies. With everyone in agreement, Wen Qingling immediately confirmed the decision to add the positions of the 4 corps commanders. Now the West and East regions had corps commanders, but the positions for the South and North regions were still vacant. Wen Qingling quickly remembered the little girl who was left in Wrong City to watch the airport but shook his head rapidly. It was better not to torment each other, she should stay there honestly and watch the airport. Leaders should be easier to find than generals. Wen Qingling temporarily had no candidates for the 4 city masters, but there were candidates for the 4 commanders. He appointed Ji Rong as the East commander. The East commander and East corps commander would inevitably have contact with each other. Ji Rong's strength was not inferior to Blood Corpse, so let the 2 of them torment each other. These 3 members of Xiao Hen's team had both strength and intelligence, making them top talents in the human army. Wen Qingling wouldn't waste their potential and said, Shi Chong, you will be the West commander. Shi Chong promptly responded, understood. Wen Qingling continued, He Lin, you will be the South commander. He Lin was taken aback. He knew his own abilities and was clearly unfit for the position of South commander. Wen Qingling reassured him, your abilities are sufficient, don't worry about your strength. I will ask the Research Institute to expedite their research and see if there's any way to enhance your abilities. He Lin nodded in agreement. Wen Qingling turned to Xiao Hen and said, you will temporarily assume the position of North commander until we find a suitable candidate. What else could Xiao Hen do besides nod? He now suspected that the reason Wen Qingling didn't let him leave Ling City was to exploit him and use him as a workhorse. With limited manpower, Wen Qingling temporarily assigned the positions of the South and East regions to Xiao Hen and himself, respectively, while he oversaw the West and North regions. The officers promoted from the zombie army were assigned as sub-commanders in the South and East regions. The 3 major sub-city masters of the South region and the 3 major sub-city masters of the East region were all appointed by Wen Qingling himself. They were all veterans of the civilization base, with backgrounds that were not simple as humans. Having their help in governing the newly established civilization city was the best outcome. Whether it was the 4 city masters, sub-city masters, commanders, or sub-commanders, all the candidates had to be civilized zombies. Humans were too complicated, and zombies were simpler in comparison. Wen Qingling felt more at ease with civilized zombies. Needless to say, the 4 corps commanders are more than capable, not to mention humans. With the position settled, it was time to address the construction issues between the South City and the Shang County base. This was not something Wen Qingling could discuss on his own. He had to meet with the Shang County representatives. Considering that Shang County was likely in chaos at the moment, Wen Qingling decided to wait and approach Chongboang later. For now, the most important task was to organize and tidy up the civilization city. After the positions were assigned, Wen Qingling felt a sense of relief. He spent his days running to the research lab, pushing for progress, and exploring the outskirts of the outer city, contemplating how to develop the planting area. The planting area was currently overgrown with knee-high weeds and numerous decorative trees. Apart from the necessary trees, everything else needed to be cleared. Wen Qingling, being an earth element ability user, could promote plant growth and drain the vitality of plants, causing them to wither. However, simply withering the weeds and decorative trees was not enough. The land needed to be cultivated and the roots removed to prepare for planting. At times like these, Wen Qingling especially missed the plowing machine. Since they didn't have one, he had to make use of Shichong, transforming him into a humanoid plowing machine. Shichong, who was already suffering, wandered around the planting area of the South City every day, using his ability to till the land. When the land in the South City planting area was ready, Wen Qingling called upon the civilized zombies to help with sowing. Wheat, corn, dry rice, soybeans, mung beans, red beans, black beans, and more were all planted, regardless of their habits or the season. They continued until the planting area of the South City was completely filled. Just when the civilized zombies thought they could finally rest, Wen Qingling unleashed a powerful earth element ability, resulting in a bountiful harvest in the entire planting area of the South City. The ground was covered in golden crops, ready for harvesting. All the civilized zombies, speechless. Could they even have a moment of rest? No one could withstand the devastation caused by the city lord. Fortunately, they were no longer human. Otherwise, they would surely be exhausted. While Xiao Hen and the others were busy organizing the civilization city, the planting area in the South City was already experiencing a great harvest. The civilized zombies had to wield various knives and stoop to harvest the crops. Their postures were awkward, and their movements slow, clearly lacking professionalism. As Wen Qingling faced the golden field and the hard-working harvesters, he contemplated the need for agricultural machinery. Relying solely on manpower was too slow and wasted both energy and time. Whether it was due to the environment or the influence of Wen Qingling's abilities, the wheat and rice spikes were 2 to 3 times larger than before the apocalypse. The corn cobs were even more astonishing, each one as long as a forearm, with 5 or 6 cobs on each cornstalk. The corn kernels were plump and juicy. Wen Qingling intentionally left some unripened. Standing in the cornfield and looking up, Wen Qingling sadly realized that he wasn't as tall as the cornstalks. The cornstalks were tall and robust. After some thought, he grabbed a few cornstalks, roots and all, and tied them to the top of a car. He planned to bring them all back. It had been a long time since he had fresh corn and almost forgot the taste. This time, he wanted to eat his fill. With a green rooftop, he attracted quite a few curious looks along the way. People wondered why the city lord wanted cornstalks. Wouldn't it be easier to bring just the cobs? Zhang Lan was preparing lunch when she saw Wen Qingling dragging a few green cornstalks inside. Zhang Lan came out of the kitchen in surprise and said, "Son, what are you doing?" Wen Qingling had a languid expression but a gleam in his eyes. "I want to eat corn." Kui Bao, wearing a little outfit, jumped down from the second floor and circled around the cornstalks a few times. It then leaned over and sniffed, its crimson eyes filled with disdain. Clearly, it didn't meet its dietary requirements. Zhang Lan's face expressed, "Is my son an idiot?" She said, "Just remove the corn cobs. Why did you bring the whole stalk? Are you planning to eat the stalk too?" Wen Qingling pondered for a moment. "Can't the stalk be eaten?" Zhang Lan instantly transformed into a roaring lion. "Of course not. Did you participate in fake farm activities when you were a child? Do you have no common sense? Corn is what you eat, not the cornstalk." They both grew up in the city. If Wen Qingling hadn't participated in farm activities as a child, he probably couldn't even differentiate between garlic chives and wheat seedlings. But because his parents often took him to these activities, he knew how strawberries grew and where food came from. He had witnessed and participated in these processes, so he understood the steps. Wen Qingling looked serious. "Can't it be eaten for real?" Zhang Lan choked for a moment, realizing that their current living conditions were not like before the apocalypse. Many people didn't have anything to eat, and in extreme hunger, they wouldn't even care about fresh cornstalks, they would eat tree bark. Zhang Lan changed her tone. How about you taste it then? Wen Qingling nodded and grabbed a knife. He cut off the base, removed the leaves, and peeled the husk, revealing the smooth cornstalk. He peeled it like sugarcane and took a bite of the pith. With a crack sound, it was quite crisp. Wen Qingling chewed and spat out some fibers, then took another bite. Zhang Lan had been waiting for his evaluation, but he was too busy eating. She asked, "How is it? How does it taste?" Wen Qingling cut off a piece with his knife and handed it to his mother. He replied, "It's sweet, and it has a lot of moisture." Zhang Lan imitated Wen Qingling's expression and took a bite herself. She was immediately shocked. Doubtful, she carefully examined what she was eating. Was it cornstalk or sugarcane? Zhang Lan said, "This is cornstalk. Why is it so sweet? And why is there so much juice? Did it transform into sugarcane?" Wen Qingling shook his head. It should be a mutation. When Wen Zheng and Xiao Hen returned, they saw Wen Qingling and Zhang Lan sitting on the couch eating something. There were leftovers on the coffee table. Both of them were surprised, but their astonishment grew when they realized what they were eating. Wen Zheng dryly remarked, "Has our family become so impoverished that you're eating cornstalks?" Zhang Lan didn't have time to respond. She raised her chin and said, "It's delicious. Try it." Wen Zheng and Xiao Hen were skeptical but picked up a piece and took a bite. They were immediately amazed by the sweet juice. It was abundant and sweet, but different from the sweetness of sugarcane. The sweetness of the cornstalk was clear and refreshing. They had never tasted anything like it before, and it was truly delicious. Xiao Hen had been very busy during this period, managing the entire civilized city. Wen Zheng helped out, and whenever he returned to eat, he brought Xiao Hen with him. The family had gotten used to setting an extra place for Xiao Hen. After finishing a piece, Xiao Hen praised, "It's indeed delicious." After corn ripens, the moisture in the cornstalk should be significantly reduced. It's a waste to lose this deliciousness. Wen Qingling shook his head. It won't be lost. Having personally seen it, Wen Qingling knew that when corn ripened, the leaves withered, but the cornstalks remained a deep green color, with plenty of moisture inside. To confirm, the four of them quickly finished their lunch and drove to the cultivation area on the southern outskirts of the city. They planned to taste the ripened cornstalks themselves. Fresh corn was incredibly delicious, tender, and sweet. Even though the cornstalks were large, each of them had one. After consuming a large ear of corn, they didn't eat much of the other dishes. They were too full. When the three of them followed Wen Qingling to the cultivation area, they were amazed by the sight before them. It was all golden. There were numerous civilized zombies harvesting the crops, but compared to the vast expanse of crops, the population seemed scarce. During this period, except for Wen Qingling's leisure, everyone else was busy. Xiao Hen was particularly occupied, and Wen Zheng helped him manage the work. Zhang Lan was responsible for transforming decayed zombies with potential identities. Everyone was busy, unaware that Wen Qingling had silently created such a large farmland outside the city. Wen Zheng stared blankly, his gaze at Wen Qingling changed. "You rushed the ripening process all at once. Did you consider the issue of harvesting?" Wen Qingling remained silent. At that time, he really hadn't thought about it. However, he didn't dare say it to avoid exposing his lack of agricultural knowledge. Wen Zheng sighed, "Fortunately, there's rarely rain after the apocalypse. If it rained, all the crops would be completely ruined." Wen Qingling tried to salvage the situation. I didn't expect it to rain." Wen Zheng glared at him. "Do you think it's just about the rain? Go and see the legumes yourself." Wen Zheng brought Wen Qingling to the soybean field to let him see. The soybean pods were larger than normal, and the plants were taller. They were covered with plump, rounded soybean pods. All the plants were ripe, and the ground was covered in yellow. Because they were fully mature, the plants were fragile, and the soybeans easily fell off. Wen Zheng said, "Do you see? If legumes ripen too much, this happens. You can't touch them, the beans will fall off. How can we harvest them?" The harvested plants were empty husks, and the actual beans had fallen to the ground. Did they have to pick them up one by one? Moreover, many pods had already burst open on their own, and the beans inside had disappeared. Wen Qingling silently watched, fully realizing his mistake. Wen Qingling said, "Let's harvest like this for now. We don't need to pick up the fallen beans. Just turn the soil over, and I'll accelerate ripening again. This time, I'll pay attention to the timing. Wen Zheng taught him, accelerate the ripening until the leaves fall and the stalks turn yellow. Wen Qingling agreed and took them to cut a mature cornstalk. After peeling off the husk, the four of them shared it. As expected, the juice was still abundant. The ripened cornstalks had a slightly sweeter taste than the fresh ones. With this discovery, when harvesting corn, they could keep the cornstalks. The corn leaves could be given to the mutant cows and sheep as fodder. Domesticated mutant poultry and livestock had to return to their instincts. They shouldn't eat things they weren't supposed to. Since they were cows and sheep, they should eat grass properly, and they should avoid meat. Watching the busy figures harvesting, Xiao Hen said, "It won't work without agricultural machinery. Relying solely on manual labor is not efficient." Wen Qingling had also been considering this problem. "I will go find some agricultural machinery. It might not be impossible to find agricultural machinery in the towns below, but the supply of diesel fuel would be a big problem. Since the apocalypse, most of the gas stations had run dry. In this era where human lives were worthless, no one expected anyone to extract crude oil and deliver it to various gas stations again. Didn't the central megacity already develop crystal nuclear energy?" Chapter 89. Thinking about the fact that humans need to hunt zombies in large quantities to provide energy for weapons, Wen Qingling couldn't help but frown. Although he needed zombie crystal nuclei to enhance his strength, he hadn't hunted zombies on a large scale since becoming a zombie himself, except for the time he fought against the general. The zombies that died at his hands were all foolish enough to attack him first. The idea of learning to use crystal nuclei energy like the central mega city was beyond Wen Qingling's capabilities. He would rather go and extract oil. Places with oil fields are too far away from Ling City. Relying on oil is not a good solution after all. Without diesel, crystal nuclei energy couldn't be used, leaving only two options: primitive farming methods and Earth-type ability users. Wen Qingling pondered, rubbing his chin. Earth-type ability users were very useful. They could till the soil faster than a plowing machine and didn't require diesel. The Earth's energy they consumed would replenish itself after resting. If there weren't a scarcity of ability users, Wen Qingling really wanted to hire a group of Earth-type ability users for farming. For now, he could only try to find agricultural machinery and diesel as much as possible. If he couldn't find them, the only option would be to train mutant cows to plow the fields. Wen Qingling had people start harvesting beans and spread them out on a flat square to dry. He also had Shi Chong help with tilling the soil, burying the fallen beans back into the ground, and ripening them once again, strictly following the instructions from his birth father. The beans did not split open again this time, and the harvest was definitely going to be greater than the first time. The cultivation area in South City was large, with many crops. Xiao Hen had to temporarily halt other construction in the civilized city and have people come over to harvest the crops before continuing with the construction. Wen Qingling delegated these matters to Xiao Hen and drove to the Shang County base to discuss the issues of the walls in the cultivation area with Chong Boong. During this period of time, Shang County had undergone earth-shattering changes. Now, there was only the Shang County base, as Chong Boong had brought all the small and large organizations under his control. When Wen Qingling arrived at Shang County, he saw a crowded scene of survivors. The base was extremely crowded, with small tents and makeshift huts everywhere, giving a shabby and chaotic appearance. When Wen Qingling found Chong Boong, he was leading Earth-type ability users in expanding the walls. When he turned and saw Wen Qingling, Chong Boong was pleasantly surprised. "Dr. Wen." "No, Lord Wen, why do you have time to come to Shang County?" The recent happenings in Ling City couldn't be hidden from the surrounding survivors, and Chong Boong was well aware of it. Moreover, the appearance of the civilized city was so large that it could be seen from afar. Wen Qingling's gaze swept over several Earth-type ability users and asked, "How many people are there in the base now?" Chong Boong had a beaming smile. Thanks to Lord Wen, the Shang County base now had nearly 15,000 people. Wen Qingling shook his head. "You can gather all the survivors around Ling City and bring all the survivors in the entire land province under your control to form a super-large survivor base." Upon hearing these words, Chong Boong and the other high-level members of the Shang County base were all in a dreamlike state, thinking they were hallucinating. To gather all the survivors from dozens of prefecture-level cities, hundreds of county-level cities, nearly 1,000 towns, and establish control over the entire land province, Did they think they hadn't died fast enough? With just over 10,000 people in the Shang County base, the chances of taking control of all the survivors in Lan Province were almost zero. Chong Boong, speechless. No, I can't. Chong Boong was terrified, and even his smile was about to collapse. Lord Wen, are you serious? Wen Qingling looked at him calmly and finally found someone even more disheartened than himself. He earnestly advised, a person should have lofty ideals. As a human, you can't always think about being a salted fish. Even if it can't be achieved in the short term, it will eventually be realized. You have to take action and not be lazy. Chong Boong, speechless. Is this about being a salted fish and laziness? This feat was beyond his wildest dreams, let alone realizing it. It completely exceeded his imagination. His legs were weak, his heart trembled, and even his soul was trembling. Wen Chu managed to remain relatively calm and wasn't as hopeless as her boyfriend. She took 2 deep breaths before speaking. Lord Wen, our capabilities are limited. Building a base for 10,000 people is already a significant achievement. The chances of taking control of all the survivors in Lan Province are very slim, and we can't do it. Moreover, Wen Chu glanced at the chaotic base. Moreover, our base is too small. It's already overcrowded with just over 10,000 people. It's hard to imagine what would happen if we tried to accommodate all the survivors in Lan Province. With a sudden increase in population, food shortage becomes severe, and nearby mutant animals have almost been hunted to extinction. When people can't eat their fill or live in warmth, they are more prone to chaos. If the people who came from the Yu County base weren't afraid of Wen Qingling and Xiao Hen, they would have probably rebelled by now. Even so, they were filled with complaints and threw all the difficult problems to their leader, wanting to enjoy the benefits without making any effort. Wen Qingling looked at Chong Boong, and Chong Boong immediately said, "There will always be chaos in the beginning, give me some time, and I can organize things." He had promised this himself. Wen Qingling had already helped them solve the major issues, and the rest were minor problems. Chong Boong couldn't let Wen Qingling doubt his abilities. Wen Qingling said, "You can move back to Shang County town." Ling City was a big city, and the 3 neighboring counties also had a considerable population. The city had developed well, with many tall buildings. If they could return to the county town, they wouldn't have to live in such a chaotic environment. Couldn't they repair the existing buildings? Everyone, speechless. They wanted to move back, but the zombies in the county town wouldn't allow it. If the zombie brothers were willing to give up the city, they wouldn't have established their base in a remote town away from the county. Chong Boong genuinely couldn't solve the zombie problem. There are at least several 100,000 zombies in Shang County town. We can't compete with them. Wen Qingling said, "That's simple. I can move the zombies from Shang County town to the outskirts of the civilized city. You can live in Shang County, and just like the civilized city, build a tall wall around it. From then on, Shang County will be your base." Upon hearing this, everyone almost jumped up with excitement. They had heard about Dr. Wen's ability to control zombie hordes, and they had considered the possibility of moving back to Shang County if Dr. Wen could help drive away the zombies. There were so many tall buildings and houses there, how could their lives be so chaotic? Someone noticed that Chong Boong and Wen Qingling seemed to have a good relationship and had asked Wen Qingling for help, but Chong Boong had refused. He knew that Wen Qingling was not an ordinary person, and he didn't want this matter to affect Wen Qingling's impression of him. He would rather personally lead people to expand the base than make such an unreasonable request. Chong Boong couldn't have imagined that Wen Qingling would bring it up himself. After a long silence, Chong Boong made up his mind and respectfully said to Wen Qingling, "Lord Wen, if you don't mind, our Shang County base is willing to become a subsidiary base of the civilized city. I, Chong Boong, and all the people in the Shang County base are ready to obey your commands at any time." Wen Qingling had a paralyzed expression, blinking his eyes repeatedly. "I don't need a subsidiary base. Besides, it was a human base. What could he do with it?" Chong Boong's expression stiffened, and he led Wen Qingling to the conference room to have a detailed discussion. The top leaders of the base, who were also Chong Boong's confidants, accompanied them. It was better not to discuss such matters in public. Chong Boong took a stand. "If our base becomes a subsidiary base of the civilized city, we are willing to contribute 50% of our total income to the civilized city every month." Wen Qingling looked at them skeptically. "You're so poor that you can't even eat, and you still have income. Everyone present, speechless. It was like rubbing salt on their wounds, not leaving them any face. Chong Boong said, Lord Wen may not know that the Ling City base used to earn a substantial amount of nuclei every day. Survivors outside the base who wanted to live in the base needed to obtain a residence permit, for which they had to pay nuclei. Renting a house also required nuclei. All these nuclei belonged to the base. Any activity within the base required taxation, and that was in the form of nuclei. Wen Qingling recalled that when he visited the Ling City base, the entrance fee alone was 10 ordinary nuclei. It was truly expensive. Wen Qingling hadn't managed a base seriously, so he wasn't aware of the intricate details. In his civilized base, he only collected nuclei during the conversion of decaying zombies and when purchasing blood anemone seeds. There didn't seem to be any other projects that required nuclei payments. The management methods of human bases were not suitable for civilized bases. After all, when Wen Qingling needed nuclei to improve his strength, the civilized zombies willingly handed over all their nuclei. But in a human base, if the leader needed nuclei to protect the base, who would voluntarily hand over their nuclei? It would probably be impossible to seize them either. Chong Boong continued, as long as we build the base perfectly and don't actively collect survivors, just by spreading the news about the base, there will be countless survivors flocking to us from far and wide. The base will become more and more prosperous, and the total income will increase. And the amount of nuclei we contribute to you will also increase. Wen Qingling, speechless. Oh no, he was starting to feel tempted. What should he do? Wen Qingling said, nuclei are required everywhere, does that mean killing a lot of zombies? Chong Boong quickly understood Wen Qingling's meaning from his words. While others regarded zombies as fierce beasts, Wen Qingling treated them as subordinates. With a single command, the zombie army followed his orders. Killing zombies would be equivalent to killing Wen Qingling's subordinates. Although it sounded unbelievable, it was the truth. This could be seen from how Wen Qingling prevented anyone from touching the zombies in the South City base. Chong Boong said, since the apocalypse began, who hasn't killed a few zombies for survival? Everyone surely has some nuclei deposits. If Lord Wen doesn't want nuclei, we can exchange them for something else, equivalent in value. Wen Qingling, speechless. No, he still needed nuclei. Zombies are just like humans. Just as humans can be good or bad, zombies can also be the same. Some zombies even dare to attack Wen Qingling. If they don't die, who will? Wen Qingling tried to maintain his composure and said, 50% might not be possible. We can help you escort the people from the Yu County base and clear the zombies in Shang County for you. We will also open up a planting area between Shang County and the civilized city. In that case, we would need 70% of the total income. Everyone was stunned. Did the lion's mouth open a bit too wide? All eyes turned to the leader, hoping that he would negotiate further with Lord Wen. However, Chong Boong readily agreed without hesitation, no problem. Lord Wen said 70%, then it's 70%. Everyone, speechless. Do you know how much of a bootlicker you look like? Chong Boong warned them with his gaze to maintain their composure. He was afraid that Lord Wen would change his mind. The more Lord Wen asked for, the more it showed that the Shang County base was valued. With the protection of the civilized city, the Shang County base would be worry-free. At least they wouldn't have to worry about being attacked by zombie tides, and they would even have a planting area. Chong Boong reacted, what kind of planting area? Wen Qingling replied, I will gather the zombies from the outskirts of the civilized city towards the east and west, freeing up the southern area. We can enclose the wilderness between the civilized city and Shang County with a wall and use it as a planting area. The specific size of the enclosure depends on how big you want it. You can cultivate and be self-sufficient in the planting area. Everyone was incredibly shocked. To live a self-sufficient and peaceful life like that, they didn't dare to even dream about it. In such an apocalypse, could they really achieve such a life? Wen Qingling said, if possible, you can recruit some plant or wood-based ability users to accelerate the maturation of crops. Everyone felt like they were living in a dream. Just the thought of a self-sufficient and peaceful life made them want to shed tears. If they could really live that way, what's the point of talking about percentages? Even if they gave Lord Wen 100%, so what? Someone murmured, can we really live that kind of life? They had lived like savages for too long. If they didn't go out hunting, they would go hungry. If they didn't collect supplies, they would go hungry. Seeing their longing faces, Wen Qingling decided to broaden their horizons and also bring the horde of zombies from Shang County back to the civilized city. As soon as Chong Boong heard that Lord Wen wanted to take them to see the planting area outside the civilized city, he immediately organized a group of people to observe and learn. When he heard that Lord Wen wanted to bring the zombies from Shang County to the civilized city, he left a few trusted subordinates behind to organize the move. Then, he let the Earth-based ability users prepare and get ready to build the city walls outside Shang County. The group of people drove to the civilized city. When they passed the majestic city wall, they couldn't help but be envious. After the convoy entered the city gate, they saw a scene of golden abundance. People were busy harvesting, transporting, and loading, and there were grains everywhere, a lot of them. The people from the Shang County base were completely stunned. The scene of busy farming in front of them seemed like an illusion, too unreal. They didn't know if what they were seeing was fake or if the bloody and brutal post-apocalyptic life they had been living was fake. They were in a daze, walking towards the fields and picking up a large ear of wheat, lost in their thoughts. Wen Qingling spoke up to bring them back to reality. Don't envy. Once your planting area is built, you will also have a bountiful harvest. Chong Boong was the first to regain his senses. His expression was solemn, his gaze determined. I will do my best to build the Shang County base well and not let Lord Wen down. Wen Qingling. It's not even his base, why would he be disappointed? At most, he just won't receive tribute. The people outside could only stop at the entrance of the outer city. After letting them see the bountiful harvest, Wen Qingling sent them back. Before leaving, Chong Boong asked Wen Qingling for a sheaf of wheat and rice, took a few corn stalks, and also grabbed a handful of bean plants before returning. He wanted the people from the Shang County base to see that their good days were approaching. If they worked together to manage the base well and develop the planting area, having enough food for everyone wouldn't be just a dream. With Lord Wen dispersing the horde of zombies, they no longer had to worry about being attacked while doing agricultural work. They could boldly venture out of the base. Chapter 90. Xiao Hen still didn't know that Wen Qingling had gone out and returned with a subsidiary base. He originally wanted to go to the Shang County base to find people, but unexpectedly ran into Wen Qingling in the outer city. So it ended so quickly. Xiao Hen was surprised. He thought that Wen Qingling would plan the scope and construction of the planting area together with Chong Boong. He didn't expect Wen Qingling to come back so soon. Wen Qingling replied, "It's just a few words. Do I have to help them build the city walls?" Xiao Hen was taken aback. Build city walls? Wen Qingling briefly explained the situation of the Shang County base to Xiao Hen. With the sudden increase in population, the base couldn't accommodate everyone, so he had to let them move to the county town of Shang County. Xiao Hen stared at him for a long time, and Wen Qingling asked, puzzled, "What are you looking at?" Xiao Hen smiled, a satisfied smile. "I didn't expect you to voluntarily help the Shang County base," Wen Qingling said with a pale face, "because they gave me a lot of crystal nuclei." Xiao Hen's satisfaction froze, speechless. Those guys from the Shang County base tempted his little zombies with crystal nuclei. Xiao Hen took a deep breath. It seemed that he was being delusional. He thought that Wen Qingling was getting closer to humans because he listened to his persuasion. He didn't expect it was all because of the crystal nuclei they offered. Xiao Hen laughed. He knew very well that Wen Qingling's help to the Shang County base wasn't solely for the crystal nuclei. Otherwise, when the Ling City base actively approached him and offered to hire him with crystal nuclei, he didn't budge. Therefore, the crystal nuclei were only secondary. Willingness was the main factor. Wen Qingling didn't understand why he was laughing. "Are you bored? Why are you wandering around the outer city?" Xiao Hen replied, "I came to find you. The research lab has made some progress, and old Zhu wants you to come and take a look." Wen Qingling's eyes instantly lit up. Without saying a word, he got in the car and headed toward the research lab. Xiao Hen, who was left behind, was helpless and had to drive his own car to catch up. The Western City Research Lab was now well established. This was a crucial research facility, and with the presence of the sisters, Wen Qingling was not worried about security issues. After Xiao Hen took over as the commander-in-chief of the civilized city, his first priority was to protect the research lab. He understood the significance of this place to civilized zombies and its attraction to humans. The research lab was important, and it was not excessive to have strict defense measures. Xiao Hen didn't have the confidence to think that he was the only spatial ability user in the world. If he could easily move equipment and empty the food supply, other spatial ability users who knew about the situation in the civilized city could easily steal the research data. Xiao Hen had to be cautious. When Wen Qingling and Xiao Hen arrived at the research lab, the 4 research assistants were delighted, but old Zhu was nowhere to be seen. Xiao Hen asked eagerly, "City Lord, as expected, we have finally researched the potion you wanted." Wen Qingling asked, "Where is old Zhu?" One of the assistants replied, "Old Zhu is still conducting research." Wen Qingling went to find old Zhu in the research lab. Through the transparent glass door, he saw old Zhu wearing a white lab coat, fully focused on his research. Wen Qingling stood outside for a while and didn't ring the bell. Wen Qingling turned his head and asked the 4 research assistants, "What kind of potion did you research?" "It's here, please have a look." Mu Yi led Wen Qingling and Xiao Hen to the adjacent research room and took out 3 test tubes containing different colored liquids from the refrigerator, 1 light red, 1 transparent colorless, and 1 bright red. Wen Qingling didn't understand, why were there 3 tubes? And 3 different colors? Mu Yi explained, the light red one is an antidote to the zombie virus. The detoxification component is extracted from the secretion of the blood anemone tentacles, suitable for humans infected with the zombie virus. Wen Qingling speechless. Was it that easy to research an antidote to the zombie virus? Did the central mega city struggle for 2 to 3 years, only to achieve nothing? What about the results? Mu Yi looked at their expressions and paused before saying, in old Zhu's words, if the formula and answer are given, even if the process is incorrect, it would be an insult to the white lab coat. Their research indeed had an advantage over central mega city. They already knew the effects of the blood anemones, so they only needed to search for useful components within it, which was much simpler than central mega city's aimless searching and experiments. Wen Qingling nodded slightly, understanding the situation. He said, "So the other 2 are what? Inferior products?" Mu Yi replied, "No, the colorless and transparent potion is a zombie virus vaccine. Its main components are extracted from the tentacles and surface of the blood anemone. This vaccine takes effect faster when injected compared to oral administration. However, considering the scarcity of resources in the post-apocalyptic world, old Zhu modified the vaccine to be taken orally. The injected vaccine takes effect immediately, while the oral vaccine requires half an hour to 2 hours, depending on individual constitution." Wen Qingling was puzzled. The blood anemone treatment involved both detoxification and antibodies, so there should be limitations when it came to potions. Otherwise, there would be no need to separate them. Wen Qingling asked, could the bright red potion be a zombie transformation agent? Wen Qingling didn't think they would research it so quickly. But indeed, they did. Mu Yi confirmed, indeed, it is a transformation agent for zombies. This one is suitable for transforming an ordinary zombie. The main component is the blood anemone's secretion. The more secretion from a blood anemone, the more transformation agent can be produced. It was truly a pleasant surprise. Despite Wen Qingling urging them every day, they managed to achieve 3 results in just over a month. Truly worthy of being national treasures in viral research. The 4 research assistants also felt helpless. They thought about their busy and futile work at the Central Mega City Research Institute. They spent their days either in experiments or on the way to experiments, but they hadn't achieved any results in over 2 years. And now, old Zhu had just woken up, and he had already produced 3 achievements. The researchers at Central Mega City would probably be crying in the restroom. Wen Qingling asked, have you tested the potions? We have tested the transformation agent, but we need to find human subjects for the detoxification agent and the vaccine. It seems a bit difficult to find humans within the civilized city. Old Zhu walked in. Wen Qingling held old Zhu in high regard and asked, how is the transformation agent's effect? Wen Qingling wasn't particularly interested in the detoxification agent and vaccine for humans. What he cared about most was the transformation agent for zombies. That was the most crucial achievement he had been eagerly waiting for. Old Zhu said, there's no perfect solution in the world. If you want to transform as many zombies as possible with the least amount of blood anemones, it can be achieved. However, the strength after transformation is not as good as directly consuming the blood anemone. The test subjects for the transformation agent are in the testing area. You can go and take a look. Wen Qingling and Xiao Hen followed old Zhu to a large sealed room. Inside, there were more than 10 people, all young men. They were chatting and their expressions were lively. Their attitudes were calm, and they didn't seem much different from humans. When they heard the door opening, they all stood up and looked gratefully at Old Zhu. Old Zhu introduced Wen Qingling and Xiao Hen to them, and they respectfully greeted them. Since waking up, they had been in the testing area, and the only people they saw regularly were Old Zhu and the 4 research assistants. They were unaware of the outside world. Xiao Hen carefully observed them. From their words and behavior, there was no sign of anything amiss. They seemed more natural than the civilized zombies transformed by consuming blood anemones. They were almost indistinguishable from humans. Wen Qingling also observed them closely, furrowing his brows lightly. He felt a very weak connection between himself and them, even though they were so close. If the distance were greater, would he still be able to sense such a faint blood connection? Wen Qingling asked, "When you mention their strength, what exactly do you mean?" Old Zhu explained, "I mean their overall physical qualities. The strength enhancement of civilized zombies who consume blood anemones goes far beyond scientific explanations. It's as if their bodies have been forcibly strengthened by some kind of energy. On the other hand, the transformation agent provides less energy, resulting in a lower degree of enhancement. So they don't have the strength comparable to 3rd-level evolved zombies but only possess the strength comparable to 1st-level evolved zombies. Of course, I'm not just talking about physical strength but a balanced overall quality." Wen Qingling questioned, "Are they still considered civilized zombies?" Their lively expressions and human-like behavior, coupled with the weak connection Wen Qingling felt with them, made him suspect that they were no longer civilized zombies but had become humans instead. Old Zhu said, "I don't know how you define civilized zombies. If it refers to any zombie that has undergone a transformation, then yes, they are. But if it's based on zombie behavior and infectiousness, then they may not be considered civilized zombies. When I was researching the transformation agent, I intentionally incorporated a detoxification component so that it can eliminate the zombie virus they carry during the transformation. Once the virus is cleared, they no longer pose a risk of infection." Wen Qingling and Xiao Hen were both shocked. Wen Qingling furrowed his brows and asked, "So are they humans then? Could it be that they accidentally created a potion that transforms zombies into humans?" Old Zhu shook his head and explained, "They are humans, but also not quite. Their cellular structure differs from that of humans. Human cells have a limited number of divisions, but their cells can continue to divide beyond the human limit and remain viable. At the moment, I haven't found the upper limit of their cell division, and their cells are filled with power. That's why their overall strength surpasses that of ordinary humans." He continued, "Moreover, their cell division is highly regular, and their cells possess immense energy. The chances of free cells attacking regular cells and causing pathological changes are greatly reduced. In other words, their lifespan will be much longer than that of humans, and they are less prone to illness. Unhealthy cells also have difficulty attacking healthy regular cells. They should be well suited for the current unstable environment." Old Zhu added, "I forgot to mention that the detoxification agent, vaccine, and transformation agent are all designed for ordinary zombies. They won't be effective against evolved zombies because the virus in evolved zombies is different. Their virus is stronger, more destructive, and harder to detoxify. The detoxification agent and vaccine for evolved zombies require more time for research. As for the transformation agent for evolved zombies, in simple terms, increasing the dosage would work, but that dosage might require an entire blood anemone. So I suggest that for transforming evolved zombies, it's better to use blood anemone directly. Since they are still considered civilized zombies, using blood anemones would be more effective. Let's not burden the research lab further. Oh, we're short on manpower, and time saving is the most important factor." Wen Qingling and Xiao Hen listened in silence. Wen Qingling thought, "Is this the future development trend of zombies?" Xiao Hen thought, "Is this the future development trend of humans?" Old Zhu calmly dropped a bombshell, "If we insist on defining them, then they should be the true, new humans." Wen Qingling. Did his mutated zombie blood actually create new humans? Is he truly the leader of zombies? Xiao Hen had always believed that there would come a day like this, but he didn't expect it to happen so suddenly. However, he didn't feel the ecstatic joy he had imagined. Perhaps it was because the people who needed saving were no longer around. Instead, he felt fortunate for making the right choice. Xiao Hen looked at these true, new humans, not the counterfeit ones created by Xu Shengfei, and asked Old Zhu, do they possess human emotions? Old Zhu looked at him strangely and replied, I think that's beyond my area of expertise. Shouldn't you find a psychologist or emotion expert for that? Xiao Hen looked at Wen Qingling, actually wanting to ask Old Zhu if there was still a possibility for Wen Qingling to regain human emotions. But before Xiao Hen could ask, Old Zhu said, don't bother looking. He is an exception. There is only one perfect mutant in the whole world like him. I have studied his blood, and there are many questions that even I cannot answer. However, I can confirm one thing. His blood, after being infected with the zombie virus and fused with ability powers, has undergone a mutation. Especially the wood-type ability power, which makes his blood akin to a seed. With just a drop of blood, no matter how severe the injury, he can revive using external energy. Xiao Hen. No wonder his blood can grow blood anemones. It's like a seed, isn't it? Old Zhu continued, instead of hoping for him to regain human emotions, you should consider him as a plant. Have you ever seen a plant with emotions? Xiao Hen. Xiao Hen couldn't accept this analogy. He was clearly a person, so how could he be considered a plant? Even if he fused with the wood-type ability power, he was not a plant. He was certain that the day he regains human emotions will come. Wen Qingling wore a wooden expression on his face and said, I'm still here. Can you show me a little respect? The predecessor of zombies was at least a human. Am I not even that anymore? Old Zhu solemnly replied, your composition is more complex. Wen Qingling. Chapter 91. Wen Qingling said, according to what you said, is the reason why the strength of civilized zombies cannot continue to improve because the energy obtained from the blood anemone is insufficient. Wen Qingling had already noticed that the faster his advancement and the higher his level, the greater the gap between him and the civilized zombies. They could no longer keep up with his pace as they did before. After reaching a strength comparable to a level 3 evolved zombie, they seemed to have encountered a bottleneck. No matter what they did, they couldn't continue to improve. Wen Qingling had been unable to figure out the reason behind this. After Old Zhu's analysis, he suddenly thought of the possibility of insufficient cell energy. Otherwise, it couldn't explain why he couldn't increase his strength through bloodline connection anymore. Old Zhu said, that could be the reason. I can only determine the specifics after further research. However, it is highly likely that the problem lies in cell energy. Your blood energy is extremely powerful. With just a drop of blood, a blood anemone can grow. During its growth, the blood anemone absorbs powerful substances from the environment, making the power in your blood milder. When civilized zombies directly consume the transformed blood anemone, their strength becomes stronger, but there is a peak. Once the energy from that drop of blood is depleted, their strength will no longer increase. The cells, strengthened by the energy, will plateau at that peak. Wen Qingling asked, is it still possible to further strengthen it? Or can I directly use my blood? You must never do that, Old Zhu quickly interrupted him. Your blood is extremely dangerous, powerful yet unstable. It's highly prone to mutation. The fact that you were able to transform into something resembling a human with the blood anemone and not a monster is already a stroke of luck. Please don't take any more risks. Wen Qingling. In fact, blood zombies were just ms.transformed monsters, and there was also Xu Shengfei. Wen Qingling thought of a possibility. If his blood was really so unstable and prone to mutation, could Xu Shengfei's condition be the result of another mutation of his blood? Old Zhu repeatedly cautioned, remember, your blood is extremely special. It's best not to let yourself bleed. Your flesh and blood can either save the world or destroy it. Keep that in mind. Wen Qingling said, but you're an expert who can produce 3 results at once. Can't you find a way to cure my mutation? Old Zhu replied, producing 3 results at once is just a matter of 1 anemone, 3 uses. The tentacles can extract an antidote, the surface of the tentacles and blood anemone can produce vaccines, and the blood anemone's liquid can be made into a transformation agent. As long as there is blood anemone, these are not challenging. Wen Qingling nodded, understanding Old Zhu's explanation. He urged Old Zhu to make the transformation agent as soon as possible and contribute to civilization. Even if the transformed individuals were new humans, he accepted it. After all, they had a faint connection with him through their blood. Since he became their father, even if the children didn't resemble him, he had to accept them. He couldn't just abandon them, right? With the experimental detoxification agent and vaccines, Wen Qingling left the research facility, planning to find human subjects to test them on. I'll go with you, Xiao Hen said as he got in the car. Aren't you busy? Wen Qingling looked at him with a gaze that said, is it appropriate for an employee to take a day off in front of the boss? Xiao Hen felt helpless and said, in theory, you should be the busiest person. Now everyone is busy, and you're the least occupied. Does it seem right for you to ask me if I'm busy? Wen Qingling started the car and said, it's very appropriate. After all, I'm the lord of the city. Xiao Hen accepted defeat and said, I'll be your mobile refrigerator. The temperature outside is too high and could affect the activity of the vaccines. The space-time in the car is constant, so I'll help you store them. Wen Qingling raised an eyebrow, giving him full marks for this response. He handed the box containing the medicine to the mobile refrigerator. The two of them drove out of the city and headed to the Shang County base. When looking for test subjects, they couldn't just give benefits to outsiders. The Shang County base was the best place to go. Xiao Hen said, if you want someone to be transformed at a high-level person must personally use their blood for the transformation. After Ji Rong and Shi Chong were transformed, their personal strength could rival that of a level 4 evolved, grotesque. Even if they encountered a level 5 evolved, corpse mountain, they would probably still be able to retreat unscathed. Xiao Hen didn't mention He Lin because his strength was indeed not high. Like other civilized zombies, he could only fight against level 3 evolved zombies at most. Wen Qingling said, I almost forgot. Your blood composition is more complex than mine. Let old Zhu draw some blood from you when he has the chance and study it thoroughly. There might be unexpected breakthroughs. Silence fell inside the car again. After a long time, Xiao Hen finally said, now I feel that becoming a zombie is also a kind of luck. Wen Qingling replied, do you think it's lucky for them to mindlessly hunt and be hunted? You have quite an unusual taste. Xiao Hen looked at him with gentle eyes and said, because you are their redemption. The news about the new humans would have a tremendous impact on the surviving humans. The human lifespan problem that human scientists had been unable to solve was resolved just like that. New humans had long lifespans, excellent physical conditions, and each of them had the strength to overpower a level 1 evolved zombie. Moreover, these were just ordinary, new humans. If old Zhu could develop a transformation agent for evolved zombies, their strength would only become stronger. Not only that, but the detoxification agent, vaccines, and transformation agent, any one of these achievements being made known would drive humans crazy. These are their dawn in the apocalypse, the hope of humanity. They estimate that they will spare no expense to obtain the detoxification agent and vaccines. This time, Wen Qingling did not refute Xiao Hen. He was willing to become the redemption of the zombies. Wen Qingling did not go to the Shang County base, but directly drove the car to the county town. Along the way, it was deserted, without a single zombie in sight. Only when they reached the outskirts of the county town did they see some people active. They were busy building walls. There were indeed no zombies in Shang County at the moment. If they couldn't enclose Shang County as soon as possible, it was possible for zombies and dangerous creatures from other places to come running. The closer they got to the center of the county town, the more people they discovered. They were clearing abandoned vehicles, cleaning the streets, and cleaning houses. Everyone was joyful, their faces devoid of the numbness and misery of the past. In their eyes, there was only the light of hope. Life had a direction, and they were willing to endure any fatigue. Wen Qingling dispersed his mental power and heard conversations from all around. Before the apocalypse, we couldn't afford to buy houses. Now we can pick any house in the entire county town, haha. Fortunately, we were originally from the Shang County base, so the rent isn't expensive for us. We can even pick houses first. I heard that when other survivors come in the future, the rent will be this much. The person speaking gestured with their fingers. I don't know when the land will be divided. The food the leader brought back is so satisfying. From now on, our base will be a big base with houses and food. We don't have to wander anymore. I'm not kidding. The fact that our base became a subsidiary base of the civilized city is the best thing the leader has done. With the protection of the civilized city, what else do we have to fear? The civilized city is really that powerful. Someone asked in confusion. You just joined the base, right? The person who asked repeatedly confirmed, saying they had just recently fled here. To tell you the truth, the city lord of the civilized city has the ability to control zombies. All the zombies in Shang County were taken away by Lord Wen. Otherwise, how could we have moved to the county town? And, I also heard that Lord Wen can cure infected individuals. You're talking nonsense, right? I haven't heard of a zombie virus vaccine being developed, so how can infected individuals be cured? You may not believe it, but our Deputy Chief Wen was bitten by a zombie before. She almost turned into a zombie. It was the leader who brought Deputy Chief Wen to Lord Wen, and that's how she was saved. It's a true story. If you don't believe it, you can go and ask Deputy Chief Wen yourself. The leader has already taken people over there. Notify others not to go there. There are corpse beasts roaming around, very dangerous. Some people have already been eaten. Go and inform quickly. Corpse beasts. Wen Qingling expanded his mental power and discovered Chong Boong and the others in the west of the county town. At the same time, he also spotted a massive, heavily decayed corpse beast accompanied by several small and delicately sized corpse dogs. From their appearances, they should be corpse dogs. An evolved corpse dog beast, bringing a group of little corpse dogs to wreak havoc in Shang County. Wen Qingling clicked his tongue in disappointment. If it were regular zombie dogs, he might have been able to influence them with his psychic power, using his dominant aura to intimidate them into submission. However, with the evolved zombie dog beast leading them, interspecies communication was completely blocked, leaving no room for negotiation. Evolved zombie beasts were even more terrifying when they went berserk compared to evolved zombie humans. They would even prey on evolved zombies and humans to gain strength, making them exceptionally ferocious and unreasonable. However, the appearance of evolved zombie beasts was more difficult than that of evolved zombies and humans, so it could be considered good news. What's wrong? Xiao Hen immediately looked alertly at Wen Qingling. Wen Qingling accelerated the car towards the western city. Zombie dog beasts are causing trouble. Xiao Hen was also surprised. It was more difficult for zombie beasts to evolve than for zombies and humans. They often encountered evolved zombies and humans, but evolved zombie beasts were not as common. These animals were already fierce before the apocalypse, and after evolving in the apocalypse, carrying the virus within them, they became killing machines wherever they went. Moreover, zombie beasts would eat anything, humans, zombies, and other zombie beasts of the same kind. As long as it could be swallowed, they wouldn't let anything go. When Wen Qingling used his psychic power to investigate, he was immediately detected by Miao Bo. It was the most intense moment of the battle, and this useless guy could only hide in the car. Fang Shenlong and Chong Boong were both outside fighting the zombie dogs. Miao Bo knew that Wen Qingling had arrived, so he opened a gap in the car window and shouted, "Lord Wen is here." Holy shit! Before he could finish his sentence, a zombie dog pounced at him, almost biting his nose. Its long black tongue flung onto the car window, smearing it with black saliva, accompanied by a nauseating stench that nearly made Miao Bo vomit. Upon hearing that Lord Wen had arrived, the people outside fought even more vigorously. Shang Shu, who was originally hiding in the car and commanding the zombie wolves from a distance, immediately jumped out of the car when he heard that the boss was coming. He bravely joined the battle, determined not to be cowardly in front of the boss. A few powerful ability users like Chong Boong were besieging the evolved zombie dog beast. Once they took down this big fellow, the pack of zombie dogs would be without a leader, making it easier to deal with them. The evolved zombie dog beast had a massive body, running rampant throughout the area, with decaying blood and flesh flying everywhere. It had no sense of how infected it was and the people attacking it dared not approach too closely. They also had to be wary of the flying blobs of decaying blood and flesh that could hit them at any moment, leaving them helpless and in a very sorry state. People with firearms shot from a distance, but the bullets had no effect on the decaying flesh. As long as its head was intact, it could continue its rampage. Chapter 92. Wen Qingling's car parked far away, and he despised the evolving zombie dog beast. He looked at the scattered rotting flesh and bloodstains, wishing to slap it and make it completely quiet. As soon as Wen Qingling and Xiao Hen got out of the car, they heard Shang Shu's miserable scream. A corpse wolf had its head bitten off by the evolving corpse dog beast, whose massive body formed a U shape as it tore apart another approaching corpse wolf with its claws. The claw tore through Shang Shu's body, causing him to scream in pain. The torn corpse wolf was his summoned corpse wolf, closely connected to his supernatural abilities. The corpse wolf was not completely dead yet, struggling on the ground trying to get up but failing. Enduring the intense pain, Shang Shu quickly withdrew his supernatural abilities, abandoning the corpse wolf. However, the backlash of the abilities still made him bleed from his nose and mouth, and his body was in excruciating pain, on the verge of bursting. The remaining foreign corpse wolf, no longer under Shang Shu's control, succumbed to the dominance of the evolving corpse dog beast and no longer fought desperately. It turned around and fled. The soldiers sent by Wen Qingling to Shang County Base were not present. The people here fighting the corpse beasts were all from Shang County Base. Several members with guns had opened fire, but none of their shots hit the vital points. The evolving corpse dog beast continued to leap around. Chong Boong once again threw his metal spear, but the evolving corpse dog beast skillfully evaded it. The moment the evolving corpse dog beast landed, Fang Shenlong immediately activated the earth restraint, entangling the limbs of the evolving corpse dog beast. Bullets flew towards it, finally hitting its head, but unfortunately not in a vital spot. The evolving corpse dog beast did not fall. Instead, it became even more frenzied and roared as it pounced on Fang Shenlong. An earth shield instantly appeared between Fang Shenlong and the evolving corpse dog beast, but it shattered, and Fang Shenlong was sent flying by the impact. The evolving corpse dog beast leapt towards Fang Shenlong, and two metal spears were thrown successively. The evolving corpse dog beast shook its head, evading the first spear but failing to dodge the second. One of the long metal spears pierced into the evolving corpse dog beast's head, and its massive body collapsed. The ferocious corpse dog pack scattered in all directions. Chong Boong was panting heavily as he looked at the chaotic battlefield. There were the remains of survivors who had been eaten, corpses that had been bitten but not eaten, and injured people, all staring at their blackened wounds in terror. Seeing the fleeing corpse dog pack, Chong Boong couldn't help but curse. There used to be so many pet cats and dogs, but now there were just as many corpse cats and corpse dogs, each one more vicious than zombies when attacking humans. The only thing worth celebrating was that the city did not allow the keeping of lions, tigers, and other wild beasts. Otherwise, if the fallen city were to be overrun by corpse lions and corpse tigers, there would be no place left for humans to live. Wen Qingling and Xiao Hen approached, and the injured survivors became excited. Lord Wen, Dr. Wen, please save us. We have all been infected, and we've given all our crystal nuclei. Chong Boong wiped his face and faced Wen Qingling. He was about to say something when Shang Shu, who had been hiding all this time, rushed over like a gust of wind. Boss, our leader is in bad shape. Can you treat him? Wen Qingling looked over and saw a bloodied, bald man sitting on the ground, looking at him with red eyes, full of grievance, as if he were a 200-pound chubby baby. Wen Qingling felt a bit uncomfortable even though he pretended to be fragile. He looked more like a gangster boss ready for a brawl. Wen Qingling averted his gaze. He won't die. No need for treatment. The younger brothers looked sympathetically at their big, burly boss. Shang Shu's attempt at pretending to be weak failed. He wiped the blood from his face and climbed up from the ground, feeling deeply wronged. Boss, I suffered from a backlash of my abilities, and all the corpse wolves are gone. Xiao Hen stood in front of the sticky, burly man, preventing him from rushing forward and clinging to Wen Qingling. He's not your dad. Don't come to him for every little thing. It's time for you to grow up. Shang Shu, speechless. Everyone around, speechless. Someone couldn't help but burst into laughter. Shang Shu stopped pretending to be weak and tried to act normal. He wanted to glare at Xiao Hen but didn't dare to. The power dynamics were clear. Xiao Hen could easily crush him with just a flick of his finger. So he obediently stood aside with his subordinates, not daring to cause any more trouble. Miao Bo helped Fang Shenlong walk over. Fang Shenlong seemed to be seriously injured, every step causing him immense pain. Lord Wen, can you help treat his injuries? I know the consultation fee. Seeing the former leader of the major base in such a state was truly lamentable. Fang Shenlong had lost his pride and confidence along with the destruction of Ling City base. He became silent and gloomy. Looking at Fang Shenlong in this state, Xiao Hen's mood was also complicated. Overall, Ling City base was still relatively good, and Fang Shenlong held a high position in the hearts of the survivors. However, it was unclear why he had become so crazed in the end, wanting to bury the entire base with him, chilling the hearts of all his subordinates and rendering all his efforts in vain. Wen Qingling was unaware of what had happened at that time. The present Fang Shenlong appeared to be depressed, and if it weren't for his concern for Miao Bo's survival, he might have resorted to extreme measures. Fang Shenlong had both strength and individual capabilities, otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to establish Lingcheng base. Wen Qingling looked at Fang Shenlong and Miao Bo, a duo with one being a force and the other providing wisdom. They were a very good team. Wen Qingling looked at Fang Shenlong's severed arm. Isn't it inconvenient with only one hand? Fang Shenlong gritted his teeth but remained silent. He didn't look at Wen Qingling or Xiao Hen, afraid of revealing his hatred. Miao Bo knew that Wen Qingling's strength was extraordinary, and upon hearing his words, he immediately looked at him with anticipation. Lord Wen, can you heal Fang Shenlong's hand? Wen Qingling nodded. I can, but it will require a significant amount of abilities. Miao Bo became excited immediately. Fang Shenlong looked up abruptly, his emotions fluctuating wildly. However, when he saw Xiao Hen standing beside Wen Qingling, he lowered his eyes again, extinguishing the sudden spark of hope. As long as Xiao Hen was present, Wen Qingling wouldn't help him. Miao Bo refused to give up as long as there was a glimmer of hope. Lord Wen, as long as you can heal Fang Shenlong's hand, our lives will belong to you. Please help Fang Shenlong. Wen Qingling looked at him. You can only represent yourself. Can you represent Fang Shenlong? Miao Bo hurriedly looked at Fang Shenlong, hoping for a response, urging him to speak up and submit, so that he could become a whole person in the future. But Fang Shenlong remained silent, keeping his head lowered. Say something. Miao Bo was anxious and wanted to kick someone. Fang Shenlong tightened the hand resting on Miao Bo's shoulder. After a brief struggle in his mind, he finally looked up at Wen Qingling. I'm willing to serve you with my life. Your lives are useless to me, but you have other uses. Wen Qingling conjured a half-human-sized energy sphere in his hand and threw it toward Fang Shenlong. Fang Shenlong's body and right arm were enveloped by the energy sphere. Behave and wait patiently until your hand grows back. Wen Qingling no longer paid attention to Fang Shenlong and swept a glance at the injured on the ground. These injuries were caused by the corpse dogs. The injured individuals were filled with hope, nodding incessantly. It was fortunate that they were only injured by corpse dogs. If they were bitten by an evolved corpse dog beast, they would have lost their lives, just like Shang Shu's corpse wolf. Chong Boong understood the rules. Please save their lives, City Lord. The price is not a problem. Wen Qingling said, the civilized city has developed an antidote for the zombie virus and zombie virus vaccines. I came here this time to test the medicine. 10 doses of the antidote and 10 doses of the vaccine will be provided free of charge to those who volunteer for the trial. The whole place was shocked. And then, I volunteer for the drug trial. I volunteer too. Count me in. Whether injured or not, everyone was fighting to become a test subject for the drug trial. Enough with the noise. Let the city lord finish speaking. Chong Boong had to raise his voice to stop the noisy crowd. All eyes were fixed on Wen Qingling. He continued, the antidote and vaccine have been developed but haven't been tested yet. The test subjects will be the first to use them and may have to bear certain risks. I'm not afraid of risks, let me do it. We're not afraid of risks either. Whatever comes from Lord Wen's hands can't possibly have any problems. I want to be a vaccine test subject. Chong Boong raised his hand to silence them and asked Wen Qingling, are there any requirements for the test subjects? Wen Qingling replied, for the antidote, it must be administered to infected individuals. There are no requirements for the vaccine. Chong Boong suggested, why don't we return to the base first and select the test subjects in front of everyone? If we distribute the slots here, it wouldn't be fair to others. What do you think? Wen Qingling nodded, that's a good idea. The hope in the injured individual's eyes instantly dimmed. With over 10,000 people in the base and only 20 doses of the medicine, the chances of them being selected were extremely small. Chong Boong noticed their worries and said, City Lord, these 7 individuals are more seriously injured. Wen Qingling extended his hand, and Xiao Hen handed him the box containing the antidote. Wen Qingling opened the box, revealing 10 vials of pale red antidote neatly arranged. He took out 7 and handed them to Chong Boong, who carefully accepted them and distributed 1 to each of the 7 injured individuals. The 7 of them were excited and cautiously opened the lids, eagerly consuming the medicine. Wen Qingling said, return the empty vials. Don't damage them. Resources were extremely scarce, and even a single vial couldn't be wasted. They would be cleaned and disinfected for reuse. Chong Boong collected the empty vials and returned them to Wen Qingling. Wen Qingling put them back in the box, then turned to look at Fang Shenlong. The treatment wasn't finished yet, but the wounds on his body had already healed, and all the energy orbs had gathered at the sight of his severed arm. Both Fang Shenlong and Miao Bo were stunned by the sudden appearance of the medicine. After 3 years in the apocalypse, the antidote and vaccine had finally been developed. Let's go back to the base. The medicine would take time to take effect. The injured were helped onto the vehicles, with Miao Bo assisting Fang Shenlong. Chong Boong had already notified the others, and everyone in the base gathered together to share this good news and witness the results of the drug trial. What do you want Fang Shenlong and Miao Bo to do? Xiao Hen had an intuition that Wen Qingling was up to something. When they arrived, it was Wen Qingling driving, but now it was Xiao Hen's turn. Wen Qingling naturally sat in the passenger seat. Didn't you want to give humans a chance to get close to me? I think it makes sense. After all, there will be many new humans in the civilized city in the future. Since we are all humans, I can't just watch humanity go extinct. I want to give them a chance to get close to me and to the civilized city. Xiao Hen was relieved and instinctively felt that something was off. How do you plan to give them a chance? Wen Qingling replied, let Fang Shenlong and Miao Bo take over Shu County Base. From now on, Shu County Base will receive the same treatment as Shang County Base. When suitable candidates are found, we will rebuild Yu County Base. The 3 counties closest to the civilized city will become human gathering places. Xiao Hen, speechless. Xiao Hen, you. Wen Qingling was daring and decisive, immediately taking action once he had an idea. He truly had his own style. Wen Qingling asked, what's wrong? Xiao Hen shook his head and smiled, nothing. You can do whatever you want, and I'll help you. Xiao Hen once again felt fortunate that he had made the right choice. Wen Qingling, the little zombie, was indeed the kindest person. He hadn't misjudged him. Chapter 93. When Wen Qingling and Xiao Hen arrived at the central square of Shang County, there were already many people gathered there, all of them excited and causing a noisy commotion. But as soon as Wen Qingling and Xiao Hen appeared, the noisy square immediately quieted down. The central square was filled with people, and even those who were farther away rushed over as quickly as possible, hoping to be lucky enough to be selected as the first batch of vaccine recipients. The purpose of gathering everyone had already been conveyed, and all eyes were fixed on Wen Qingling and Xiao Hen. Wen Qingling raised an eyebrow and said, you gathered everyone quite fast. Chong Boong's face turned serious again as he replied, everyone wants to be the first to receive the medicine. With so many people and the gathering being hastily organized, they didn't even have a loudspeaker. Chong Boong arranged for a telepathic ability user with a loud voice to relay messages to Wen Qingling, but Wen Qingling declined, saying that there was no need since everyone could hear him speak. There were still 3 vials of antidote left, and Wen Qingling allowed the infected individuals to step forward and choose from among themselves. The entire scene fell into silence, as surprisingly, no one stepped forward. Wen Qingling swept his gaze across the crowd and understood what was happening. Apart from the 7 people who had just been injured in the battle with the zombies, there were no more infected individuals present. Or rather, there might have been some before, but they were no longer here. In a world full of zombies, there were countless infected individuals at all times. Shang County Base wouldn't be without them. It had been some time since Wen Qingling took the zombies from Shang County Base. The people who were infected before either turned into zombies and were killed or left the base before the transformation occurred. Any responsible base wouldn't allow infected individuals inside. Wen Qingling's gaze fell on a young girl. The girl bit her lip tightly, tears streaming down silently. Her eyes were swollen from crying, indicating that she had been crying for a long time. Her companions were holding on to her, afraid that she would suddenly speak out or do something extreme. If not for being noticed, the girl might have been able to endure. But when Wen Qingling looked at her, she instantly broke into tears, causing panic among her companions who hurriedly tried to console her. Some even tried to cover her mouth. The girl broke free from her companions and suddenly cried out, Lord Wen, I heard that you treat the zombies in the southern city well, is it true? Everyone turned to look at the girl who was sobbing. Some whispered among themselves, questioning if the girl had gone mad. What good could it do to be kind to zombies? Would they be spared from being eaten or infected? The girl cried, my father got infected. He didn't want to burden me or make things difficult for the base, so he went to the southern city himself. He wanted to become a zombie in the southern city. Will you treat the zombies in the southern city well? The girl fell to her knees, crying loudly, I beg you, please be kind to them, be kind to my father, don't let him be killed or eaten by things. She had thought about pleading with Lord Wen to save her father, but her father's injuries were too severe. He didn't even have time to return to the base, and they didn't have enough crystal nuclei. Even if they borrowed some, it would take time, and they simply didn't have enough time. Wen Qingling looked at the grief-stricken girl. This was the first time someone had asked him to protect zombies, even though the intention was to protect their loved ones who had turned into zombies. But still, they were zombies. Wen Qingling recalled the memory fragment of seeing Xiao Hen. He knew that his mother had turned into a zombie, but he still wanted to protect her. After Xiao Hen's father killed his mother, Xiao Hen's whole world collapsed. Xiao Hen noticed that Wen Qingling was staring blankly at the girl, wondering what he was thinking. "What's wrong with you?" Xiao Hen asked in a low voice. Wen Qingling suddenly said, "Back then, were you also desperate like her?" Xiao Hen froze, and although Wen Qingling didn't explicitly say it, he understood what Wen Qingling meant. Wen Qingling's voice echoed in everyone's ears. From now on, hunting the zombies around the civilized city is prohibited. If attacked by zombies, you can defend yourself, but you cannot actively hunt them. I hope everyone will supervise each other, and once discovered, punishments will be given based on the severity of the situation. In addition, zombie crystals will no longer be used as currency. Other crystals like the corpse beast crystal can be used normally. The crowd erupted in chaos. Everyone couldn't understand if Lord Wen really wanted to protect the zombies. It was unbelievable. For ordinary humans, zombie crystals were only used as currency and could be replaced. However, for ability users, it was crucial for advancing their powers and couldn't be replaced. Some ability users immediately questioned, "Zombies feed on humans. If we don't kill them, they will prey on us. As ability users, without zombie crystals, we can't enhance our powers. Your command doesn't make sense." Wen Qingling's gaze remained cold and devoid of emotion. "From today onwards, I will gather all the zombies around Ling City outside the civilized city. As long as you don't venture into the zombie territory without permission, you won't encounter zombies. I also mentioned that you can use corpse beast crystals. How is that possible? Different species. How can humans use corpse beast crystals? It's like how animal organs cannot be transplanted into humans. Yes, I've heard that absorbing corpse beast crystals can cause abilities to go out of control, almost leading to spontaneous combustion. It's very dangerous. It's safer to use zombie crystals. Using zombie crystals is our freedom. Even Lord Wen can't take away our freedom. We don't understand why Lord Wen wants to prohibit killing zombies. They have already turned into zombies and only know how to eat humans. Shouldn't it be better to eliminate as many zombies as possible for the sake of humanity?" Wen Qingling's gaze turned colder. At this moment, Xiao Hen spoke up, "I used to be like all of you, hostile towards zombies, wishing to eliminate all of them. But now, I don't think that way anymore because zombies are also humans. They've lost their autonomy due to the zombie virus and become zombies that only know how to feed. When you clamor to kill zombies now, have you ever thought that one day the zombie virus will be resolved, and zombies can turn back into humans? But you will have killed your own loved ones or others who have turned into zombies. Will you not regret it then?" Xiao Hen's words caused the entire room to fall silent. If zombies were seen as patients, who would be willing to kill all their sick family members and friends? Their clamor to eliminate zombies stemmed from their belief that zombies were beyond saving. Otherwise, they wouldn't say such things. Finally, someone tremblingly asked, "Zombies. Can they really be cured?" Everyone anxiously looked at Xiao Hen, who in turn looked at Wen Qingling. All eyes were on Wen Qingling, and he nodded slightly. The hearts of everyone present raced, their anxiety reaching its peak. Xiao Hen said, "I won't hide it from you all. The civilized city laboratory is researching a transformation agent. This agent can turn zombies back into humans. It's currently in the experimental stage, and some zombies have already successfully transformed into humans. We are still in the observation phase to ensure the stability of the formula." Thunder struck on level ground. Everyone's emotions instantly spiraled out of control. Some people cried out in agony and fell to the ground weeping. Some were too overwhelmed and fainted on the spot. Some hugged each other, crying and laughing at the same time, their expressions oddly comical. Some screamed incessantly, transforming into screaming chickens, unable to express their emotions other than screaming and shouting. Wen Qingling, speechless. Wen Qingling doubted if this group of people had gone mad. He looked at Xiao Hen with suspicion and noticed that Xiao Hen was also smiling, a reserved and subtle smile. Standing on the platform, Chong Boong and others, mindful of their status and reputation, forcefully suppressed their urge to transform into screaming chickens. Chong Boong struggled to articulate, this, it's true, Wen Qingling replied. Can they quiet down now? Chong Boong immediately tried to control the situation, but it was futile. Everyone was overwhelmed with excitement. They had to send people to calm them down and let everyone be quiet because the Lord was about to speak. With everyone's efforts, the venue finally quieted down. Some people cried until they hiccuped and questioned whether Wen Qingling's transformation agent was really true. They emphasized that such matters should not be deceived. Wen Qingling looked at their pitiful appearance with disdain. The transformation agent is real. Those who want to save their family and friends can start preparing crystal nuclei. Besides zombie crystal nuclei, we will accept any kind of crystal nuclei in Ling City. The scene almost lost control again. Wen Qingling said to Chong Boong, bring some beast crystals. I will personally test them to see if they are really that dangerous. Chong Boong handed over a package containing beast crystals excavated during battlefield cleanup. Wen Qingling took out a small gray crystal ball the size of a ping-pong ball from inside, saying, this is the crystal nucleus from the brain of a corpse beast. In front of everyone, Wen Qingling absorbed the energy from a corpse beast crystal nucleus, leaving behind residue that couldn't be absorbed. He carefully felt it and said, the energy of an ordinary corpse beast crystal nucleus is probably equivalent to the energy of 10 ordinary zombie crystal nuclei. Wen Qingling continued, I didn't sense anything wrong. Everyone, speechless. Their eyes widened one by one. Lord Wen really absorbed it, and the energy in the beast crystal is so abundant. Wen Qingling then took out a blue crystal, as large as an adult man's fist, with a beautiful color. He played with it in his hand. Wen Qingling said, this is an evolved corpse beast crystal nucleus. With such a large size, the energy inside will definitely not disappoint. Everyone nervously watched the beautiful evolved beast crystal, fearing that Lord Wen would spontaneously combust on the spot. Xiao Hen held Wen Qingling's hand and whispered in his ear, your situation is special. You can directly absorb beast crystals, but not all ability users can. Your case is not representative, and neither is mine. It would be better to take the beast crystals back and let specialists study them. Wen Qingling glanced at him sideways. Is it that troublesome? Xiao Hen reassured him, lives are at stake. It concerns your reputation. Do you want ability users to explode when they absorb the beast crystals and have everyone call you a fraud? Your credibility will plummet. Do you want that? Wen Qingling widened his eyes. Who dares to insult me? Everyone, speechless. Xiao Hen, speechless. Xiao Hen massaged his temples and said to Chong Boong, we need to take these beast crystals back for further research. We will provide you with an answer as soon as possible. This was the safest approach, and naturally, no one disagreed. 7 people were already enough for testing the antidote. The next step was to select 10 individuals for the vaccine trial. Everyone eagerly awaited, hoping that Lord Wen would choose them. Chapter 94. Wen Qingling pondered for a moment and looked in a certain direction. Fang Shenlong. Fang Shenlong had just finished his treatment, and his right hand had grown back. He was happy, adjusting to his newly grown forearm and right hand when he suddenly heard his name being called. He froze. Miao Bo reacted and excitedly pushed him. Go up quickly. Fang Shenlong, walking while turning his head back to look at Miao Bo, hesitated to speak. Wen Qingling said, Miao Bo already has antibodies. There's no need for him to take it. Only 10 doses of the vaccine were available, and Fang Shenlong didn't expect to have his own. With Wen Qingling's reassurance, he felt relieved and calmly went up on stage. The fact that Fang Shenlong had lost his right forearm was known to those who had seen him before. Now that he had both arms and hands intact, it surprised many who had seen him. Wen Qingling said, I have a task for you. Try 1 dose of the vaccine. Fang Shenlong didn't hesitate. Okay. Wen Qingling scanned the crowd again. Most of them were unfamiliar faces, but there were also some familiar ones. Mo Jing and a few others stood together, nervously and anxiously looking at him. Wen Qingling shifted his gaze and selected a middle-aged man and woman, young men and women, ordinary boys and girls, middle-aged men and women with abilities, and a young woman with abilities. Since it was a trial, age and physical condition had to be considered. Except for Fang Shenlong, the remaining 9 people were strangers to Wen Qingling. He didn't know them, but they were lucky enough to be selected among over 10,000 people. Their luck was envied by everyone. Those not chosen felt disappointed, but as soon as they thought that once the trial succeeded, they would be able to purchase the vaccine, they couldn't help but feel happy. Wen Qingling distributed the medication to them, with the 10 people lined up in a row. After drinking the medication, the vials were collected again. The efficacy of the vaccine would have to be waited for. Wen Qingling first went to see the 7 people who had taken the detoxifying agent. Their previously blackened wounds had now turned a healthy, vibrant red, and the blood that flowed was also a healthy crimson color. This was enough to prove that the zombie virus had been eliminated. The 7 individuals who received the medication had all shown positive results. The probability of this happening was indeed very high. The success of the detoxifying agent was witnessed by everyone. They were excited, shouting, and applauding. Each of them was ecstatic. The onset time for the vaccine varied from half an hour to 2 hours. This trial was to verify the effectiveness of the vaccine, so Wen Qingling didn't take any risks. He patiently waited for 2 hours before beginning the examination of the results. The testing method was simple. Using a dagger stained with corpse dog virus, each person made a small cut. Everyone anxiously waited as the blood from the small cuts remained a fresh red color, completely unlike an infected appearance. This made them suspect whether the venomous dagger was fake. To prove the authenticity of the vaccine, Chong Boong didn't hesitate. Without a second thought, he took the dagger and made a cut on his own arm. The wound immediately turned black, and black blood flowed out, clearly indicating infection with the zombie virus. Wen Chu, what are you doing? Have you gone crazy? Chong Boong smiled and said, don't you know that Lord Wen still has 3 antidotes? I'll give it a try. Everyone suddenly realized, cunning, too cunning. Wen Qingling gave him an antidote and kindly reminded him, the antidote is just an antidote, it doesn't have antibody effects. Chong Boong, speechless. The wound was extremely painful, indeed it was zombie virus. Seeing Chong Boong's incredulous expression, the scene burst into laughter. Chong Boong felt helpless, realizing his mistake. Wen Chu tapped Chong Boong's forehead with a finger and said, are you dumb? The treatment methods are different, why would you think there would be antibodies? Wen Chu had been treated with blood anemones and already had antibodies. Chong Boong had momentarily forgotten and thought the antidote also had antibody functions, but apparently not. Chong Boong slapped his forehead in realization. If the antidote had antibodies, what would be the purpose of the vaccine? Alright, he admitted defeat. Let's consider it as the leader's personal sacrifice. After witnessing this miraculous moment, Chong Boong dispersed the crowd and let them go about their own business. Wen Qingling didn't leave immediately. He found Fang Shenlong and Miao Bo and explained the mission to them. Miao Bo's eyes widened at that moment. The 2 of them were to go and capture the Shu County base. If it wasn't for Wen Qingling's serious expression, Miao Bo would have thought he was joking. Wen Qingling said, those who are willing to follow you can join. Don't worry about Chong Boong, I'll make sure he allows it. Wen Qingling patted their shoulders and said, do your best. I have faith in you. Once you capture the Shu County base, you will be in charge there. As the leaders and deputy leaders of the Ling City base, you wouldn't want to remain subordinate to the Shang County base forever, would you? Of course, they didn't want that. But the situation was stronger than theirs. If they didn't have a better option, they had no choice but to be subordinate. In this opportunity, Wen Qingling had already presented it to them. As long as we don't die, we will definitely capture the Shu County base. Fang Shenlong had already made up his mind. Now that his right arm and hand had regenerated, his combat power had returned. The future development of the civilization city was unlimited. It could become the rising place of humanity, helping expand its territory. That would make their existence valuable. Wen Qingling instructed them, I will gather all the zombies near the Ling City base to the outskirts of the civilization city. The Shu County base won't have external zombie pressure anymore. How you capture the Shu County base will depend on your methods. Fang Shenlong replied, we understand. After finishing the task, Wen Qingling and Xiao Hen drove back. The mission was completed beyond expectations. During the journey back, Wen Qingling was contemplating how to recruit talent. The number of researchers in the civilization city was too few. Even if the antidotes, vaccines, and transformation agents were successfully researched, it wouldn't be easy to popularize them. The speed of producing the potions couldn't meet the demand. Xiao Hen asked, besides researchers, isn't the scarcest supply your blood anemones? Upon hearing that, Wen Qingling immediately became displeased. Are you doubting my abilities? Let me tell you, the supply of blood anemone is not a problem at all. Once I cultivate it into a giant blood anemone, a single plant can produce numerous potions. It's no challenge for me. Xiao Hen nodded and asked, so, what's your plan? Wen Qingling's eyes sparkled. How about we go and poach from central mega city? Xiao Hen said, speechless. Xiao Hen urgently stabilized the steering wheel to prevent them from veering into the roadside ditch. Qingling, you can't just target one sheep when poaching wool, or it will be exposed. Wen Qingling returned to his seat and lay back like a salted fish. Then what should we do? The planting issue in the civilization city can be handled by professionals in agriculture. I can send civilized zombies to look for farming equipment and diesel. But how do we find researchers? The researchers outside are not alive, and the living researchers are not outside. They couldn't just let the civilized zombies ask every zombie they encounter if they were a researcher. Xiao Hen said, don't worry. After I finish my current tasks, I'll take you to find researchers. It's better for us to find them ourselves than to rely on researchers from other places. Wen Qingling had the same idea. Sounds good. Let's also look for Luo Fengju. His father is with me, but I don't know where he went. I remember he headed north. Xiao Hen said, speechless. Xiao Hen didn't say anything, but he felt that Luo Fengju looked at Wen Qingling in a strange way, as if he had a rival in love. Thinking of a love rival inevitably made Xiao Hen think of someone who stayed at the Shang County base. Xiao Hen felt mentally exhausted. As a human, his emotions were already dull, and now as a small zombie, the limited emotions he had flew directly beyond the universe. He wondered when his emotional reflex arc would return to Earth. Wen Qingling asked, the central mega city is in the north, right? Could Luo Fengju have gone to the central mega city? Reluctantly, Xiao Hen had to speak up. There are many large and small bases along the way from Ling City to the north. The central mega city is quite far, and as a human, he might not be able to reach there alone. Wen Qingling felt a bit annoyed. If he had known this earlier, he would have found a human base for Luo Fengju to stay in. It wouldn't have ended up with him disappearing without a trace. Where could they find him now? He regretted that his goal at the time was only to build a small territory in the South City, where he could lie around like a salted fish every day and not think about pursuing a career. Although he was still lying around like a salted fish now, at least he had a career, but Luo Fengju was lost. Wen Qingling reported the results of the drug testing to Old Zhu, and the laboratory could now produce potions in batches. Wen Qingling stood on the rooftop of the city lord's mansion and let out a zombie roar, summoning all the zombies near Ling City, including those around the 3 major counties. After the battle with the general, the zombies came and went, and Wen Qingling had never restricted them. This was the first time he took the initiative to gather them, forbidding the zombies from wandering aimlessly without organization or discipline. If they wanted to wander, they could do so in their own zombie territory, but they couldn't go far. Wen Qingling lay on the rooftop, waiting for the response of the zombie horde. He closed his eyes and let his mental energy drift and spread out. It dispersed like smoke between heaven and earth. He could sense many things, yet it felt like he couldn't sense anything at all. His 5 senses and consciousness were shrouded in a hazy white veil, making it difficult to see clearly. Wen Qingling felt like he was the wind in the clouds, free and unrestrained, floating in the sky, overlooking the world. Suddenly, the misty white veil was torn open, and Wen Qingling heard a loud explosion. He saw humans on the ground fighting against zombies. On the humans' armored vehicles, there were strange-looking weapons that emitted blue beams when fired, blasting through the zombie horde and wiping out entire sections of zombies. Wen Qingling could sense the energy fluctuations dissipating in the air and knew that it was probably an energy weapon, a new invention by humans. The zombies in the city were fearless and swarmed out. The armored vehicles equipped with energy weapons slowly advanced, slaughtering the zombies. The infantry following behind the vehicles cleared out any remaining zombies. The white mist spread, and the battlefield disappeared. In front of Wen Qingling appeared a magnificent and grand giant city. Inside the city, humans were bustling about, working hard for their lives. The city was not small, but the population density was high. The gates of the giant city opened, and modified off-road vehicles roared like beasts as they charged toward the distant cities occupied by zombies. Chapter 95. The scene shifted, and in a desolate and dilapidated city, there was a massive heap of white flesh slowly wriggling forward. With each movement, the piled-up fat undulated along with it, making the wide streets appear crowded. As the flesh heap moved, it squeezed and collapsed the buildings on the roadside. Coarse reinforced concrete scraped against the white, meat mountain, without causing any damage. A mutated cow swiftly ran past the meat mountain, but the sluggish heap suddenly spewed out a pile of slime, sticking the mutated cow to the ground. The meat mountain continued its slow wriggling, and a black hole appeared at its head. Inside the black hole were sharp and pointed teeth. The head extended forward, unfolding the stacked and thick folds, revealing crystalline structures within the folds. The meat mountain swallowed the mutated cow in one bite and continued its slow progress forward. The scenery flew by, and Wen Qingling saw a gigantic ancient vine pulling itself out of the soil, leaving behind a huge pit. With its thick and soil-covered roots, it left the forest and headed towards the human city occupied by zombies. It planted itself in the city, waiting for survivors and mutated creatures to pass by. Whenever living beings passed, countless tendrils would tear them apart, burying their flesh and blood in the soil as nourishment for the ancient vine. The perspective advanced and finally stopped above a city. The city was quiet, with zombies wandering silently throughout. Everything was eerily still. Wen Qingling recognized this place as Yunjing City, the economic and political center. While observing Yunjing City, he felt that something inside the city was also observing him. Wen Qingling carefully searched and finally locked onto a target. It was a man with a slender figure and pale skin. He wore a black windbreaker and stood with his hands behind his back at the top of the tallest building. He was using his dark eyes to gaze at Wen Qingling's consciousness. He slowly unfolded the hands behind his back, and around the building, giant, corpse mountains suddenly appeared, obscuring the sky as they descended upon Wen Qingling. Wen Qingling tried to leave but realized that his consciousness was somehow imprisoned, preventing him from escaping. He struggled desperately and roared in anger. Wen Qingling abruptly opened his eyes and met a concerned face. He stared at Wen Qingling, and Xiao Hen was also taken aback. The worry and hostility between his brows were almost uncontrollable. Realizing that Wen Qingling had awakened, all the negative emotions vanished in an instant. "You're awake." Xiao Hen's voice was hoarse, as if he was utterly exhausted. Wen Qingling sat up and realized he was lying in bed. The sky outside was already bright, and he felt strange. He remembered being on the rooftop of the Lord's mansion, so how did he suddenly end up in the room? Wen Qingling looked suspiciously at Xiao Hen and asked, "Did you bring me in?" Xiao Hen tightened his lips and grasped Wen Qingling's hand, which Wen Qingling just noticed. Xiao Hen pulled him into his arms and hugged him tightly, saying, "Let me hold you for a while." Wen Qingling wouldn't know how Xiao Hen had been these past few days, not resting day or night. He was busy with the affairs of the civilized city during the day and stayed by Wen Qingling's side at night. They tried everything to wake Wen Qingling up, but he remained unresponsive. Wen Qingling's perception had become more acute, and he could clearly sense Xiao Hen's emotions. Wen Qingling raised his hand slightly and gently patted Xiao Hen's back, asking, "What's wrong with you?" Xiao Hen froze, and after 2 seconds, he suddenly held Wen Qingling up and stared into his eyes, asking, "Have you recovered?" Wen Qingling's eyes were clear as he replied, "Recovered from what?" Xiao Hen carefully and hopefully said, "Your emotions." Wen Qingling pondered for a moment and shook his head, saying, "Those aren't my emotions, they're yours. I can feel your emotions. Why are you anxious and sad?" Xiao Hen stared at him for a long time and asked, "You don't know why?" Wen Qingling shook his head again and said, "Those are your emotions." Xiao Hen held his hand and said, "You couldn't be awakened while lying on the rooftop. I tried everything, but nothing worked. I thought you were in a dormant state. I fed you food and blood, but you still wouldn't wake up. Even old Zhu came to see you but couldn't explain the reason, only saying that you were sleeping. I know zombies don't need to sleep, so you couldn't be sleeping. I've been waiting for you to wake up every day, and with each passing day, my heart sank a little more. Why do you think I'm anxious and sad?" Wen Qingling blinked his eyes and asked, "You were worried about me?" Wasn't he afraid that even an 8th-level evolved zombie couldn't kill him in his sleep? Xiao Hen replied, "More than just worried." Xiao Hen's emotions were too intense, and now Wen Qingling, with his heightened perception, could clearly feel them. Wen Qingling raised his hand and gently touched Xiao Hen's cheek, asking sincerely, "Can I ask you something?" Xiao Hen said in anticipation, "Go ahead." Wen Qingling looked somewhat perplexed and said, "I thought you were already mine." Xiao Hen fell silent for a moment and then asked, "Am I just another member of your zombie subordinates?" Wen Qingling carefully and earnestly contemplated this matter. He felt that Xiao Hen was different from the other zombie subordinates, and he would be more indulgent toward Xiao Hen. Even if Xiao Hen kissed him, he wouldn't be angry. Wen Qingling said seriously, "You're the most special zombie subordinate." Xiao Hen felt frustrated and powerless, asking, "Can't I shake off the label of being your zombie subordinate?" Wen Qingling said with utmost seriousness, "You're different." Xiao Hen bitterly said, "We're all zombie subordinates. The only difference is between regular zombie subordinates and mutated ones, right?" Xiao Hen had long expected this outcome, but he still wanted to give it a try. Even if there was a glimmer of hope, he didn't want to give up. As expected, it was still not possible. Wen Qingling always regarded him as a zombie subordinate. He felt a soft and warm touch on his lips, and as soon as it touched, Xiao Hen widened his eyes, unable to believe it. Wen Qingling maintained his serious expression and said, "You're different. I can kiss you." Xiao Hen was dumbfounded. Can I also kiss you?" Wen Qingling nodded with a relaxed expression, "You can give me a kiss." Xiao Hen hugged him tightly, but before he could kiss him, bang, the door opened, and Zhong Lan rushed in with an angry expression, saying, "Child, are you awake? I heard your voice." "Oh." Zhong Lan's voice gradually grew smaller, and then she suddenly raised her voice again, "What are you two doing?" This feeling of catching someone in the act made Xiao Hen's face turn black. Despite the numerous difficulties he had faced, finally getting permission for a kiss from the little zombie, he never expected such an unexpected interruption. Would his kiss be thwarted? Xiao Hen felt extremely regretful and reluctant, looking at them again and again. In the end, he let go of Wen Qingling. He didn't want to incur the wrath of the little zombie's parents. Wen Zheng stood at the door and also witnessed this scene. He cleared his throat and said, "They're young people, it's understandable. Xiao Hen has been through a lot during this time, running between work and home, and hardly getting any rest. Now that Wen Qingling is awake, you should also take a good rest." Xiao Hen stood up and made room for Wen Qingling, saying, "It's good that Qingling is awake. I'm not tired." Zhong Lan's eyes kept darting between the two, and she sat in the spot where Xiao Hen had just been, starting to settle the score. "You've really outdone yourself. You shouted on the rooftop, and then you became unconscious. Did you use your life to shout? You slept so deeply that it seemed like the sky was falling. Your dad and I thought you wouldn't wake up." Xiao Hen stood by the bed with his broad shoulders and long legs. Wen Qingling patted the bed, asking Xiao Hen to sit down. Xiao Hen's heart was filled with joy, wishing he could immediately embrace the warm-hearted little zombie and give him a proper kiss. However, in front of Wen Qingling's parents, he couldn't be too impolite. Xiao Hen couldn't suppress the smile on his face. The gloom of the past few days had vanished, and he appeared bright and radiant. He shook his head at Wen Qingling, indicating that he could stand, asking if Wen Qingling hadn't noticed his father standing there. Zhong Lan watched their little actions and rolled her eyes. She knew it wasn't the right time to come in, but she stubbornly refused to leave, not wanting to give them a chance to get all lovey-dovey. Zhong Lan felt that her own son was a fool and couldn't let Xiao Hen deceive him. She had to keep a close eye on them. Which side was Xiao Hen really on? The elderly couple was still observing. If he was truly dedicated to Wen Qingling and to the civilized city, they wouldn't hinder their relationship. On the contrary, they would try to bring them closer. It was precisely because of that slight uncertainty that they needed to keep a close watch. Wen Zheng patted his wife's shoulder, gesturing for her to stop. He had observed everything Xiao Hen had done for the civilized city. If Xiao Hen had any ulterior motives or plans, the time when Wen Qingling was in a deep sleep would have been the perfect opportunity. But on the contrary, Xiao Hen had blocked information, reassured the people, and managed the civilized city diligently. He even made time to stay by Wen Qingling's side whenever he had a spare moment. Xiao Hen's worry and nervousness for Wen Qingling even exceeded their own. If this wasn't sincerity, then what was? Moreover, Wen Zheng believed in his son's judgment and his ability to see through people's hearts. He wouldn't allow someone with ulterior motives to stay in the civilized city. Zhong Lan understood her husband's meaning. She had no objection to Xiao Hen, but she had a big opinion about her own son. She asked, "Tell us, what exactly happened?" Suddenly lying still, "Who did you want to scare?" Wen Qingling looked at his mother, then at his father, and finally looked at Xiao Hen standing by the bed. "How long did I sleep for?" Xiao Hen replied, 1 month and 5 days. Wen Qingling, speechless. He had just gone on a spiritual journey, how could it have lasted that long? Wen Qingling maintained a wooden face. "There's nothing wrong. It's just that when my spiritual power relaxed, I accidentally leveled up. I just had some difficulty breaking through the barrier, so it took a bit longer." Xiao Hen was surprised. "You're at the 8th level?" Wen Qingling nodded. "Yes, I'm at the 8th level. I can finally go beat up the general." Xiao Hen, speechless. "Did you level up just to beat up the general?" During the battle with the general, Wen Qingling's strength was already approaching the 8th level. He just hadn't been able to break through all this time. Unexpectedly, the opportunity suddenly arrived, and it took him so long to complete the advancement. It was truly unpredictable. Wen Qingling determined his own level. His strength was different from ordinary zombies and human ability users. He had always been the special one. Back then, with his 7th level strength, he drove the 8th level evolved general to flee from home. Now that he was at the 8th level, how strong had he become? Nobody knew. Wen Qingling said, "I'm fine, there's no need to worry. By the way, has anything happened recently?" Chapter 96. Xiao Hen was in charge of handling all matters in the civilized city, so when Wen Qingling asked, he told him about the recent events. All the zombies from the 3 major counties have gathered outside the civilized city. Agricultural machinery and diesel have been found and brought back. People who understand agriculture are currently cultivating the land with the base residents, although the crops are growing slower without Wen Qingling's wood-based ability to ripen them. Fang Shenlong and Miao Bo entered the Shu County base and learned about the factional relationships there. They manipulated and rallied support, helping the weak and opposing the strong. Just a few days ago, the leader of the Shu County base, who had always wanted to get rid of Fang Shenlong and Miao Bo, was attacked by a horde of zombies while venturing outside and died. The deputy leader thought it was his chance, but Fang Shenlong's popularity surpassed his, and he smoothly became the new leader of the Shu County base. The main reason Fang Shenlong won the people's hearts was because he proposed the development of agriculture for self-sufficiency, aiming to ensure that everyone in the base could have enough to eat. He also established connections with the civilized city to buy detoxification agents and vaccines, eliminating the threat of the zombie virus for the base residents. These factors garnered overwhelming support from the survivors. Under the intentional promotion, news about the civilized city having detoxification agents and vaccines has already spread. Survivors from other places have been steadily arriving to seek refuge. Initially, their target was the civilized city, but upon encountering survivors from the Shang County base and Shu County base, they learned that the civilized city does not accept outsiders. However, they can join the Shang County base or Shu County base, both of which are affiliated with the civilized city and enjoy its protection. The survivors gladly joined these bases. Old Zhu and the others have already accumulated a significant amount of medicine and are waiting for Wen Qingling to arrange their use. Apart from Wen Qingling, everything is progressing in a positive direction. Now that Wen Qingling has awakened, Xiao Hen and the civilized city no longer have any worries. After Xiao Hen finished speaking, he hesitated for a moment and said, "There's one more thing. Lu Tianjin came to look for you." When those mysterious figures in black cloaks came, Xiao Hen almost mistook them for undead zombies. Fortunately, the leader of the group introduced himself, and his identity surprised Xiao Hen. If Lu Tianjin hadn't mentioned his own name, Xiao Hen would never have recognized him. The once handsome young man had transformed into his current appearance, which was quite lamentable. Lu Tianjin wanted to see Wen Qingling, but since Wen Qingling hadn't regained consciousness, Xiao Hen had been hiding this fact from the outside world to maintain stability within the affiliated bases and among the survivors. Of course, he couldn't let Lu Tianjin know. Xiao Hen only made Lu Tianjin wait, stating that when Wen Qingling wanted to see him, they would naturally meet. This delay had persisted until now. When Wen Qingling recalled the incident of working with Lu Tianjin to find Xu Shengfei, he asked, "When did this happen?" Xiao Hen didn't understand why Wen Qingling was still involved with Lu Tianjin and replied, "Half a month ago." Wen Qingling jumped off the bed and released his psychic power to find people. The first thing he discovered was the dense gathering of zombies outside the civilized city, which was even more impressive than when the general was present. Wen Qingling found the black-cloaked figures in a forest outside the civilized city. They didn't even have the qualification to enter the city. Wen Qingling walked briskly outside, saying, "I'm going to meet him." Xiao Hen quickly caught up and said, "I'll go with you." Throughout the journey out of the city, Wen Qingling couldn't help but praise the tremendous changes that had occurred in the civilized city in just over a month. Xiao Hen was very curious about Lu Tianjin's arrival, and Wen Qingling didn't hide anything from him. He told him about their cooperation in finding Xu Shengfei. Xiao Hen also felt that there was a deep connection between Lu Tianjin and Xu Shengfei. Lu Tianjin didn't understand why Wen Qingling hadn't seen him, but since Xiao Hen asked him to wait, he had no choice but to wait. Lu Tianjin was certain that Wen Qingling wouldn't let Xu Shengfei go and that they would eventually meet. Just as he was thinking about this, two figures appeared before him. Lu Tianjin stood up and said, "You finally came." Wen Qingling had a cold expression on his face and didn't waste any words on him. He said, "Have you confirmed her location?" Lu Tianjin nodded, "Yes, I have." Wen Qingling asked, "Where is she?" Lu Tianjin replied, "In the north." Wen Qingling raised an eyebrow. It was quite a coincidence that it was in the north again. He asked, "Where exactly?" Lu Tianjin gestured to the black cloak he was wearing. "I don't know the exact location, but I can pinpoint her position." Wen Qingling stared at him for a few seconds before saying, "Your pinpointing better be accurate, or else my anger towards Xu Shengfei might be directed at you." After Wen Qingling finished speaking, he turned and left. Xiao Hen asked, "Are you going there personally?" Wen Qingling replied, "I must go there myself. I don't trust anyone, and I have to see her die in front of me." Xiao Hen didn't try to persuade him and simply said, "I'll go with you." Wen Qingling turned his head to look at him and asked, "If you come with me, what about the civilized city?" Xiao Hen helplessly said, "The civilized city is already on the right track. Each department has someone in charge. We can leave for a few days without any problems." Wen Qingling fell silent for a moment before saying, "The world has changed." Hasn't the world already changed? Zombies were everywhere, mutations and plants were abundant, the zombie virus had broken out, and humans had been searching for the source of the infection. Various evidence indicated that severe environmental pollution and global warming had caused ancient viruses hidden beneath the thick ice of the polar regions to erupt, revealing the truth behind the catastrophe. But now, even the environment itself was changing. The spread of the ancient virus alone couldn't explain it. Humans didn't want to believe it, but they had no choice but to accept that this was likely another cleansing of the earth, just like several major extinctions in history. A hint of mockery appeared in Wen Qingling's eyes. "Do you think that global warming, the rampant virus, and the presence of zombies would be the end? Humans always find ways to court death. Earth's organisms won't go extinct, and humans won't stop." Xiao Hen's heart sank rapidly. He thought of the words he had exchanged with old Shui. Could it be that he was right? Are humans courting death again? What have humans done? Xiao Hen's voice trembled. He didn't want to hear any more bad news. Wen Qingling closed his eyes slightly. "When I advanced, I saw some images. I don't know if they have already happened or are about to happen. Humans are using energy weapons on a large scale, slaughtering zombies, and trying to reclaim the cities." Xiao Hen closed his eyes. He had already guessed that this day would come when the research on energy weapons was successful. He had tried to prevent it and even told old Shui to stop it, but it seemed that old Shui couldn't stop it at all. Even if old Shui had convinced Xiaozhong, it would be impossible to reverse the situation with just Xiaozhong alone. This was an inevitable outcome. Humanity wants to reclaim the cities, and some dangerous species want to occupy them too. It will become their hunting ground. I saw a mountain of flesh, incredibly huge, devouring all living creatures. It can spray venom and has beautiful energy crystals growing within its stacked flesh folds. I also saw a sentient mutated ancient vine. It walks like a human, leaving the forest and heading towards the city, hunting all living creatures. Perhaps these things are not significant compared to the most dangerous presence in Yunjing City, Yunjing City. Xiao Hen almost stepped on the brakes but managed to react in time, realizing that such an action was too dangerous. He slowly reduced the speed of the car and asked, "What happened in Yunjing City? What did you see?" Wen Qingling furrowed his brow slightly and said, "I saw a man." With a wave of his hand, mountains of corpses rose up, reaching hundreds of meters high. The crucial point is that this man seems to possess some kind of ability that can imprison my mental consciousness. Fortunately, he woke up at a critical moment, otherwise, he didn't know what would have happened. That was the first time when Qingling clearly felt himself being completely suppressed by someone's strength. Even when facing the level 8 evolved general, he hadn't felt this kind of pressure. That man was terrifying. This was the instinctual message Wen Qingling received. Xiao Hen's hand gripping the steering wheel turned white. He began to doubt if he had precognitive abilities. When he went to retrieve the research equipment, he had already sensed that there was something powerful and terrifying in Yunjing City. He had even warned Wen Qingling not to go there under any circumstances. But he hadn't expected that Wen Qingling would see the danger in Yunjing City in this way. Knowing in advance might be a good thing for Wen Qingling. At least, with knowledge of the danger, he wouldn't go toward Yunjing City and could avoid the danger. Yunjing City is indeed very dangerous. Signs of it appeared a long time ago. Not even a bird can fly over it. Any aircraft that accidentally passed by crashed, and there were no survivors. No one knows what exactly is in Yunjing City. You are the first person to know the specific situation there. Pausing for a moment, Xiao Hen, still concerned, said, "It's too dangerous there. We should never go near it, okay?" Wen Qingling looked at him strangely. "Do you think that by not actively approaching a dangerous existence, you can avoid the danger?" I saw that he had intact legs and didn't seem to be impaired. Xiao Hen, speechless. His brain refused to accept this information. Xiao Hen was very worried about his little zombie. Even if he comes out, we should still avoid him and not confront him head-on. He didn't want to witness such a gruesome scene again. His heart couldn't take it. Wen Qingling raised an eyebrow. "We'll see." Xiao Hen stopped the car and earnestly told Wen Qingling, "Qingling, you have to remember that you are not immortal. As long as someone observes you closely, they will always find your weaknesses. Don't take unnecessary risks." Wen Qingling raised an eyebrow. "Where are my weaknesses?" Xiao Hen tightened his lips. "Being exposed to high temperatures, evaporating your last drop of blood. You won't be able to regenerate." Wen Qingling nodded nonchalantly. "To reach that temperature, someone's ability would have to surpass mine. Is there currently such an existence?" Xiao Hen was worried about his confidence, afraid that he would continue to confront dangers without considering the consequences. "There's another way. If they separate you from the energy source, how will you regenerate when killed without a supply of energy?" Wen Qingling pondered for a moment. "It's not easy to isolate me from absorbing energy." Xiao Hen's gaze darkened. "Actually, it's quite simple. If there are no zombies and no crystal nuclei, how will you acquire energy?" Wen Qingling tried to think it through. "You make sense. In that case, should I carry more crystal nuclei with me, just in case?" Xiao Hen, speechless. Was he implying that now? Why would he insist on confronting danger when he knew he couldn't handle it? Couldn't he just avoid unnecessary risks? Xiao Hen was clearly frustrated. No matter what he said, Wen Qingling would argue back. He just wanted to ask one question: can't we avoid provoking a dangerous existence? Can't we just ensure our own safety? Wen Qingling stared at Xiao Hen's expression and finally reacted, his normally slow reflexes sharpening. "Are you worried that I will go to my death? Do I look that stupid to you? Even if I know I can't win, do you think I want to play around with death?" Xiao Hen let out a sigh of relief. "Don't take risks. If it really comes to that, I'll definitely accompany you." Wen Qingling decisively refused. "No need. If I die, I can still come back. If you die, it's truly over." Xiao Hen started the car again. "If we're not confident, we shouldn't take risks. I won't let you die alone anymore." Wen Qingling, speechless. Was the city lord scared? Clearly not. He only paid a little attention to Xiao Hen, trying his best to prevent him from going to his death. Chapter 97. They arranged the situation in Civilization City, and Wen Qingling and Xiao Hen set off. The mutated zombies only had Lu Tianjin accompanying them, so the three of them traveled lightly and only needed one car. Wen Qingling emptied the space, leaving all the food in Civilization City, while Xiao Hen packed his space with a lot of weapons for occasional use. None of the three were ordinary humans. They headed north without encountering any zombies that dared to show themselves in front of them. The journey was smooth, but the further they went, the more uncertain Xiao Hen became. "Are you sure we're not going the wrong way?" Lu Tianjin's gray-white eyes revealed outside stared ahead with a chilling aura. No, this is the right direction, straight ahead. Wen Qingling looked at the scenery on the side of the road and then turned to Xiao Hen. What's ahead? Xiao Hen didn't want it to be true, but if Lu Tianjin was right, then things were really not good. If we keep going in this direction, we'll reach Central Mega City. If Shu Shengfei really went to Central Mega City, Xiao Hen didn't dare to imagine the current situation there. Well, that's great. Wen Qingling's voice was calm, and the scene he saw during his advancement was clearly imprinted in his mind. If Shu Shengfei was really in Central Mega City, then her threat was minimal. Otherwise, how could humans still have the leisure to eliminate zombies? Shouldn't they be focusing on internal conflicts? Wen Qingling and Xiao Hen were both certain now. The giant city Wen Qingling saw during his advancement was indeed the legendary Central Mega City, housing over 100 million survivors. He wondered if Luo Fengju was there. He had no idea where that kid had run off to. Wen Qingling leaned back in his seat, closed his eyes, and his mental power began to wander aimlessly again. He hoped he wouldn't be gone for over a month this time. Xiao Hen would probably go crazy. Wen Qingling thought to himself that he had completed his advancement, and he would only wander for a short while before quickly returning. Along the way, he would also search for Luo Fengju's whereabouts. Just as he thought, his mental power, as he had intended, traveled ahead while the car continued to move. His mental power scanned all the bases along the way but found no one he was looking for. Suddenly, the vision became hazy, and the mist was torn apart, revealing a clear image before him. In a dim basement, only one lamp stubbornly illuminated the room. Various parts were scattered on the wooden table, and black zombie crystals were scattered across the table. There were assembled wooden weapons and unfinished ones. Beside the long table was a double sofa, stained with large dark marks. On it sat a person, soundly asleep. The person had stubble all over his face, messy hair that could be tied into a small braid, and a gaunt figure with distinct facial features. Wen Qingling immediately recognized him as Luo Fengju, the one he had been looking for. Wen Qingling couldn't understand how the once-spirited Luo Fengju, who cared so much about his appearance and would rather get injured than go naked, had become like this. The dim basement seemed to be his dwelling, and the finished and unfinished products on the table should be his creations. Luo Fengju had always enjoyed modifying weapons, which had turned into a decent skill in the apocalypse. At that moment, the metal door was kicked open, and the sleeping Luo Fengju jolted awake. Two burly men dragged a person in, their wrists dripping with blood and their hands severed. They threw him on the ground, oblivious and unaware of life or death. As a reward for your cooperation, we brought him back to you. Just don't let him die. This is Brother Hui's power source. Be careful with it. The two men left with cold indifference, and the metal door was locked once again. Luo Fengju hurriedly went over to check the situation. Seeing that the person was still breathing, he struggled to lift him and carried him to the only double sofa. He placed him on the sofa, and the fresh blood from the severed hand stained the sofa, leaving behind large dark stains. Luo Fengju took out a medical kit and found a syringe in it. He injected it into the wounded person, quickly stopping the bleeding from the severed hand. Luo Fengju sprinkled some powder on the wound in silence and bandaged it with a bandage. Everything was done skillfully, indicating that it wasn't the first time he had done it. The unconscious patient moaned in pain, his long hair soaked with sweat sticking to his face, making it impossible to see his features clearly. He was weak and spoke with a feeble voice, "Brother Luo, I can't hold on anymore." Luo Fengju clenched his teeth. "As long as you're not beaten to death on the spot, there is still hope." "There's no hope. In this giant city, we can't fight against them." The hoarse voice was filled with pain. "You should escape. Your ability can help you escape. Don't get trapped here because of me. Escape and find Link C." Wen Qingling's mind trembled, and he woke up abruptly, breathing heavily. "Are you awake?" Xiao Hen's worried voice came. "What happened?" Wen Qingling breathed heavily and asked, "How long has it been?" "Over 2 hours," Xiao Hen replied. Wen Qingling closed his eyes and took slow breaths. He knew who that person was, his only friend during his university years, Yan. Back then, Feng Yi spread rumors about him liking boys at school, instigating their dormitory roommates to isolate and exclude him. People who were homophobic, jealous of him, or simply disliked him were filled with malice toward him. Wen Qingling was deeply hurt during that time, and wherever he went, he would hear whispers about him. He was alone, without any friends, except for Yan. Yan, carefree and open-minded, openly supported him, approached him proactively, and helped him. Every day, he stuck to him, insisting on being friends. Yan came from a well-off family and was a pampered young master, full of a sense of justice. He beat up the 3 roommates who bullied Wen Qingling, not because Yan was physically strong, but because his family was wealthy. Those who were beaten could only back down, not daring to retaliate against Yan. Yan proudly protected Wen Qingling, calling out, Link Si, all the time. Wherever he went, he would drag Wen Qingling along and tell everyone that they were good friends and brothers. When the apocalypse broke out, Wen Qingling hurriedly returned home, and Yan also went home. Until now, there was no news of him. Wen Qingling didn't expect to receive news of him in this way, and to be with Luo Fengju. Their situation seemed very dire. How much longer until we reach the central mega city? Wen Qingling became anxious, as the miserable state of Luo Fengju and Yan lingered in his mind. We're almost there. Xiao Hen knew that Wen Qingling must have seen something again, but with Lu Tianjin in the car, he didn't ask further. Increase the speed, Wen Qingling urged. This ability should be a psychic ability called future prediction. Psychic abilities indeed became strong as they developed. This ability had just appeared, and Wen Qingling couldn't fully control it yet. He didn't know how far in advance it could predict or if it would be enough to save Luo Fengju and Yan. If it was indeed the ability to predict the future, it would be incredibly powerful. Wen Qingling wanted to test if this prediction could be controlled consciously. Like when he discovered Luo Fengju, he focused hard on Xu Shengfei, wanting to predict something about Xu Shengfei. The reality proved that extraordinary abilities came with extraordinary conditions. This prediction ability was completely uncontrollable. What could be predicted depended on luck. At least when Wen Qingling tried to predict Xu Shengfei, he failed. Ahead, a clear path appeared, and a huge base could be faintly seen in the distance. Wen Qingling suddenly said, "Do you know someone called Brother Wei, in the central mega city?" Xiao Hen furrowed his brow. That name is too common. Even among the warriors sacrificed under my command, there are 2 or 3 called Brother Wei or Wei Zhe. I see. Since he couldn't find out by asking, Wen Qingling could only perform a mental search. Xiao Hen was certain that Wen Qingling must have seen something again, as he even mentioned a name this time. Before Xiao Hen could ask, Wen Qingling took the initiative. I saw Luo Fengju. He is locked in an underground room in the central mega city. I don't know where that is, but the person who has him captive is someone called Brother Wei. Fengju is still alive, Lu Tianjin exclaimed in shock. He had always thought that Luo Fengju was dead and felt guilty about it. Wen Qingling glanced at the back seat and said, "In my South City, do you think I would let him die?" Lu Tianjin was speechless. Realizing the situation at that time, he felt even more ashamed. If he had known that Wen Qingling was such a person, how could he not have thought that Luo Fengju might not be dead? After a while, Lu Tianjin finally spoke, "It's good that he's not dead. This way, his guilt could be alleviated to some extent." Wen Qingling had already seen through his thoughts, but he didn't expose them. From Lu Tianjin's choice between seeking revenge on Xu Shengfei and choosing the latter, Wen Qingling knew that their friendship had already been severed. If Wen Qingling couldn't find Xu Shengfei, he wouldn't meet Lu Tianjin again. "Is Xu Shengfei inside the city?" Wen Qingling asked coldly. Lu Tianjin carefully sensed and replied, "Inside the city." Xiao Hen said, "Where exactly?" Lu Tianjin hesitated for a moment, probably deep inside the mega city. Xiao Hen asked further, "Where exactly is deep inside? Is it in the central area or the far north?" Lu Tianjin tried his best to locate it but ultimately couldn't be certain. "It would be better if you could enter the city. Otherwise, the positioning won't be accurate. I only know she is inside the city, but she is quite far from me. I can't pinpoint her exact location. This mega city was the last haven for survivors, filled with hidden dragons and crouching tigers." Wen Qingling didn't dare to use his psychic powers to investigate recklessly. His psychic powers could only reach the city gate. It won't be easy for you to enter the city. The gate checks are very strict, and they perform blood tests. Based on Lu Tianjin's appearance, he didn't need a blood test. Exposing any part of him would prove that he wasn't human. Xiao Hen understood. The existence of undead had already drawn the attention of the high-ranking officials in central mega city. Otherwise, there wouldn't be blood tests. With the research institute's capabilities, it shouldn't be difficult to develop a quick detection method. Do you see the testing method? Wen Qingling asked. Xiao Hen had indeed seen it. It's a small device, like a stapler. It takes a fingertip blood sample, and for every drop it takes, it doesn't display the test result. It should have an automatic alarm system. If the blood composition doesn't match, the small device will automatically trigger an alarm. This way, they can save time by eliminating the need to analyze the composition. It's faster, and anyone who has the small device can use it, which is very convenient. Wen Qingling stroked his chin. This small device is not bad. We can bring some back. This way, they wouldn't need manual inspections of undead. They only need to prick their finger, making it very convenient. Xiao Hen, speechless. Xiao Hen, our purpose for coming here this time isn't for supplies. Wen Qingling said, yes, if there is such a device, considering Xu Shengfei's appearance, how did she manage to enter the city safely? This was indeed a good question. Xiao Hen couldn't think of an answer without considering the internal factors. Chapter 98. No matter how Xu Shengfei entered the city, the three of them couldn't enter openly and honestly. Not to mention the blood of Xiao Hen and Lu Tianjin, just Wen Qingling's blood alone was like a bomb. Even zombies couldn't withstand the power of a single drop of his blood. If humans got hold of it, the consequences would be unimaginable, especially considering its instability and propensity for mutation. No one knew what kind of mutation Wen Qingling's blood could cause at any moment. Since they couldn't enter through the main gate openly, they could only climb the wall. Wen Qingling thought of a good plan and prepared to implement it amidst Xiao Hen's speechless expression. Xiao Hen didn't need to climb the wall, he could teleport himself inside. Wen Qingling and Lu Tianjin were the ones who needed to climb. Xiao Hen found a secluded spot for them, and Wen Qingling used his wood-based ability. A thick vine emerged from a corner of the wall, swiftly climbing upward like a serpent. Even with Wen Qingling's jumping ability, he couldn't conquer the smooth surface of the 100-meter-high wall. He couldn't climb up by stepping on the wall, he could only rely on the vine to leap. In an instant, several leaps later, they were already standing on top of the city wall. Without hesitation, Wen Qingling jumped straight down. He couldn't climb up, but he could jump down. Lu Tianjin's speed was far slower than Wen Qingling's, but he managed to climb over without any mishaps. Wen Qingling retracted his wood-based ability, and the robust vine turned to ashes, scattering on the ground. The people in the central mega city probably couldn't fathom that even a 100-meter-high city wall couldn't stop the wall climbers. Below the wall was an open space without any place to take cover. Before the patrolling soldiers arrived, Xiao Hen led them away from the spot and dashed toward the nearest slum area. The slum area had low-rise buildings and narrow alleys, with a higher population. They could blend in and avoid drawing attention. Both Xiao Hen and Wen Qingling were fast, but Lu Tianjin couldn't keep up with their speed. His black robe fluttered in the wind, occasionally revealing his fierce appearance, enough to frighten children. No, to petrify them. Two children stood in the alley, appearing to be only 3 or 4 years old. They were emaciated, and covered in dirt as if they had crawled out of a garbage dump. The smaller child held a black mud ball in their arms, staring without blinking at the figure in the black robe, clearly petrified. After a moment of shock, the slightly older child burst into tears and turned to run, leaving the smaller child standing there dumbfounded. Lu Tianjin also froze in place. The ever-changing fierce countenance hidden beneath his hood caused him to tremble. He struggled to restrain himself, but his instincts overpowered his rationality. He let out a low roar and pounced toward the child. Xiao Hen swiftly intervened, blocking him and grabbing Lu Tianjin, pressing him against the wall. Xiao Hen had grown accustomed to his identity as a zombie and had also adapted to the fact that civilized zombies don't eat humans. However, he forgot about the zombie in front of him. This one had regained consciousness after consuming the corpse of an awakened individual and had mutated. He wasn't a civilized zombie and wasn't affected by Wen Qingling's blood. He was a pure, flesh-eating zombie who had already devoured many awakened individuals. The dumbfounded child started wailing loudly. Wen Qingling stared at the child for a few seconds and commanded him, "Stop crying." Wah! The child cried even louder. Worried that the crying would attract attention, Wen Qingling reluctantly took off his backpack and pulled out a piece of mutated beef. It was a snack from the Mama brand, and Zhang Lan had prepared many such preserved slices of meat before they set off. The majority were stored in Xiao Hen's space, and only a small portion remained in Wen Qingling's backpack. The outside temperature was higher, making it prone to spoilage. Here, stop crying. Wen Qingling handed the fist-sized piece of mutated preserved beef to the child. The child immediately caught the strong aroma of meat and stopped crying, reaching out to grab it. Give him 1/3, Xiao Hen reminded in time. A child who had been starving for a long time would surely be overwhelmed by eating such a large piece of meat at once. Wen Qingling raised his hand and allowed the child to jump around, trying to snatch the mutated beef from his hand. He took out a dagger from his backpack, cut a small piece of the mutated beef, and gave it to the child. The child took the meat and began stuffing it into his mouth while looking at the remaining piece. Wen Qingling was cold and ruthless. In front of the child, he selfishly devoured the remaining 2/3 of the preserved meat. Child, speechless. Xiao Hen, speechless. With his mouth full of meat, the child seemed like he was about to cry again. Wen Qingling said, "If you cry again, I'll beat you." Knowing that crying wouldn't bring more meat but only result in a beating, the child immediately held back his tears. Xiao Hen moved closer, pushing Lu Tianjin away, and approached with a stern and intimidating demeanor. He said, "Leave this place and don't tell anyone what you've seen. Otherwise, my brother will beat the children." The child was frightened, clutching a dirty mud ball, and quickly ran away. Xiao Hen patted Wen Qingling's forehead and said, "Don't be fooled by the child. Despite his small size, he must be at least 6 or 7 years old and quite cunning. That piece of meat you gave him will soon attract more children." Wen Qingling. The children who managed to survive the apocalypse were not ordinary. Due to prolonged starvation, they were thin and small in stature. Children without parents or relatives formed their own small groups because it was difficult to survive alone. The central mega city had many such children, and many people lacked vigilance towards these skinny little ones. It was because of this that they were able to fulfill roles that adults couldn't. Xiao Hen suggested, "If they come back, you can ask them about Wei Ji's news." Wen Qingling found it strange. Instead of asking the people from your original central mega city, you want me to ask a few little kids? Xiao Hen, speechless. He didn't know either, so he had to find another way. Xiao Hen was indeed from the central mega city, but he hadn't spent much time inside. Most of his time was spent on missions outside. He knew the distribution of power and the overall structure of the central mega city, making it difficult for him to obtain information about a specific person unless that person was well known enough for Xiao Hen to recognize their name. Obviously, the person they were looking for didn't meet that criterion. Xiao Hen briefly explained the power distribution within central mega city. The central mega city was managed by 7 generals who belonged to 7 major factions. Each general had a jurisdiction that varied based on their comprehensive strength. The 7 major regions, in order of size, population, and military strength, were Yin, Mo, Shao, Hua, Lei, Ni, and Sha. The first 4 generals were in charge of the 1st to 4th regions, located in the north, west, east, and south of the city respectively. These 4 regions each controlled one of the 4 major gates of the central mega city. To leave the city from the remaining 3 regions, one had to pass through other major regions. The 5th region was located between the 1st and 2nd regions, the 6th between the 3rd and 4th, and the 7th between the 2nd and 4th. The only regions without a gap between them were the 1st and 3rd regions. This was also the main reason for the frequent conflicts between the Yin faction and the Shao faction. The Yin faction had ambitions and constantly sought to annex neighboring factions, while the Shao faction was strong enough to resist the Yin faction. The Lei faction couldn't compete with the Yin faction and relied on support from other factions to avoid being annexed. Wen Qingling and the others came from the south and wanted to avoid the south gate, so they headed east. They left the territory of the Hua faction, the 4th region, and entered the territory of the Ni faction, the 6th region. There was no gate in this area, and it was rarely visited by people. They hid their vehicle there and entered the central mega city from the 6th region. Wen Qingling asked, "If each faction guards a gate, is it possible for a non-human creature to be secretly led into the city? Could Xu Shengfei be colluding with the factions guarding the 4 major gates?" Xiao Hen had been speculating all along, and now he was somewhat certain. Excluding the 3rd region, last time I came here, I warned old Shui to be on guard against undead. He wouldn't knowingly take such risks. So, that leaves the first, second, and fourth regions, which are respectively the Yin, Mo, and Hua factions. It's a choice between the three. In your opinion, which one is the most likely? Do you even need to ask? It must be the Yin faction, Wen Qingling answered without hesitation. Xiao Hen nodded in agreement. He had reasons to support his choice. First, the armored convoy was attacked, and one of the armored vehicles managed to escape, but Yin Cheng's whereabouts were unknown. Second, it was confirmed that the poisonous mist was caused by the evolved blood anemone, which had been in Xu Shengfei's possession. If the attack on the armored convoy was indeed the doing of the evolved blood anemone acting on its own, it was possible that Xu Shengfei couldn't control it and it escaped during the pursuit, where it likely encountered Yin Cheng. Finally, there is the matter of Yin's intention to send people to Ling City for investigation. No one has seen any trace of them, so the most likely possibility is that they didn't send anyone to Ling City. Then, what reason would make an elderly person who dotes on their grandchildren give up on sending people to Ling City? There may only be one answer, the fact that Yin Cheng returned alive. If it could be confirmed that Yin Cheng returned alive, then Xiao Hen's speculation would almost certainly be the truth. Xiao Hen told his deduction to Wen Qingling and asked him to ask the group of children about it. He took Lu Tianjin and hid in another alley, with Lu Tianjin unable to suppress his instincts and could only rely on Xiao Hen to restrain him. A group of dirty children quickly found them. The child holding the ball saw Wen Qingling and immediately brightened his eyes. He said to another dirty young boy, "It's this brother, big brother Yu. He's a good person and gave me meat to eat." If it wasn't for Xiao Hen's reminder, Wen Qingling would have thought it was just childish talk. Now it seemed like he was being taken advantage of by these little devils. Wen Qingling played with a shiny dagger in his hand. "I'm not a good person. If you eat my food, you have to do something for me." The young boy known as Big Brother Yu stepped forward and respectfully clasped his fists. "Brother, please give your orders. As long as the reward is enough, we can do many things." Wen Qingling glanced at him. "Are you their leader?" Big Brother Yu smiled confidently. "I am in charge of this area. What can I do for you?" If he hadn't heard that this person had exquisite attire, fair skin, and could handle a piece of mutant beef, he wouldn't have come over personally. It was clear that this was someone influential, and if he could do business with him, the reward would definitely be substantial. Wen Qingling was quite certain that Xu Shengfei and Yin's faction were involved with each other. He had to make a decisive strike when approaching quietly, not allowing her to escape again. So he had to be cautious and not let her notice. There were certainly many powerful mutants in the central mega city, including those with psychic abilities. If Wen Qingling used his psychic power to investigate, he would undoubtedly be discovered. He decided to be more careful. Xu Shengfei couldn't escape from central mega city, but Wen Qingling was currently more concerned about Luo Fengju and Mi Yan. Before dealing with Xu Shengfei, he had to find the two of them first. Chapter 99. Wen Qingling. I need to find someone. Big Brother Yu's confidence grew even more. Then you've come to the right people. Our mud rats specialize in selling information and are experts at finding people. Who do you want to find? What's their name? Any specific characteristics? Wen Qingling said, "I'm looking for Yin Cheng from the 1st district." "Where is he now?" Big Brother Yu's smile stiffened. "Brother, this is the 6th district. It's quite far from the 1st district. If you want to know, we'll have to send someone to inquire. We'll give you an answer within 2 days. Is that acceptable?" Because of his special status, finding out his whereabouts would be risking our lives. The reward might not be low. Are you sure about placing the order? Wen Qingling replied, "No." Big Brother Yu, speechless. Is he joking with me? Wen Qingling continued, "Has he done anything sensational recently?" Big Brother Yu hesitated for a moment. "Does the auction 2 days from now count? I heard that Colonel Yin is one of the organizers." Wen Qingling responded, "That doesn't count." Confirmed, Yin Cheng did indeed return alive. Big Brother Yu, speechless. He felt like this person was toying with him, but he had no evidence. Wen Qingling then said, "Help me find someone named Brother Wei. I'm not sure about the specific characters for Wei, but I know they should have considerable power in the central mega city." Big Brother Yu had already lost his smile. He feared being rejected again and pondered, "Brother, there are too many people in the entire central mega city called brother way. Since anyone who can be called brother should have some power, are you planning to find all of them? Ellipsis. Of course, if the reward is sufficient, it might still be possible. The size of the organization limits the scope of its influence, and anyone with a bit of power can be called a brother. The range was indeed too vast. Wen Qingling knew about Luo Fengju's strength, and whoever could trap him must have some means. According to Big Brother Yu's process of elimination, the bodies would likely be cold by the time they found them. Wen Qingling felt that it was pointless to discuss these matters with a teenager. It was a waste of time, so he said, I want to meet your leader. I have a significant business proposition. Big Brother Yu, speechless. No, you're being too stingy. After all this talk, the business hasn't materialized, not even a small tip, and I haven't seen any meat. Now you want to meet their leader. Can anyone just meet the leader? Big Brother Yu's attitude was no longer respectful and pleasing. How big is your significant business? Our leader doesn't meet people easily. Wen Qingling replied, it's bigger than what you can imagine. Big Brother Yu, what is it? If you don't tell me, I can't convey it to our leader. Wen Qingling said, an antidote for the zombie virus. Is that business big enough for you? Big Brother Yu, speechless. The group of children, speechless. Big Brother Yu pulled out a larger dagger from his waist and played with it in his hand. Brother, we're not ordinary kids. Our mud rats are spread throughout the entire mega city. Wherever there are children, our people are there. Your tricks won't work on us. Wen Qingling glanced at the big dagger in the child's hand and then at his own small dagger. With a flick of his finger, he put away the small dagger and took out a shallow red potion from his backpack, shaking it in his hand. Let me show you something eye-opening. This is the antidote. If you can refuse this business proposition on behalf of your leader, then forget what I said. Wen Qingling put away the antidote, turned around, and was about to leave when Big Brother Yu quickly spoke up, wait, I'll take you to meet the leader. Regardless of whether the antidote was real or fake, Big Brother Yu didn't dare to refuse on behalf of the leader. Although the chances were slim, if the antidote was genuine, he would probably have to apologize with his life. Xiao Hen and Lu Tianjin walked out, with Xiao Hen using 1/3 of the aura of a high-level zombie to suppress Lu Tianjin's instincts. Wen Qingling didn't introduce the blood anemone to Lu Tianjin. On one hand, he was afraid it would sever the connection between Lu Tianjin and Xu Shengfei, and on the other hand, Lu Tianjin hadn't passed Wen Qingling's evaluation to become a civilized zombie. There were standards to be met, it wasn't something anyone could achieve. Upon seeing the two people walking out, a group of children became alert. Lu Tianjin was a genuine zombie, even if it was a variant, it was still a zombie. The unique foul smell of a zombie was hard to conceal, and the children were very afraid, especially the two children who had seen Lu Tianjin's true appearance, scared and kept retreating. The child holding a mud ball stared at the black-robed figure in fear and asked, is he a zombie? Spot on. It had to be said that children had sharp senses. When the other children heard this, they all jumped back like monkeys, maintaining a safe distance. Xiao Hen was not good at lying, so Wen Qingling took over for him and said, he's just ugly and doesn't want to scare people, that's why he's wrapped in a black robe. Do ugly people not have rights anymore? Ugly person, Lu Tianjin, speechless. Still called a person, earth-shattering. Big Brother Yu furrowed his brow and pointed at the black-robed figure, no, he's very smelly, the smell of a zombie. Wen Qingling tried to reason, zombies can't enter the city, you should know how strict the city gate guards are. Big Brother Yu's brow furrowed even tighter, and his eyes filled with vigilance. That's not necessarily true, nothing is absolute. I've heard that many small bases outside have been destroyed from within. Once a zombie gets inside a base, that base is done for. I seriously suspect that he is a zombie. Let him take off his hood and let us see. I've seen ugly people before, I'm not afraid. As the leader of this small group, Big Brother Yu had to be responsible for the Mud Rat organization and these children. Xiao Hen said, zombies don't speak. If it says a few words, will you believe it then? Only now did Big Brother Yu take his gaze off the black-robed stranger and look at Xiao Hen. He was instantly shocked. You are Colonel Xiao from the 3rd District. The same Colonel Xiao who is on par with Colonel Yin from the 1st District. Xiao Hen's gaze grew cold. You know me. Big Brother Yu quickly resumed a respectful and ingratiating attitude. In our line of work, we need to know about the influential figures in Central City. Especially the successors of various factions, they were the focus of attention from various forces. Mud Rat was in the business of gathering intelligence, so they certainly had to pay more attention to these important figures. Big Brother Yu continued, since you're a friend of Colonel Shao, there shouldn't be a problem. Do you want to meet our leader? I can take you there. With Colonel Shao's involvement, Big Brother Yu had expectations for the antidote. He speculated that it might be a product secretly developed by the 3rd District. If that were the case, it would probably be promoted throughout the entire city by the higher-ups, and they wouldn't have approached their Mud Rat organization. The reasons behind it were unclear to him, so he could only leave the matter to those above to handle. Wen Qingling expressed dissatisfaction. If face recognition was possible, why did they have to waste so much time? Xiao Hen also seemed a bit unhappy. Aren't you here to find someone? You go find your person, and we'll go find ours. Once we find our respective people, you can go wait for us in the car, and we'll part ways. Lu Tianjin, speechless. It glanced at Wen Qingling and Xiao Hen and said in a hoarse voice, I understand. Big Brother Yu, speechless. It can actually speak, although its voice is a bit unpleasant. Lu Tianjin turned and ran towards another alley, leaving a trace of Wen Qingling's psychic power on it. As long as it could find Xu Shengfei, Wen Qingling would be able to know Xu Shengfei's whereabouts. By splitting up, they could move faster. Big Brother Yu led Wen Qingling and Xiao Hen to meet their leader. Xiao Hen didn't expect that even a young boy could recognize him. Would the news of his return to the city quickly reach the 3rd District? Xiao Hen didn't want them to know he was back. To keep a low profile, he wore ordinary camouflage clothing, but unexpectedly, his face gave away his identity. Xiao Hen felt that he might need a mask and a pair of sunglasses now. When Wen Qingling seemed to have telepathy, they came across a shop on the way. He walked in, and it turned out to be a clothing store with poor business. Rarely did they have customers coming in, so the owner was very enthusiastic. Wen Qingling said, give me 2 duckbill caps and 2 masks. If you have sunglasses, 2 pairs as well. The owner was taken aback. He didn't expect them to ask for these items in a clothing store, but surprisingly, they did have them. These things were all collected by the owner as supplies and brought back. They only had duckbill caps and masks, no sunglasses, but Wen Qingling was content with it. He paid with crystal nuclei and left with the items. Both he and Xiao Hen wore the same black duckbill caps and black masks so that Xiao Hen wouldn't be recognized. A group of children led them through numerous turns until they thought they had completely lost track, but then they finally brought them to the headquarters located in the 6th District, an office in a place of entertainment. The other children had already dispersed, and only Big Brother Yu led them upstairs. The scantily clad women occasionally greeted Big Brother Yu, and the young boy skillfully exchanged a few teasing remarks. The women unabashedly inspected the 2 people following behind Big Brother Yu. Tall and with perfect figures, clean and neat clothing, even if their faces couldn't be seen, it was clear that their appearances were outstanding, and they possessed strength. Xiao Hen felt a little uncomfortable under such naked scrutiny, so he pulled Wen Qingling closer, asserting his sovereignty. The women giggled and tried to inquire about their identities, but Big Brother Yu's face turned serious. They are friends of Sister Yuan. It's better for you not to have any ideas. As soon as they heard, Sister Yuan, all the women who were originally interested in them scattered. Big Brother Yu led them upstairs, and in a luxurious private room, they met Yuan Jia, the person in charge of the Mud Rat organization in the 6th District. Yuan Jia was a very charming woman, wearing a tight-fitting long dress that showcased her stunning figure. Leaning on the sofa with seductive eyes, she only gave them a gentle glance when they entered. Big Brother Yu quickly walked over and whispered something in Yuan Jia's ear. Yuan Jia's relaxed and carefree posture paused for a moment. She raised her delicate hand, gesturing for Big Brother Yu to leave. The door of the private room closed, and Yuan Jia stood up, gracefully walking towards Xiao Hen. She proactively extended her hand and said, "Rare for Colonel Shao to come to our Mud Rat organization. I wonder how I can assist you." Xiao Hen looked at the slender hand extended towards him and, out of politeness, was about to shake hands. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught Wen Qingling's deathly stare. "Xiao Hen. What did I do wrong?" Wen Qingling conveyed through his eyes, "If you dare to shake hands with her, I dare to throw you away. You're already too dirty." Xiao Hen. speechless. Chapter 100. Xiao Han ignored the hand and said, "We need your organization's help with something." Yuan Jia's eyes flickered, seemingly sensing the unusual atmosphere between the two. She looked affectionate and said, "It's our honor." Wen Qingling, not understanding the situation, asked, "Are you the leader of this organization? How much influence do you have? I need to find someone, can it be done quickly?" Yuan Jia smiled charmingly and said, "If it's about an antidote, I may not have the authority, but if it's just finding someone, I might be able to help." Wen Qingling understood her response and said, "I'm looking for someone named Brother Wei. He should have some influence in the mega city." Yuan Jia asked them to sit down and talk slowly. It's difficult to find someone based on just this information. Do you have any other clues? Wen Qingling thought for a moment and said, he should have leaked some assembled energy gun parts. Is that clue enough? Wen Qingling realized that Luo Fengju couldn't obtain those components and energy cores while being locked in the basement unless someone specifically gave them to him for modification. And coincidentally, that happened to be Luo Fengju's expertise. Yuan Jia's expression became serious. The energy gun parts are not widely available yet. They are mainly supplied to the military. It's difficult for ordinary people to get their hands on standard energy gun parts. Even if they have them, they are usually modified and assembled later, with lower power and a shorter lifespan compared to weapons produced by the Weapons Research Institute. Yuan Jia nodded solemnly. This is indeed a useful clue. I will immediately have someone investigate. In addition, Wen Qingling spoke again, he is likely a perverted person who enjoys cutting off people's hands. Yuan Jia replied, speechless. Yuan Jia said, "All right, I will have someone pay attention to it." Wen Qingling asked, "How long will it take?" Yuan Jia replied, "At least a day." Wen Qingling said, "That's too long." Yuan Jia remained silent. A day was too long. Finding one person among over 100 million people would be a massive undertaking. It would definitely take time. Wen Qingling said, "I want to meet your big boss." Yuan Jia replied, speechless. Wen Qingling continued, "And by the way, I want to discuss the antidote." Yuan Jia's expression softened. "Wait a moment, please allow me to make a call." Yuan Jia left the private room to make the call. Wen Qingling was intrigued by the mention of a phone. Was the central mega city so advanced? It had already been 3 years since the apocalypse, and they still had phones. In a low voice, Wen Qingling said, "What do you think about tying up the communication personnel here?" Xiao Han coldly refused, "I don't think it's a good idea. If they tied up live people, would they be able to leave this place smoothly? Did they have to cause a commotion and break out of the city? Perhaps they could succeed if it were just the two of them, but it would be nearly impossible with the others." Yuan Jia quickly returned, wearing the same smile as before, with no visible changes on her face. "I suddenly remembered, are you looking for someone who enjoys cutting off people's hands? Or someone who collects hands?" Wen Qingling saw Mi Yan's hands being cut off, but he didn't know where those hands ended up. Who knew if they were discarded or kept as a collection? If they were being collected, that would truly be a perversion. Wen Qingling carefully recalled the details he saw. The two strong men said, "Don't let him die." Brother Hui's energy storage, the dark bloodstains on the couch, which should be Mi Yan's blood. Luo Fengju's skillful bandaging technique. And Mi Yan saying, "Can't hold on anymore." All of these indicated that Mi Yan had been injured before, and he was in pain and no longer wanted to endure. So, what did energy storage mean? Could one person become another person's energy storage? Wen Qingling had never heard of such a thing, nor had he seen it. Could it be that Mi Yan possessed some special ability? Not wanting to miss any possibility, Wen Qingling asked, "What does collecting hands mean?" Yuan Jia must have learned something from the big boss, otherwise, she wouldn't have withheld the information earlier. Recently, there was an auction in the 6th district, and there was a special item, a beautiful hand that resembled crystal. It was different from any kind of crystal nucleus but also had energy. It was a pure energy crystal, and the energy inside was very gentle, allowing it to be directly absorbed by people with abilities. Yuan Jia sat back on the sofa, her beautiful red nails as vibrant as blood. A hand was sold for an astronomical price. Wen Qingling's gaze turned cold. When Yuan Jia spoke those words, he had a strong premonition that this hand was related to Mi Yan. Just like when he heard about the central mega city developing energy weapons, he had a feeling that it wasn't a good thing and would bring greater disaster to the world. Now that feeling had been proven right, and he saw an even greater catastrophe unfolding. Wen Qingling's voice turned cold. I want to know who the seller of that hand was. I thought you wanted to know who bought the hand. Yuan Jia said, the information about the seller is confidential, but many people know who bought it. Wen Qingling stared at Yuan Jia with his pitch-black, clear eyes. I want to know who the seller was. Yuan Jia smiled charmingly. Aren't you looking for Brother Wei? The seller is Brother Wei, Wen Qingling said with absolute certainty. It was his incredibly accurate intuition. Yuan Jia had a smile on her face but didn't speak, indicating her intention. Wen Qingling understood. She was waiting for him to make an offer, to see what price he would give and what tasks he would perform. It involved Luo Fengju and Mi Yan, and Wen Qingling didn't have time to negotiate. He took out the pale red antidote and placed it on the coffee table. The antidote for the zombie virus. Find out who sent it and where they are within an hour. This antidote is yours. If the antidote was genuine, it meant that one antidote equaled one life. Its value couldn't be measured in crystal nuclei. Yuan Jia looked at the pale red potion, her eyes unclear and dim. When Yu Zhe told her about it, she was skeptical, but she didn't expect such a thing to exist. Wen Qingling said, don't doubt the authenticity of this potion. You can take it now and find someone to test it, but I'll start the countdown from this moment. The countdown has already begun. You can consider it slowly. Yuan Jia glanced at Xiao Hen, who had been silent all this time, grabbed the antidote, and left. If the antidote was real, wasting the chance to test it would be wasting an opportunity to save a life. Wen Qingling and Xiao Hen didn't leave. After Yuan Jia left, she didn't come back either. Wen Qingling wasn't afraid that she would take the antidote and not do anything. If she dared to do that, Wen Qingling would dare to dismantle the Mud Rat organization. After 40 minutes, Yuan Jia returned and brought the information Wen Qingling wanted. The sender of the energy crystal hand was named Yu Jinwei. He had several industries and protected several teams of ability users. He was considered a prominent figure in the 6th district. Wen Qingling asked, where is he now? Yuan Jia didn't answer directly but looked at Xiao Hen and said, Yu Jinwei has a strong backing. May I ask why you're looking for him? Yuan Jia obviously had a hidden meaning. Wen Qingling exuded a palpable killing intent. To take his life. Yuan Jia paused and looked at Xiao Hen again. Colonel Xiao, our Mud Rat organization's information is absolutely accurate. Yu Jinwei is the brother-in-law of Ni Tianling, the brother of his second wife. Although he's a brother-in-law brought in by marriage, he's slick and knows how to please both Ni Tianling and Ni Hao. If you kill Yu Jinwei, the Ni family won't just stand by. Wen Qingling seemed a bit perplexed. He couldn't understand the twists and turns. Yuan Jia didn't believe that Xiao Hen couldn't understand either. The 3rd district was adjacent to both the 1st district and the 6th district, and the friction between the 1st district and the 3rd district was already out in the open. If they clashed with the 6th district as well, they would undoubtedly be caught in a pincer attack, and the situation in the 3rd district would be worrying. Xiao Hen remained silent, his gaze heavy, lost in thought. Yuan Jia chuckled and said, I spoke out of turn. Yu Jinwei is on his way to Jinyang Beast Market. Jinyang Beast Market is a live mutant creature trading market. I heard that there is a mutant ragdoll cat there, and Ni Hao is pursuing second Miss Hua. I heard that second Miss Hua loves cats very much. In order to make this unrelated nephew happy, Yu Jinwei has been looking for a cat for him. Xiao Hen's eyes, hidden under the brim of his hat, grew even deeper. These pieces of information were beyond the scope of their transaction, and Xiao Hen didn't think Yuan Jia would be so eager to share them. Who is your boss? Yuan Jia smiled politely. You will meet them when the time is right. Where is Jinyang Beast Market? Wen Qingling couldn't wait any longer. Xiao Hen held Wen Qingling's hand and quickly left. He didn't know about matters concerning someone's wives, stepwives, and stepsons, but he knew where Jinyang Beast Market was. As soon as they reached the ground floor, they saw Brother Yu waiting for them. Brother Yu was respectful and handed over the car keys with both hands. Yuan Jia thought that you both might need a car, so she asked me to prepare one. Xiao Hen didn't bother with pleasantries and picked up the car keys, getting into the car with Wen Qingling, and they rushed towards Jinyang Beast Market. Jinyang Beast Market was located at the junction of the 3rd, 4th, and 6th districts, close to the center of Mega City. It was quite far from their current location, so Xiao Hen drove the car at high speed to get there. They didn't know what Yu Jinwei looked like, but they knew that a mutant ragdoll cat should be quite rare. Finding the mutant ragdoll cat would likely lead them to Yu Jinwei. Powerful spiritual ability users hold important positions in Mega City, so the chances of Yu Jinwei being at Jinyang Beast Market are slim, Xiao Hen reminded. Wen Qingling understood and released his spiritual power, enveloping the entire Jinyang Beast Market with his mental energy. Soon, he detected a creature that resembled a mutant ragdoll cat and they drove towards it. As for why it was said to be resembling, it was because the mutant ragdoll cat was unusually large. If it weren't for the cat-like features still present, Wen Qingling would have thought it was a tortoiseshell-colored lion. Its head was almost that of a fierce beast, making it barely suitable as a pet. Of course, it couldn't be ruled out that someone bought it for the purpose of guarding their home. Before the apocalypse, felids were apex predators, so don't treat a domestic cat as if it weren't part of the Felidae family. Especially after their size increased, the feline attributes of a domestic cat were enhanced in every aspect. Apart from their speed, just their fangs and extended claws were longer than those of actual wild beasts. A car sped up from the side and blocked the path in front of Xiao Hen's car. Xiao Hen slammed on the brakes just in time, narrowly avoiding a collision. Several burly men got out of the car and surrounded a man who walked toward the mutant ragdoll cat without looking back. The area was already crowded with onlookers, all attracted by the live-captured mutant ragdoll cat. Even though it was confined in a cage, the mutant ragdoll cat maintained its noble and elegant demeanor. With sapphire-like eyes lazily narrowed, it scorned the group of fish-lipped humans, its furry tail wrapped around itself, refusing to mingle with the mundane. "Make way, Brother Wei is here. We're taking this mutant ragdoll cat for Brother Wei." The man leading the way pushed through the crowd and loudly announced to everyone that the mutant ragdoll cat had an owner. Wen Qingling, speechless. This really was a piece of cake. Chapter 101. As Wen Qingling was about to get off the car, he suddenly saw a person. He was walking towards Yu Jinwei with a group of people, smiling. "Brother Wei, why did you come in person? Knowing that you wanted a mutant ragdoll cat, I heard that there was one appearing here. I rushed over right away, just waiting to buy it and give it to Brother Wei," said Xiaozhong. "It's Xiaozhong. I really liked the gift you gave me last time," replied Yu Jinwei. Yu Jinwei had a good appearance, and it was not difficult to imagine that his sister's appearance should also be good, otherwise, she wouldn't have entered the Ni family's door. Zhang Xin is tall and burly, with a big smile on his face. "As long as Brother Wei likes it, it's good. I might have to take this mutant ragdoll cat with me first." A pet, what's the point if it doesn't obey? These mutant beasts are very fierce. "Brother Wei, look at the people I brought. It's because I'm afraid I can't control this thing, so I intentionally brought more people. Brother Wei, rest assured, once I have trained it for you, I will return it as it is." "How does Brother Wei feel?" Yu Jinwei looked slightly surprised. "You can train pets?" Zhang Xin laughed. "Of course not. It's my girlfriend, Beiya. She has the ability to communicate with animals." Zhang Xin lightly patted Beiya's back, and she immediately stepped forward, sweetly calling out, "Brother Wei. Brother Hui's pet, I will definitely do my best and try to return it to Brother Wei Ji as soon as possible," said Beiya. Yu Jinwei's gaze swept over Beiya. He had seen all kinds of beauties, and Beiya's appearance could only be considered above average among his beauties, and her figure was ordinary, which didn't match his preferences. Zhang Xin lowered his voice and said, "Thanks to Beiya, we were able to find such a special ability for the last gift. Only then could we offer it to you. This time, we will definitely train your pet well." Yu Jinwei looked at Beiya differently. He really liked the previous gift, and he also had a slightly higher opinion of Beiya because of it. He chuckled, "All right, then take the ragdoll cat back and train it quickly. My nephew is still waiting to receive it." Everyone knew who Yu Jinwei's nephew was. Although they had no blood relation, their relationship as uncle and nephew was good. Yu Jinwei knew how to please his brother-in-law and share his concerns. Beiya quickly said, "Thank you for your trust, Brother Wei. I will do my best." Zhang Xin asked someone to negotiate the price with the seller while he personally accompanied Yu Jinwei, trying to please and flatter him. "Brother Wei, can we get a little more of the energy gun in your hands for our team?" Zhang Xin asked. Since the successful development of energy weapons, the higher-ups have been interested in expanding outside the city. No matter how big the central mega city is, it is still smaller than the vast outside world. Many organizations with strength and foresight are also taking action. They can't reap benefits from the big cities, but they can try their luck in small towns. They mobilize on a large scale, clean up zombies, and claim the towns as their territory. At such a time, anyone who doesn't strive forward is an idiot. No one wants to be forever subordinate to others. Being the lord of a city isn't attractive. With strength, manpower, and territory, who would be willing to be someone's grandson? The most sought-after thing now is energy weapons. Yu Jingwei, as an in-law of the Ni family, can't get standardized energy weapons. He can only get parts and assemble them, which are of inferior quality and doesn't sell for a high price. Old Master Ni is still alive. Yu Jingwei can make Ni Tianling and Ni Hao obedient, but he can't fool Old Master Ni. The Ni family still follows Old Master Ni's orders. The energy weapons are all in Old Master Ni's hands, and Yu Jingwei can't get a single one. Yu Jingwei often curses and resents Ni Ziyang, that old thing. When will he die? Once he dies and the Ni family falls into Ni Tianling's hands, what benefits can he not obtain? For the sake of face, even if empty-handed, he still has to maintain his presence. Yu Jingwei sighed and said, "It's not that I don't want to give more, but there are too many people in need. Shouldn't I treat everyone equally?" Zhang Xin forced a smile and nodded repeatedly. There were many onlookers, but there were only a few people who actually wanted to buy the mutant ragdoll cat. The reason was simple. The mutant creatures were too fierce, and they wouldn't be able to tame them. Buying one would only bring harm to themselves. Now that Yu Jingwei wanted to buy one, no one was competing with him, and the negotiation went smoothly. Zhang Xin's men surrounded the cage and prepared to lift it onto the car to take it back. The mutant ragdoll cat, who had been lazily sleeping, suddenly became alert. Its blue eyes opened, and it raised its head to look around. Yu Jingwei chuckled, "This little thing is quite vigilant. If trained well, it can be a good battle pet." The mutant ragdoll cat stepped on the cushion and slowly stood up. The metal cage became unbalanced, and the people lifting it stumbled and almost lost their balance. Bei Ya immediately shouted, "Get down. Don't move." The mutant ragdoll cat glanced at her with disdain in its blue eyes. How dare this fish-lipped human command the great king? Does she want to die? Bea took out a metal whip and cracked it against the metal cage, saying, "Get down." The angered mutant ragdoll cat swung its paw, and the person lifting the cage screamed in pain and dropped the cage. With a loud crash, the metal cage fell to the ground, bringing down two people. One person hit the cage from behind, while the other fell face first. Instinctively, he reached out to grab the cage but let out two more screams. All the people near the cage were covered in blood. Bei Ya was also frightened and stepped back continuously. The mutant ragdoll cat kept staring at her with its blue eyes, as if it would pounce on her and tear her face apart at any moment. Yu Jingwei frowned slightly, looking displeased. Zhang Xin hurriedly signaled Bei Ya to take control of the situation. Bei Ya clenched her whip but didn't dare to approach. She could only try to communicate with the mutant ragdoll cat using her psychic powers, but the cat refused to communicate with her and anxiously paced around the cage. Suddenly, the mutant ragdoll cat skillfully moved closer to the corner of the cage. Its massive body almost squeezed out of the cage. Just when everyone was puzzled, suddenly, bang bang, and the iron chains and large lock on the metal cage fell to the ground. Everyone's face changed drastically, and they quickly dodged. The mutant ragdoll cat had already rushed out of the metal cage, leapt over the heads of the crowd, and landed steadily on Yu Jingwei's car roof. Meow! The mutant ragdoll cat let out a cry. Everyone immediately turned around and witnessed an astonishing scene. The enormous mutant ragdoll cat was meowing and trying to playfully roll over on the car roof but ended up falling off. Undeterred, the mutant ragdoll cat stood up straight, its front paws grasping the car roof. Its large head extended to rub against the person standing on the roof. The person was wearing casual clothes, with a low-brimmed cap and a black mask that almost covered his entire face. There was also a man in camouflage standing beside him, wearing the same cap and mask, holding a brand new sniper rifle in his hands. Wen Qingling touched the mutant ragdoll cat's head, demonstrating that the creature had high intelligence. Wen Qingling could easily communicate with it. In the branch of psychic abilities known as communication arts, one can communicate with animals and plants through psychic powers. The higher the intelligence of the target, the easier the communication. Beia couldn't communicate smoothly with the large cat, which indicated her own limited abilities. Wen Qingling pointed at him provocatively and said, "You must be Eugene Wei, also known as Brother Wei, right?" Zhang Xin and Beia were both startled. The voice sounded somewhat familiar. Several sturdy men immediately aimed their rifles at the two people on the car roof, assuming a protective stance around Eugene Wei. Eugene Wei's face turned extremely ugly. Since his sister married into the Ni family, it had been a long time since anyone dared to speak to him like this. His eyes flashed with a cold light. "I am Eugene Wei, who are you?" Wen Qingling's gaze fell on the gun device in the strong man's hand, and he felt a sense of familiarity. Wasn't that the energy gun device that Luo Fengju assembled in the basement? They were both energy storage devices. "It's enough that you're Eugene Wei. I've been looking for you." Wen Qingling suddenly made a move, grabbing Eugene Wei from the crowd with a single grasp, and he flew towards Wen Qingling like a disconnected balloon. The energy storage device fired rapidly. Wen Qingling and Xiao Hen had already disappeared from the car roof, and the mutant ragdoll cat agilely jumped aside. It dashed forward a few steps, turned around, and pounced, landing among the crowd, its sharp claws tearing through a mist of blood. Wen Qingling grabbed Eugene Wei, who flew towards him, and dragged him into the car. Xiao Hen started the car and sped away. The mutant ragdoll cat vented its frustration and turned to run. If it weren't for these fish-lipped humans launching a surprise attack, it wouldn't have been captured in the first place. Now that it was finally free, there was no better time to escape. The mutant ragdoll cat and Wen Qingling ran in the opposite direction. Eugene Wei's subordinates didn't have time to deal with the cat and hurriedly got in their cars to chase after the car carrying their boss. Don't be deceived by Eugene Wei's seemingly boundless influence. In reality, he was just an ordinary person without any supernatural abilities. Being caught by Wen Qingling, he had almost no ability to resist. Wen Qingling's hand grew thorny vines that wrapped around Eugene Wei's body like serpents. The vines tightened, and the sharp thorns pierced into flesh and skin. Eugene Wei cried out in pain. He had never experienced such suffering in his entire life. He gritted his teeth. "Who are you? What do you want?" Wen Qingling sneered as he saw Eugene Wei drenched in cold sweat. "If you can't endure this little bit of pain, do you think you'll still have your life when I cut off your hand?" Eugene Wei thought he had misheard and tried to persuade, "Since you already know that I am Eugene Wei, you should probably know who stands behind me. If you release me now, I won't pursue this further. Otherwise, if anything happens to me, the Ni family won't let you go." Wen Qingling played with the dagger at his fingertips. "When you cut off someone else's hand, have you ever considered that one day your hand might also be cut off?" Eugene Wei widened his eyes in disbelief. You are. I am a friend of Mi Yan. Luo Fengju is my brother, and they are both in your hands, right?" The dagger in Wen Qingling's fingertips spun even faster, and Wen Qingling looked into Eugene Wei's eyes as if contemplating where to make his cut. Eugene Wei broke into a cold sweat. Regardless of who these two people were, he was now in their hands without any protection, hanging by a thread. The car suddenly shook violently, and Eugene Wei slammed against the car door. However, Wen Qingling remained seated steadily. A large fireball flew past the car, hitting a trash bin on the roadside, instantly setting it ablaze. The car behind continued to throw fireballs using the energy gun device, and Xiao Hen controlled the direction to dodge them. Chapter 102. Upon seeing hope, Eugene Wei decided to buy some time and said, "They are indeed with me, and they are all talented individuals. I invited them as guests. There's no talk of cutting off hands, ah." A desperate scream echoed from outside the car, causing the pursuing vehicle to sway and nearly flip over. Wen Qingling opened the car window and threw a severed hand outside, which smashed into the windshield of the car behind. As they saw what it was, they were all shocked. Eugene Wei's hand was unmistakable to them, especially the unique ring on his finger, which confirmed the owner's identity. They realized the situation had escalated and were about to send a car back to report when thick, sturdy vines suddenly emerged from the ground. Like giant octopus tentacles, they whipped around, flinging away the chasing cars. Then, in the astonished gazes of the pedestrians, they vanished into thin air. It all felt like a dream, except for the damaged ground and the cars that had been thrown out. Otherwise, no one would believe that what just happened was real. Wen Qingling calmly wiped the blood off the knife. "Can you tell me the truth now? Where are they?" Eugene Wei, in excruciating pain and losing consciousness, sweat mixed with blood dripping down, said, "In the basement of my villa." Wen Qingling replied, "Lead the way." Yu Jinlin had just returned from the garden with some fresh flowers and was pruning them when she heard the commotion outside. She put down her scissors and asked, "Who is outside?" A burly man, covered in blood, stumbled in and said, "Madam. Madam, please save Jinwei." As Yu Jinlin caught sight of the severed hand the man was holding, she screamed in horror and sternly scolded, "Why are you bringing such filthy things into the house? Throw it out." The burly man didn't dare to throw it away and said, "Madam, this is Jinwei's hand." "What did you say?" Yu Jinlin stood up abruptly. Ni Tianling was still working when he received a call from Yu Jinlin. She was crying so heavily on the other end that she was about to faint. She urgently asked Ni Tianling to save someone. Yu Jinwei had been captured and had his hand chopped off, and his life was at stake. Ni Tianling was also shocked and couldn't understand who would dare to be so bold as to harm their Ni family in the 6th district. They clearly didn't regard their Ni family highly enough. Xiao Hen's car stopped in front of a villa. "This is the place." Yu Jinwei, losing too much blood, was barely holding on. He was afraid that if he lost consciousness, he would lose his life. "I can go down and have them release the person, no need." Wen Qingling scanned with his psychic power and saw the scene in the basement, causing his heart to tremble. Wen Qingling dragged Yu Jinwei out of the car, and the subordinates guarding outside the villa panicked as they saw their leader covered in blood being carried out. They didn't dare to approach or leave, so they could only follow them cautiously. Yu Jinwei, held hostage by Wen Qingling, was dragged all the way to the basement. Wen Qingling said, "Open the door." Yu Jinwei quickly had someone open the door, his heart filled with intense hatred. The ferocity in his eyes was almost impossible to hide. He wanted them to die. Only by thinking about all the ways they could die could he barely maintain his sanity. As the metal door opened, a dense, bloody smell filled the air. Wen Qingling tossed the person in his hand to Xiao Hen and walked in quickly. Luo Fengju sat numbly at the long table, assembling the energy gun, while Mi Yan lay on the blood-stained double sofa, his face pale, and his breathing weak. Both of his wrists were wrapped in bandages, which had turned dark red, soaked in blood countless times. Wen Qingling stood still, appearing somewhat dazed. Wasn't his precognition about things that were about to happen? He had rushed here as quickly as possible to save them, so why was he still too late? Mi Yan's hands were no longer there. Wen Qingling turned around and looked at Yu Jinwei, who was being held by Xiao Hen. His gaze seemed like he could devour him. Yu Jinwei hurriedly said, "His hands will grow back soon." "Really?" Wen Qingling's expression was something Xiao Hen had never seen before. Should he be grateful that Wen Qingling, the little zombie, finally showed emotional fluctuations? Xiao Hen said, "Let's first see how he's doing." Mi Yan's condition looked very grim, he could die at any moment. Luo Fengju slowly lifted his head, his dull eyes regaining some luster when he saw Wen Qingling. Gradually, his focus returned, breaking free from the numbness. He stood up, looking incredulously at the person before him. Qingling. Luo Fengju thought he was dreaming. How could Wen Qingling be here? Wasn't he in the distant Ling city? He couldn't possibly be here. "It's me. How are you?" Wen Qingling walked over, pressing an energy ball onto Mi Yan's body. Then, he opened his backpack and took out water and mutant beef. "Have some first to replenish your energy. We'll need strength to run later," Wen Qingling said. If it were just Wen Qingling and Xiao Hen, they could create chaos without consequences. No one could catch them. But with Luo Fengju and Mi Yan, it would be different. Once they were captured, all their efforts would be in vain. After confirming that the person before him was indeed Wen Qingling, Luo Fengju's numb brain began to rapidly think. Seeing Yu Jinwei, covered in blood, at the entrance, Luo Fengju had already deduced the current situation. Now was not the time for emotional release. He took the meat and water and began eating voraciously. Trapped in this dark underground basement, their daily food was barely enough to keep them from starving. No one cared if they were hungry or thirsty as long as they didn't die. Wen Qingling also pressed an energy ball onto Luo Fengju, replenishing his vitality and healing his wounds. When Luo Fengju finished eating the meat and drinking the water, Wen Qingling asked him, "Can you walk?" Luo Fengju nodded vigorously and picked up 2 assembled energy guns from the long table. Seeing this, Wen Qingling packed the remaining guns into the backpack and bent down to carry Mi Yan from the sofa. Let's go. Xiao Hen dragged Yu Jingwei, and his subordinates didn't dare to make any reckless moves. They could only follow them cautiously as they left the basement. Wen Qingling asked Luo Fengju, "Can you drive?" "No problem." Luo Fengju got into the driver's seat. Wen Qingling and Mi Yan sat in the backseat, while Xiao Hen took the passenger seat. Luo Fengju stepped on the accelerator, and the car rushed out. Xiao Hen let go of Yu Jingwei, and he fell to the ground. A group of people swarmed in, only to be greeted by a vine hell. The car sped along, leaving the villa area and heading towards other districts. The 6th district belonged to the Ni family. They could only be safe if they escaped from the 6th district. On their escape route, they encountered multiple blockades, but Wen Qingling's vine hell broke through all the checkpoints. Their whereabouts had been exposed, and the Ni family's people pursued them frantically. Noticing their madness, Xiao Hen sensed that something was wrong. "Did you kill Yu Jingwei?" Wen Qingling replied with hatred, "If I didn't kill him, would he let us celebrate the new year?" Wen Qingling regretted his past soft-heartedness. Otherwise, Xu Shengfei, Fang Zhen, and Yin Cheng would have died long ago, and they wouldn't be causing trouble now. Xiao Hen, speechless. They had offended both sides, so it didn't matter if they offended them completely. "Watch out!" Luo Fengju exclaimed. The road ahead was blocked by a blue pickup truck, and a soldier aimed an energy cannon at their off-road vehicle. "Hold on." Xiao Hen controlled the steering wheel to prevent Luo Fengju from turning. At such high speed, the only possibility of turning was flipping the car. Luo Fengju closed his eyes, stepped on the accelerator, and the off-road vehicle charged forward without swerving. The soldier fired. But just before the shot, the cannon pointed upwards, releasing a firework. The powerful, twisting vines moved aside all the obstructing vehicles, allowing the off-road vehicle to pass unhindered. The terrifying vines disappeared again, leaving only the terrified screams of onlookers. It was the first time Luo Fengju witnessed Wen Qingling's power. He was so astonished that he couldn't find the words to express himself. The off-road vehicle reached the boundary between the 6th district and the 4th district, and Xiao Hen decided to abandon the car. The vehicle was too conspicuous and drew too much attention. They couldn't bring the battlefield into the 4th district. Wen Qingling held Mi Yan, Xiao Hen pulled Luo Fengju, and the two of them ran and jumped through streets and alleys. Many people felt a gust of wind passing by but couldn't see any figures, creating a scene as eerie as a haunted place. When they finally stopped, Luo Fengju's once messy long hair was now straightened out. He wore an expression of doubt and couldn't stand on his weak legs, turning around to vomit. Damn, it was even more thrilling than racing cars. Luo Fengju felt exhausted and said, Are you still human? Is that a speed achievable by humans?" Wen Qingling replied, "No." Luo Fengju exclaimed, What do you mean? Not human? Damn it, are they not even willing to be human anymore?" Luo Fengju misinterpreted Wen Qingling's words as a joke. General Ni was still in a meeting at the military headquarters. Ever since the development of energy weapons, such meetings were held frequently, and the conflicts between the major districts intensified. Everyone wanted to gain greater benefits from the city plan.